Morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Birds are chirping. Sky is orange. How's it going? All right. Let's get our hellos and good mornings and all that good stuff. Julia, Alex, how's it going? Morning. Tara, hello. Seawood, our official timekeeper, Julia is in here. Gosh, I was looking at how many. Oh, that's just sad. I was putting out an audiograph of what the shows are. Oh, that's just sad. The breaks. Oh, when you see it visually. Brenda, good morning. Sad. Seawood. Linda M, hello. Rain has stopped. Stretch of sunshine. This is good. Good things coming. RCMP booted, then deleting it. Yes, I apologize. I did retweet that too. I feel badly. I can't verify their sources. So anyway, my apologies. If that does happen, it's going to be big news. Blue nose. If not, that's very unfortunate. Oh dear. Our resident techno guru archivist, MH. Yes, do check out. Link is in below, or I don't know, whatever on the channels section. Great videos. Very eye-opening, very succinct too, which is great. Josie, morning, salty air. Dodd Flanders, Chris Lee, morning. Thank you very much to all of you who are, sharing this, because that's very important. That's how the message is getting out. So maybe I'll touch on that later a little bit. But if you can, please do, because we need all eyes on deck, so to speak. That works. Pioneer, how's it going? Nikki Lewis. So today is going to be an important day, and they're going to speed through 4 witnesses, right? So what is it? We've got Ivany, and we've got Brown, and we have Melanson. And Fahie. Their documents are up somewhat. Obviously with Ivany, you've got Heather and the Fitbit. Brown, Melanson. Very important to note that they're extraordinarily busy, like really busy. They're at every scene. They're interviewing Lisa. They're interviewing Leon, then going on to open fire on the fire hall. They also do some talking to witnesses, to family. This is in the days following. Not appropriate behavior, to say the least. They should have at least been, probably had desk duty for a little bit until everything was straightened out. I'm not, they were cleared by CERT and also in conduct hearings, at least Brown was. I don't know what's going on with Melanson, but, I'm not going to say that they're guilty of anything. I'll leave that one with you. But they should have been not involved with the investigation from that point forward until they were cleared. So the fact that they were makes you go, righty then. So they're going to just speed through everybody. I mean, like, honestly, if you're going to calculate the time, Julia is going to be our official timekeeper, I hope, again today, and we'll time. Are we going to see any questions from the lawyers? I think not, for the families. I think not. And there'll be very little opportunity. So it's just going to be the government putting their blah, blah forward. Not good. Glow Watcher, good morning. Good morning. Had a conversation with a lady at work yesterday. I'm so surprised how naive people are about this. This is why it's very important to share. Please do. I'm not a person who likes to ask for things, nor this self-aggrandizing garbage. Not into that. Terry, it's the story that's extremely important, and the 23 who need all the help that they can get. So we've got Brenda's agreeing with Seawood. Sad, but that's up to us, right? Glow Watcher, getting some traction, news stories, diapers. We've got diapers, which because the media is getting funded by the same side. They do give you some, and they have full access to all of this. Don't forget, this is all really quirky stuff. They have full access to everything you don't. They're also sworn to keep secret about it. A dead man. Yeah, okay. They get to watch videos that then they have to delete, that they cannot talk about. Why? So that they can spin narratives. I would float that. That are beneficial. So this is why you see diaper stories and things like this. Sharon, from all of us at the MCC at the moment, don't need bail money yet. Keep your phone on. Okay. No bad stuff, Sharon. My prayers are always with you, all of you. So please stay strong. We've got Sharon down there. We've got a few people down there today who are giving support to Sharon and others. Obviously, the fire hall crowd. Anyway, moving along quickly. DVD,
Excuse
no.
me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes.
Okay, sorry about that. DVD, no. So special thoughts, prayers for all those down there today, having to endure this nonsense. Nova Scotian Freckles, sorry. Thinking of my dog, I think. Sunshine, hello. Caper, good morning. We always will have your back. Good people stand up for each other. Sandy, just try not to get in trouble, please. Nova Scotia born, hello. Kelly Blair, good morning. Good morning, Kelly. Well, this is why we're calmer. Keep higher road. Take the higher road always. No one believes any of their lies, says Tara from the D&D. Interesting. Tony K, good morning. Nova Scotia citizen. No, don't rush the States, but get out. I would say talk to the media, since they seem to be kind of interested now. Give them the full deal. I want to know why certain people aren't asking questions. I'm getting alarmed, to say the least. So let's make sure I've got this set up here. This can go away. There we go. We're ready to go. When they're ready to go. Everybody got their coffee. I already took my Tylenol. Thank you, family members, for. I know that there's a bunch of you watching in the background too. Surprised to hear about somebody the other day. Very surprised about that person who's been watching for a long time. So send all your love and prayers to these people. They need all of them. Sharon and to each other. Very important. New document out also on the CBSA protocols or some balls. What was that? CBSA firearms policy. I'm going to go through a statement that was made at lunch or whenever they decide to take breaks. Let's see how many breaks. Julia, please keep track of times, kind of a little bit more specific. How much time is devoted to each witness? And I guess it's probably they'll just take a break every time. How much time that are given to the families? How much time is given to the people in Onslow to ask questions? Bets? I think there's none. But we'll see. We'll see. Love and prayers to all. Thank you for the share. Appreciate that. As long as we can get many eyes, we need many eyes. That's what the light is, right? It's got to shine the light. We can all do our part. Why aren't the lawyers asking questions? Not asking serious questions. Has the perception of compliance. Yes. Something I've kind of been talking about for a little while. Is there something else going on? Moose, perhaps? Brown envelopes? Shame's going to make a comeback. Ooh. Clocks don't work. I hope yours does. It's very accurate from what I've seen. What is the worst that could happen? Yes. Yes, I was talking to a family member the other day about this. Why is it that they aren't asking questions? I don't like to be suggestive, but it's called just good representation, right? Maybe we can shed a little bit of light later. MCC Council protecting MCC responsibilities. Well, who's MCC? Protecting the government. The government's protecting the government, asking the government questions about the government policies. It's all about government, kangaroo court, with some people getting to sit by and watch, sad, possibly under the pretenses of even doing something. Yeah, well, I don't want to be a Peter repeater. I don't like it, but I understand I'm very lengthy and things get lost. Kelly's here. Good morning, Kelly. Boudin 1102. Stacked to the rafters. Okay. Good. Not sure what that means? Maybe you can elaborate. Lawyers want to defend their profession, right? Look very bad. This is extremely shameful. Like, it's utterly shameful. My family is nothing but lawyers, save one, and judges. I mean, what in the hell is going on? They have codes of ethics. You fight tooth and nail. You fight till the end. You fight till you have no money or your client is done emotionally. And that's your job, to shoulder all of that. Many hats, as my mom used to say. Many hats. Have to wear many, many hats. So that's your job. Fed protecting Fed. That's all it is. That's all this is. That's all it is. Cars. We didn't have real cars. We didn't have real uniforms. Well, maybe. Not going to talk about a badge. No. It's not necessarily the people on the screen. It isn't. And they said it from the outset. Reputation doesn't matter. Okay. I'm not going there. Yeah. Uncle Blazer, back for another one. I'm not defending lawyers. Lawyers who are shitbags need to be removed. My family was good at doing that. And calling bad lawyers out. And it's extremely shameful what they've done to the profession. Just destroyed it. Now, you see, what is it? Like the RCMP, the same thing. You always joke about lawyers, always hear the jokes as kids. Wow. Once upon a time, I guess I was proud and I still am proud of my family. My family did do right. But when you're part of a profession like the RCMP, great people who are part of a profession just shamed. They're like, oh, what's that? MU. So no, I'm not defending them at all. Come on, I've been calling it out since the start. What does a person do? Cleaning place, a person moves, you can find a gun sitting on the shelf. I don't know. Where did that gun that Lisa picked up go? It's almost like the interviews are getting sanitized too. Yeah, lawyers fighting. Lawyers, that's what they're paid to do. They're scrappers, just intellectually. Hopefully. 2 minutes 8 now. What is going on here? Wow. Good morning, MCC and also CSE. Howdy. Howdy, Glow. Everybody's seeing you working, or they're starting to. More eyes will be opened as we go. Nova Scotian. MCC running late. I don't know. Maybe they're. What? Well, how come? Oh, shit.
On the carbine. So that's done, as I said, yearly, usually in the fall.
Okay. And how many years have you been trained?
I'm going to say 5 or 6 years.
Okay. And Constable Melanson,
Yes.
I understand you work with Constable Brown.
Yes.
Okay, and so how long have you been part of the Bible Hill Detachment?
I've been part of the Bible Hill Detachment, and that as part of GIS. I think it's been 5 years, but I was also 3 years with Tadamagush, which is also associated to the Bible Hill Detachment.
Okay. And how many members are there in the GIS? And the GIS is General Investigation Services, is that?
It's a general investigation section.
Section, thank you. Okay.
There's 2 investigators and 1 supervisor.
Okay, and by the 2 investigators, it's you,
Myself and Constable Brown.
So do you work, you must work a lot with Constable Brown then?
Yes, yeah, we share an office and we do work a lot together, yes.
Okay. And Constable Brown mentioned it's you wear plain clothes?
That's correct.
Correct. And what type of hours do you keep as a GIS members?
We normally work day hours, 7:30 to 4:30. And we do have like a scheduled, every other week we get a Friday off. So we work 9-hour shifts. So that gives us a day off.
And who do you report to? Who's your?
My direct supervisor is Corporal Jarrett McDonald.
And yourself, are you trained to use a carbine?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me a bit about your training in that regard?
I can't tell you how long it's been, but I've been trained as a carbine early on when it first came out. And since then, I've requalified every year as well. And I've also taken a 3-week instructor course. So I've been instructing carbine for several years now.
And in your interview, you mentioned that you had training in use of force.
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to articulate what that training is?
Use of force. So it's only since September 2018. It's basically you're teaching on what we call block training. You're instructing members ranging from use of baton to use of force, scenario-based training. You're basically instructing on those courses.
And is the use of force training something you've been engaged with, Constable Brown?
Yes.
Okay. I want to begin by asking you a number of questions now with regards to April 19, 2020. And I just remind you that I know you've both given statements or interviews with Mass Casualty Commission. There's a foundational document that has been prepared. All of that information is before the commission. And while I appreciate you probably have a significant experience testifying in court, it'll be a bit different. I'm not asking you to tell your narrative from beginning to end. I'll be focusing you on some specific questions as we go forward about some of the events on April 19, 2020. Just before I begin, does that make sense to you, what I've said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I do want to start at April 19, 2020, 3 a.m. I understand you both received a call from a Staff Sergeant, Al Carroll, asking for your assistance in events that are unfolding in Portapique. And your first action is to go to the detachment in Bible Hill. And I think in your statement, Constable Melanson, you used the expression you geared up. I guess my question to both of you is, when you attended the Bible Hill detachment, what equipment did you obtain there and why?
For myself there, I obtained what we call my duty belt, and my pistol and magazines that go with it, and ammunition. Also that contains OC spray, baton, and handcuffs. In addition to that, I would have had I got my soft body armor, knowing that it's a gun call. I also got my hard body armor, which I think has been described in the past here, but it's just extra plates to protect against higher caliber weapons. And I also got a portable radio as well.
Okay. And how about yourself, Constable Brown?
Yeah, very much the same. Duty belts, soft body armor, pistol and magazines, OC spray, baton. Grabbed my hard body armor as well. I didn't take a portable radio. There wasn't a lot of portable radios left. Most members that were working had portables. Knowing that Dave and I worked together and would be together, we used one radio between the two of us.
Okay. And I assume, were you in plain clothes?
Yes. So blue cargo pants. I was wearing our soft body armor, which has police written across the front of it, and I was wearing a winter toque that had police across the front of that as well.
Okay. How about you, Constable Watson? Were you wearing anything that indicated that you were a member of the RCMP or police?
Yes, I was wearing the blue pants minus the stripe, same pants. And I was wearing the same soft body armor, has police across the back. And also when you put your hard body armor on as well, has police across the back, front and back, large white letters.
And we know from your statements and from the foundational document that you attended the command post in Great Village at the fire hall, and you were assigned a number of investigative tasks. And I'm not asking you to go through the tasks that you were assigned. My question is, who was assigning you tasks, and who are you reporting back to when you attended the Great Village Command Center?
So there's a command structure in place. I think we primarily dealt with Staff Sergeant Al Carroll, who told us what tasks they wanted us to execute, I guess.
Okay. And is that consistent with your memory, Constable
That's
Watson?
consistent as well. It's mostly coming from staff.
I do want to direct your attention to one of the investigative tasks that you were involved in. And Madam Register, perhaps you could bring up the foundational document, Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall. The PDF page is 51. In the document, the page is 50. And I'm looking to paragraphs 92 and 93. So one of the tasks I understand, Constable Brown, that you were asked to do is to interview Lisa Banfield. And I'll just read you how it's been summarized in the foundational document. Constable Brown and Melanson traveled to the RCMP command post in Great Village. Constable Brown was tasked with interviewing Lisa Banfield. At 6:58 a.m., he met with her in the back of an ambulance while she was being treated by medical professionals. The interview commenced at approximately 7:17 a.m. At approximately 7:22 a.m., he learned that the perpetrator had a fully marked replica RCMP vehicle that looks identical to a police car. At approximately 7:25 a.m., he learned that the perpetrator had burned all of his vehicles except the marked cruiser. Lisa Banfield also told Constable Brown about the perpetrator's many guns. She said that he was wearing black jeans and a burnt orange vest, and that he had a fluorescent jacket that he would put on the front seat of the car to make it look like he's a cop. Okay. I guess my question to you first, and I'll direct it at Constable Brown, is there anything that information you obtained from that interview with Lisa Banfield that was important that we didn't summarize in that foundational document?
No, I think that summarized it pretty good.
Okay. And Constable Melanson, were you present for that interview?
I was only present for a partial part of that interview.
Okay. And having heard what I summarized, is there any of the information that Constable Brown heard from Ms. Banfield that you weren't aware of, that you weren't present?
I wasn't present for the fluorescent jacket. I heard the burnt, I don't recall the fluorescent jacket, but I heard the orange vest and the multiple firearms. At one point, I left at that point to pass that on.
Okay.
To command.
And during the interview was in the back of an ambulance, Constable Brown?
It was.
Okay. Did you make any, or can you recall making any observations with regards to Ms. Banfield about her well-being?
Yes, so she was on a stretcher, in visible pain. I know the interview was quite long, quite a bit longer than what it reflects there. It was something like 45 minutes long. However, the first portion of it was me just with recorder going, letting DHS do their thing and not interfering with them.
Okay. I understand from your statement, Constable Brown, that after this interview, Addie, who is, I believe you're referring to Staff Sergeant Addie McCallum,
Correct.
showed you a photograph of the perpetrator's replica RCMP cruiser?
Yes.
Okay, and you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall, what was your reaction to seeing the photograph?
I was shocked. When people have in the past described a vehicle that looks like an RCMP car or a police vehicle, most times you see it's an unmarked white Ford Taurus or Crown Victoria, whatever the case may be. In this statement, Lisa Banfield had went into detail about the markings on the car and whatnot. And even still, I don't think I've fully appreciated that it looked identical to a real RCMP police car.
And from a public safety perspective, what was going through your mind?
I remember as soon as I saw that picture, thinking like this, things changed. I really thought things changed at that moment. Thinking earlier this, perhaps maybe the car that she had been referring to, maybe it was already burnt or whatever the case may be. But then seeing that picture, knowing that it was likely still circulating out in the public, I knew it was going to be an issue for police to identify who the perpetrator was or what the perpetrator was driving, if it was a real car or not a real car.
Okay. And Constable Melanson, were you present when Staff Sergeant McCallum showed the photo to Constable Brown?
I believe I was. I do recall seeing a photo of the police car on someone's cell phone showed to me there.
Okay.
Yes.
And Madam Register, this is well, we've seen versions of this photograph. This version has not been exhibited, but if you could please pull up COM number 0016211. And I would ask that this be marked as an exhibit.
Exhibit 2148.
Okay. Constable Brown, Constable Melanson, is this the photo that you saw?
It is.
Yes.
Okay. And what we're looking at is a version of the photo on a phone. And would this be similar to how it was presented to you?
That's exactly how it was presented to me. Yes.
And when you saw the photo, did you take note of any features of the vehicle?
I think the only thing that stood out really, I mean, obviously that it was exactly like a real RCMP police car. Just the vehicle number on it stood out a bit to me because I'm familiar with the call sign on there as being a call sign that would have been from the Cumberland County area from the Oxford detachment. So that just kind of jumped out a bit.
Okay. And how about you, Constable Melanson?
Just mainly that it was a fully marked police car that looked exactly like ours. That looked brand new.
And is this the only photo that you saw of the vehicle
Yes.
on April 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you, Madam Register. You can take down the image. The next moment in time I want to move to now is at approximately 9:42. There are over the radio, over the Colchester radio channel, there's a indication of a shooting on Highway 4 Wentworth, indication that an RCMP cruiser was seen. Do you recall hearing that over the radio?
Okay. Yes.
And where were you when you heard that?
So Constable Melanson and I were down in it's a kitchen area, I guess, of the fire hall in Great Village, and we were providing an update to the major crime members, and I think there was a couple members of the command team there as well. I don't remember exactly who, but it was primarily we were providing an update to the major crime members. And when we were doing that, I remember over the radio hearing break, 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 and the dispatcher announcing, I guess, that there was another shooting and a police car fleeing from the scene, and that was out in the Wentworth area.
Okay. And what did you do immediately after?
So we immediately looked to the command team and said, "Can we go?" They said yes. So I remember both Dave and I going to our car and putting on our hard body armor. Putting on the hard body armor based on the fact that I'd just taken a statement from Lisa Banfield and learned of several high-powered rifles, automatic weapons, and handguns. The hard body armor has a little bit more stopping capacity, so taking precautions to in case we encountered them. So we left from the fire hall. Constable Melanson was driving and proceeded to go to the area.
Okay, and just so I understand, so did you receive what was your specific direction and from whom with regards to leaving and responding to the call?
There really wasn't specific direction. It was clear that the event that was unfolding was related to the police car we were looking for and the perpetrator that we were looking for. And it was literally asking, can we go? There was an urgency there. Another person had just been murdered, and we wanted to go to put an end to that.
Okay. And you mentioned your vehicle, and perhaps it's a good moment just to clarify what vehicle you were driving. It was not a marked police vehicle?
No, it's unmarked Nissan Altima.
Okay. And how is that vehicle equipped? Does it have a radio, for example?
Yeah, so it has a radio. It has hidden light, I guess. It's got a visor that flips down with lights on it. It's got flashing lights in the headlights and taillights. It's not equipped with a computer like the marked vehicles would have a computer in them. So there's no mapping or anything like that in those vehicles, and there's no system where the messages can be sent down to it.
I want to take you now just a few minutes, would be a few minutes later, and you're in your vehicle, and if I could have Madam Register pull up the foundational document of Onslow. The PDF page would be 52, paragraph 95. And if what I've provided to the register is identified as clip 1, if that could be readied. This is set out in the foundational document is an exchange over the radio that you participated in. And I just want to have that played to you, and I'll have a couple questions for you.
The guy driving slow, smiled as he went by, white Caucasian male. Looks like brownish hair. He's got a reflective Vaster jacket on.
That's him. That's going to be him. And it's 28 Bravo 11, not 48.
Yeah, not sure. Call sign with he's passed me now. I'm not sure if he went on the highway or not. And it's a front push bar.
So first, Constable Brown, you participate in that conversation. You say that's him, that's got to be him, and it's 28 Bravo 11, not 48.
Correct.
Yeah. First question is, in the beginning of that exchange, there's a reflection, there's a mention of a reflective jacket. Is that new information to you at this time?
It is. He says he's wearing a reflective, did he say jacket or, yeah, reflective
It's
jacket,
vest.
vest.
Or jacket.
Yeah, I mean, we'd heard that he had an orange vest earlier from Lisa Banfield, and from Corporal Peterson, heard that he had a reflective vest.
Okay. And did you hear that as well, Constable Melanson?
So I'm en route driving there, and I recall hearing that he had a reflective vest. That's what I recalled hearing.
Okay. The other context I would like to ask you about, at the end of that exchange on the radio, Constable Fahie mentions, and heads up, he has a front push bar. My understanding from your statements, you did not either hear or retain that information.
I don't remember that. I don't remember him saying it, but
Okay.
yeah.
Neither do I. Kind of the first time the push bar came into my knowledge was during an interview with a witness afterwards. I didn't realize I had a push bar.
And I guess my question then, maybe perhaps you could help us with some context of having been involved in what's going on and responding April 19, 2020. You know, how are you monitoring the radio? How are you engaged with the radio? What are you picking up? What are you, can you provide us a bit of context in that regard?
Well, as we're doing our task and stuff like that, and when going back and forth to updating command and stuff, I'm not, I can't speak for Terry, but closely monitoring the radio for everything that's coming across. It's a very busy time. I do recall though, when it registered, like when break came on, it's like, that was new to me. I've ever experienced that even coming across the air like that before, and hearing that. So hearing the shooting, of the victim on Wentworth Road. I know I didn't pick up everything that come across that radio. At times I was driving at high rates of speed trying to get to where we wanted to go. Sometimes we're discussing what actions or things between us. So I know there's possibility I did miss why I missed the push bar.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you right, so when you hear the words break, that's sort of a cue for you to stop and listen because something important is coming?
Yeah, somebody wants the air, basically.
Okay. You're responding to Wentworth, but you go to Masstown. And why did you go to Masstown?
So we tried to clarify over the radio where exactly Rodney Peterson had seen him, Corporal Peterson, because there was some confusion. I believe
he had mentioned the word Masstown or going towards Masstown on the air, and I do recall that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I remember us coming to that intersection to turn left to go to Glenholm Wentworth or go right to Masstown, and not knowing where to go at that point if we were going towards Masstown, and the word Masstown had been said that's the either direction or the area. So we had went down as far as the Masstown market and realized that it wasn't the right area. We had to get back.
And Madam Register, if you could scroll to paragraph 96 and capturing the radio exchange underneath as well. Thank you. So in our foundational document, midway through the paragraph in 96, it's indicated that when you're in Masstown, you hear a radio transmission about the perpetrator being at a house on Highway 4 in the Glenholm area, and you respond.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. And while in the process of responding to that call, there's a radio exchange involving yourselves and Constable Rodney McDonald that I've provided to the register as clip 2, if that could be played, but it's the exchange that's set out in the bottom of paragraph 96 there.
Break. We got eyes on Mark PC on the side of the highway here up ahead of us.
Guys, that's McDonald. We're just trying to log in to find out where the fuck we're at. We're pulling back out right in front of you.
Copy. Peterson and Brown and Melanson are behind you.
Okay, maybe I'll ask you, Constable Brown, because you are speaking on the radio. What's going on here?
So as Constable Melanson and I are coming up Highway 2, heading towards Glenholm, the area where the 911 call came in that said where the perpetrator was. We're coming up, and as you come around the turn, there's a bridge that goes over top of the highway, an overpass. As we come around that turn, there's a marked police car pulled over on the side of the road. And when I saw that, I had said to Constable Melanson, that might be him. Let's stop and figure this out. So we stopped, or Dave stopped, and I went over the radio to try to identify who that was.
Okay, and it was identified who it was?
Yes, it was Constable Rodney McDonald.
During that exchange that we've heard on the radio, and you've had an opportunity to provide some context to, did you ever point your firearm towards Constable McDonald?
No, we never got out of the vehicle. We never had firearms drawn, nothing like that.
And you do eventually carry on and assist with the response at Glenholm, the residents?
We, as the members that are identified there, we attended to the area in front of that house. It's quite a long driveway up to the residence. We were stopped out front, taking cover behind our vehicles with carbines drawn, and waiting for the emergency response team to roll up in their TAV, which they did just seconds later.
Okay. And Madam Register, if you could scroll to page 54 in the PDF numbering. There's an image with a map above paragraph, yeah. So I understand when you're at Glenholm, you receive a further notification about more shootings on Plains Road?
Correct.
And you respond, initially going up to the Debert area. You turn around and you travel back down Highway 2 on that. That's indicating your route?
Not exactly. We didn't turn around. We left the Glenholm area. I don't know the name of the road we took.
I thought it was Plains
Plains
Road.
Road. Yeah.
We turned onto Plains Road and we headed towards Debert. And before we got to Debert, there had already been 2 victims that were identified, and there was people on scene. When we got close to there, I believe that the perpetrator was still in the local area. I knew that area was covered, so we did turn off, I believe, onto the road, and it connects to Masstown Road, or yeah.
It's the road that takes to the airport and to the hockey arena.
And it runs parallel with the road, so that would put us onto Masstown Road from Plains Road.
Okay. And why did you choose that route?
As I said, there's some people already on scene with the 2 victims, and the perpetrator had left. I believe that he was shooting at random, looking for people, and the more area that we could cover, the better. And I believe that was covered, that road there. So I tried to trying to think of where he would go, and started actively searching for him in the area. So
okay. And we're getting to the moment now where just before you approach the Onslow Fire Brigade Hall, but if I could ask just a number of questions in a way, it's almost like a snapshot of this moment to provide some context of what's going through your minds. But at this moment, when you're approaching the Onslow Fire Brigade Hall, what did you know about the perpetrator?
Well, we knew he was driving a replica police car. We knew he was heavily armed, more so than the police. And we knew that he was actively killing members of the public at will. And we knew that he had just killed 2 people very close to the area that we were in. And in a short period of time, we were in that area very quickly after those shootings were reported over the radio.
for myself, very similar to Terry. I knew that this person was very determined, very intelligent from speaking to his father beforehand. Terry and I had a task there to make contact. Knew that this person had murdered 5 or upwards to 10 people already. My knowledge of what this person was wearing was an orange vest, and with Rodney had come over the air reflective vest. I believed you wear an orange reflective vest. I don't know if Terry can recall, but I remember almost saying an orange reflective vest, like out loud, because that's what to me that's what it was. I didn't go on the air because didn't want to tie up things. I knew that he was heavily armed, and I do recall from either speaking to Corporal Ivany when Lisa Banfield arrived at the fire hall, or from overhearing Terry's statement that she described him as having a big machine gun, and also I believe she described pistols with laser sights on that. I knew that this individual was brutally murdering people, shooting people in the face and in the head. I don't know how many times that, but I remember that. And we knew that he not just killed just 2 people. To me, that third one on Wentworth wasn't that long ago. 3 people since he became active. So he was, I believed he was shooting people at random. And that's what I knew we had to stop him.
That leads to my next question. What was your objective at this moment in time? And I allow either of you to answer and just.
Yeah, the objective was to locate him and stop him from killing or injuring anyone else.
That was my objective as well. That he had to be stopped, and it was to locate him. I did feel that Terry and I had even a better chance of maybe getting close to him because we were in an unmarked vehicle, that he would see the unmarked police car coming from a mile away. So I figured we would have an opportunity to encounter him.
Okay. And what was the level of oversight in this moment? What directions were you receiving from the command center, or about what you should be doing at this time?
There was, through the command center, I recall, they were trying to set up different people in different locations, trying to cover. I remember trying to cover the Highway 102. I believe there was a member covering them coming up on the Highway 2. So they were trying to basically get all ends covered off. I can't tell you all the direction there. And I think everybody's goal at that moment was just to locate him.
You've both been members for at least 10 years. Did you have any experience or training that you're drawing from at this moment to help you figure out what to do?
At this point, all of your training are drawn on, but I was also engaged in the Moncton shootings back in 2014, on the ground, actively looking for the shooter in that situation. Been involved in several high-risk type situations, and yeah, you're drawing on all of that.
Also, even in our IR training as well, is your goal is to stop the threat, and that was our goal.
And could you provide a bit more context? I know you've indicated you want to engage with the perpetrator, stop the perpetrator. What are you expecting to happen when you see the perpetrator, if you see him? How do you see that at this moment playing out?
I was prepared to expect to be shot at. That was almost, I figured it would be a given if we did encounter him.
I can say that I was confident that he was not going to surrender. So I expected that there was going to be a confrontation of some sort. I guess I didn't know exactly how that would play out, but I was prepared that there was going to be a confrontation.
To further to that as well, I do recall, and that reminded me that through the statement, I think, of Lisa, Banfield that he said he wasn't going to live through this. There's something to that effect I recall hearing.
The next event, moment of time, is when you drive to the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade or Fire Hall. Did you know at this moment that it was a comfort station?
No, I did not, no.
Okay. And this is where you discharge your firearms. Perhaps I'll begin, and I'll have some specific questions for you, but why don't I begin with an open question? Tell me what happens when you drive up to the past the fire hall, what you see and what you do.
So as we're approaching the fire hall, we're coming down Highway 2 and coming at it from a direction where you could see a police car parked in front. And the side of it that we could see was the full passenger side. It was perpendicular to the road. Immediately what jumped out was there was a guy in an orange reflective vest standing right beside that vehicle. He would have been on the driver's side. And there was no police officer in sight. I couldn't see a police officer. I could only see a person with an orange reflective vest standing next to that vehicle. Could see like the top half of him, I guess, from just above the shoulder, or just below the shoulders up. And I remember Dave and I saying like, that's him. Yeah.
And so tell me about how you responded after you identify the person you believe to be the perpetrator.
So we both bailed out of the car. Dave was driving. I was in the passenger seat. We both bailed out. We had our carbines. They have a sling on them where it goes around your neck. Both had our carbines on us and ready to go in case we did encounter him, knowing that we were in the area where he had just recently murdered 2 people, and as Dave said, a 3rd person not far from there either.
So before we jumped out there, I stopped the car in the middle of the road. And I don't know if you said that or not.
No, go.
Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted. But anyway, just to keep it kind of timeline, I just apologize. Yeah, I did stop the car in the middle of the road. And at this time, seeing the subject where it was, and I feel like I just cut off Terry from his thing, so I apologize. But I made several attempts at that point to get out on the radio, on the car radio, to let people know what we were seeing. And I couldn't get through. The radio was bonging. And then when I couldn't get through there, I grabbed my carbine. Terry had gone out the side door, and I went to the back of the car. I went to the back of the car, and at that time I was again down trying to get out on the radio with my portable. And my portable, getting out, had kind of flung off and was hanging down between my legs there. So I was having to grab it because it come unattached there. And I was trying to get out on my portable at this time.
And we know that you both discharged your firearms, right? Your carbines.
Yes.
You're both seasoned police officers. I'm not. Members of the public who are listening to these previous proceedings are not. In that moment that leads up to you making that decision to discharge your firearm, can you give a sense of, I know it's not a long period of time, but what are you assessing? Like, what are you looking for? What are you doing? Do you have a memory of that?
So as Dave said, we both went to the back of the car. I was standing up, yelling commands to the person who I believe was the perpetrator. Dave was ducked down trying to radio, and he wasn't getting out. And I remember saying to Dave, we need to deal with what's in front of us. So he kind of discarded the radio or just let it hang. And we were trying to make contact with the person. At that point, all I could see was that person in the orange reflective vest standing by the police car. They duck down. So while I'm yelling commands, he ducks down. And at that point, I don't know if he's coming up again with a gun, what his intentions are. And then he ran from the back of the car towards the building. And that's when we discharged our firearms.
How many people did you see present?
Only saw one person. And when I look back, I know I've seen some photos, and maybe we'll see them shortly, of the fire hall. I can tell you in that moment, I only saw one vehicle in that yard. I can tell you when I fired my carbine, I didn't hear my carbine go off. Constable Melanson was standing right beside me, fired his carbine. I never heard his carbine go off. Something that they kind of talk about at training, but you don't fully appreciate is auditory exclusion. I've heard it described, by Dave Westlake, that it sounded like a sonic boom, and the fact that we didn't hear it, or I shouldn't say I didn't hear it at all. That's where the focus was on that person who I perceived to be the threat. Tunnel vision. Just the only thing, as I said, the only thing I could see was that police car and the person in the orange reflective vest. I don't remember anything as far as a push bar or a call sign. My attention was on that person with the reflective vest. That's where my attention was.
Are you able to articulate, both of you, the threat that you felt you were under?
The threat, sorry.
Are you able to, in that moment, how would you describe the threat that you were under?
At that moment, I believed that was Gabriel Wardman standing there. I believed that he was armed. I knew that from what we had heard before in the statements that he was armed. I believed that he would be firing at us as well. The motions from my perspective of when it turned out to be not him, but the person that I believed to be him, appeared to be tactical, kind of ducking behind the car, moving to the back of the car. I believe that we had that it was him, and then we had to stop him. I never ever want to hurt anybody, but doing this job, I knew that was a duty that you might have to do someday to make that hard decision. It was a fast decision. I believe that I was firing my carbine at the killer.
And I do want to show you some photographs. So I have one more question before I move there. But just to be clear, what is your objective when you're discharging your firearms?
To stop the threat.
Exactly, just to stop the threat. Stop him from
Killing.
So I had no idea if there was people in the building inside the fire hall, or so I didn't know if he was going in there to kill people inside the building or neighboring houses close by. So the decision was to stop him from being able to harm anybody else.
Madam Registrar, I'd ask if, with regards to the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall foundational document, the PDF number of the page would be 12, and there is paragraph 14 with a photo underneath. I'm showing you a photo that was taken by, I believe it was Constable Gagnon, and this is Constable Gagnon after the events on the 19th, taking a photo for what he believed to be would have been your perspective, like your visual perspective of the hall when you discharge your firearms. Is that an accurate reflection of what you would have been seeing when you discharge your firearms?
I feel like it would have been a little, like slightly closer, not a lot closer. And we were in the middle of the right-hand driving lane, not on the shoulder of the road, but other than that, pretty accurate.
Yeah. Yeah, if you'd almost place our car in front of that telephone pole a little bit further ahead, be, from what I can recall, it's been a while, but.
Okay. If what I want and summarize the paragraph 39, but there's a video that captures the moment in time when your firearms were discharged. And if video clip number 3 could be played. My first question, you had an opportunity to view that. As far as the perspective, like the angle and what's captured in the video, how does that relate to the perspective and angle that you would have had at the time you discharged your firearms?
Well, we're on the road. This is up against the building, so the angle isn't the same. We'd be looking more from the front part of, seeing more so the front part of the police car and that whole side. But yeah, from that, the distance would be a little bit further and the angle would be from the road.
From our angle, from this does not give you, you don't see him very well. From our angle, I saw him at the driver's side. I was able to see his vest. So we were at a much different angle than what's provided there. And you can't really see his movements there as much.
And seeing this, which is real time, you have a sense of the parking lot and the pylons, the vehicles. How does that accord with your memory of back when you?
I can tell you that I don't remember there being any other cars in the parking lot. I don't remember being any pylons in the parking lot. The only thing I can remember seeing is that police car and the person in the orange vest.
Okay. And what about, I know Constable Brown, when you were giving your answers to my earlier questions, you made mention of yelling before discharging your firearm. Do you have any memory of what the conditions were like, if wind or anything that would have affected?
I think it was a little bit windy. I don't remember exactly, but I mean, it was sunny out, but I can't recall exactly.
I recall the radio several times hearing wind kind of interrupting with trying to hear what people were saying. So it was windy, I believe.
I want to play you a radio clip of what was captured during this moment. Madam Register, I've extracted and I've labeled it as clip 4 PDF, if you could bring that up. And if clip 4 could be played.
Diego, you got that? Who are you shooting at? It's Diego. Chase it. Everybody take a deep breath. Stand by. Maybe murder. Calling Hotel 1.
Do you have any memory of what you heard on the radio in this moment?
No,
Okay.
nothing.
I kind of, from when the hay, I don't know, I believe, I remember when Gagnon got out of his vehicle, he yelled something, and I thought that might have come across the radio as well. And at that point, that's kind of what I remember there.
Okay. And I guess my one specific question would be for you, Constable Melanson. You engage in the conversation, if you could scroll down, Madam Registrar. You say, stand by.
I can't remember that exact moment.
Okay.
I know at that point, after Gagnon had identified himself, I was moving across the parking lot towards him, and I may have basically went to my radio, like, stand by, to figure out what had just happened, because it was kind of, I was still kind of figuring it out myself.
Okay. And is there any meaning to the word standby beyond the common sense meaning?
Yeah, no, it's just stand by, and basically I think in my mind was figure out what happened here. Like, yeah, I don't.
The other image I wanted to show you and have you comment on is if we go back to the foundational document, Madam Registrar. And the PDF number would be 45. It's 44 in the document. And at the top of the page, there is a diagram that was prepared during the CERT investigation. And the yellow square boxes are indications of where rounds were found. And there is a red circle on the side of the road indicating a shooter. You've seen this diagram before?
I have.
Okay. Do you have any comment about the accuracy of identifying shooter being your position on the road there?
Yeah, it referenced us as maybe being in that ditch. At no point were we ever on that side of the road. So we would have likely been just a little ways ahead of that red dot and more to the middle of the road. When we discharged our firearms, we would have been definitely closer to the middle of the road. The shell casings, they eject from the carbine out the right-hand side and typically go 2 to 3 meters away.
Okay. Constable Watson?
Yeah, and you mentioned rounds, but that would have been, I think you meant casings, casings there. But as well, we weren't on that side of the road at all. I was when I fired my round, I was at the car. The car was in the middle of the road. To account for the casings being over there is being an instructor as well. The casings fly off your carbine, and they sometimes shoot out quite a ways, usually back into the right of the carbine. So the casings would have fallen that direction for sure.
And neither of you moved any of the casings?
No.
And I know you've both given detailed descriptions of where you were in your statements, but seeing where the casings were found, does that raise any doubt of your memory of where you were when you discharged?
No.
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Registrar. You can take down the image. I want to ask you, just with regards to your actions after you discharge your firearms, Constable Melanson, you indicate you circle the hall.
No.
No?
I circled the hall.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Constable Brown, what was your intention immediately after? What were you?
So we had just discharged our firearms. We ended up taking cover in the ditch. There was an interaction with Dave Gagnon, yelling across the parking lot back and forth. And at that point, I can speak for myself. We still weren't sure what was happening. Originally, when Dave Gagnon got out of the car, we still weren't even sure if he was a police officer or not. So through a conversation, I don't remember exactly what was said, but we identified him as likely he was a police officer. I started walking around the building. I was still not sure of who the person in the orange vest was. So I didn't know if the person we had shot at was injured or if he was still a threat to somebody. So I was circling around the building to try and locate that person. The angle we were at, you can't see the door that goes into the fire hall. It kind of goes in. It's like a little open area. At least that's how I remember it. And I remember in my head not knowing if the person went in the building or around the side of the building. So we were I was walking around the building to try to locate a person outside or behind the fire hall to see where they had went.
And what were your steps immediately after?
When Constable Gagnon stood up and was identifying himself, at that point I was kind of taken back. I thought, because I didn't know whether Gabriel had other people working with him. You keep everything kind of in mind. And I wondered, well, who is this guy? So it took just a few seconds. It was just and I was like, no, this is a police officer. I think he shouted to me, what are you shooting at? Are you shooting at me? And I said, no, I'm shooting at him, the perpetrator. And I recall him kind of looking back and saying, where is he? I think he might have thought that at that time, it's kind of confused. I think he might have thought that the perpetrator was there. I approached Gagnon, and I, as I was approaching, I'm figuring out what happened, and I'm realized that we engaged the wrong, I mistaken the killer for Dave Westlake. So I went to Gagnon. I said, I can't remember our conversation, but I do recall, is he okay? Referring to the guy that took off, and I remember he's like, I don't know. And at that point, we went into the building and basically went in to see that he was okay.
Okay. And so who went into the building, just to clarify?
Myself and Constable Gagnon.
Okay. And at this point, you're satisfied that it's not the perpetrator when you enter the building?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you understand to be in the fire hall at that moment?
I didn't understand anybody to be in the fire hall other than that person that ran into it, Dave Westlake. That's all I knew who was in the fire hall at that point.
Okay. And my next question, so after you've learned that it's not the perpetrator, what do you do to satisfy yourself that nobody's been hurt or that everyone's safe?
So when I entered the building with Dave Gagnon, I seen the individual whom I believe I fired at. He was in the kind of the back. He was kind of back and to the right there, and he was looking at me, and I asked him, "Is everybody okay? Is everybody?" I can't remember my exact words, but I think accounted for or something like that. And he said yes. I don't know if Dave and I had any conversation, but at this point, I went out to see like where Terry was and make sure everything. I went back outside at that point.
At that point, I was coming around the building, and they were coming outside. And when I encountered them, it was, again, a very brief conversation along the lines of, is everybody okay, or something of that sort. And they said yes, or whatever. There was nobody injured from what we understood. I had no idea who was in the building other than, as Dave said, the guy with the orange vest I assumed was in there. So, but that's the only conversation we had about that.
Okay. Did you account for how many times you discharged your firearms and investigate where those shots ended up?
No. I remember after the fact, like when the day was over, thinking I probably fired about 3 times. I can tell you that it wasn't until we were driving away a couple minutes later that I learned that Dave fired his gun. I didn't even know he'd fired his gun. You got to realize at that time, there was no conversation between us. We both came to an independent decision to fire our guns independent of each other. I've never fired my gun on duty before other than to put down an injured animal. So yeah, that was an extreme situation that I know I've never encountered before as far as firing my firearm while on duty.
Okay. And I guess I'll ask you both, are you satisfied that you did enough to ensure that nobody had been injured by the shots that you fired?
Yes, for me at that point, but I did come out and I did notice, and I don't know, Terry may not have been aware, but I did notice the rounds, which I thought were, at this point, I thought they were our rounds on the side of the building, on the corner of the building. And I didn't see anything kind of spread from that at that point. I assumed that was our rounds. And when I left there, I believe nobody was harmed.
You have a conversation with Staff Sergeant Carroll on one of your phones. Is that?
Yeah, when we got back in the cars, you remember, is parked in the middle of the road. We walked out, we got in the car, and as soon as we got in the car, I called Staff Sergeant Carroll, and I remember he answered very quickly. We were still in the immediate area of the fire hall. I was talking to him on the phone. Described to him what happened, that we were engaged, or that we had fired our carbines at an individual at the fire hall. I don't know all the details of the conversation. I can't remember exactly what was said, but his direction was take a breath, compose yourself, and we'll deal with this after we catch this guy.
Did you feel comfortable with that decision to take a breath and continue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you feel compromised at all in your ability to fulfill your duties as officer?
Not at all.
Madam Register, if you could pull up what I've identified as clip number 5 PDF, and if you could play clip number 5. I want to play you an exchange that occurs on the radio at 10:34:04.
Break for dispatch. Break for dispatch. I have a new shooting, Highway 4 in Lower Onslow near the fire hall. Sounded like 3 gunshots about 5 minutes ago.
Disregard, 355. Ours.
Tim, we're already in that area. We'll check it out regardless. Copy that.
So confirm that it was you guys.
Yeah, there were police around.
10-4.
You remember that exchange?
Yes.
I guess my point of clarification, because I wasn't sure from reviewing the materials that we have filed, does this exchange on the radio happen before or after you've had your discussion with Staff Sergeant Carroll? On the phone?
Well after.
Well after,
We talked to Staff Carroll immediately upon getting in the car, and that was I don't know, minutes later at least. I don't know how many minutes, but it was after.
I want to play you another exchange on the radio, and Madam Register, this is from the Enfield Big Stop Foundation document. It's at paragraph 121, which I'm not sure the PDF page, but in the document, it's page 51. And there is a a clip of this exchange that once the document is up, I'd ask that be played, and it's I've marked it as clip number 6.
Members at the roadblock there in Elmsdale, that white truck that's behind you, who's that? You guys know?
Negative. We've had some beer onlookers too, so we're super exposed. And Bravo 10, so I don't know.
You're all in. That person has a firearm in their hand. We're gonna take him down here.
That person is a HRP officer.
And I apologize, gentlemen. Oh, we are able to bring it up. So again, Madam Register, is that the Enfield? No. Oh, paragraph 121 on the document. It's page 51. It might be a different PDF number. And I've given you wrong information. I apologize. If we scroll to the bottom of the FD. I'm sorry, that's my error. You can take that down from the screen. Thank you, Madam Registrar. So you recall that exchange?
I do.
That's perhaps you could provide some context.
Sure. So Constable Melanson and I were in the Enfield area. We've been patrolling, knowing that there had just been, Constable Heidi Stevens was shot and killed, and Chad was shot as well in the area, and there was vehicles on fire. So we were in the area looking for the new vehicle he was driving. So we're patrolling around looking for this vehicle, and we came through a police checkpoint. And just to describe the checkpoint, the police cars had one lane of traffic blocked with a police car. They're standing behind the police car, focused down the highway. And as we're approaching, I remember saying, Dave, just hit the lights so they know it's us coming. And as we come through, there's probably, I don't know, I'm going to guess 7, 8 police officers, something like that, around that area. And as we drive by, just probably, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 meters behind them, maybe it's a little further, I can't remember exactly. There's a white pickup truck also parked kind of half across the road, and no markings or anything on it. And as we went past it, standing behind the engine block area was a guy in full camouflage, standing there with a carbine style rifle in his hand behind this vehicle. As we drove by, it would have been right on the driver's side of our vehicle. You would have saw him. He kind of saw us and kind of waved to us as we went by. It was kind of odd, and so we proceeded past, but we both saw it. And then you heard me go over the radio trying to identify who this person was. As they said originally, the people who answered originally didn't know who it was, and they also had mentioned that they felt super exposed. To me, that means they're in a compromised position where they feel like they could be shot at, or they have no cover. At that point, we turned around after learning that it's not, we didn't believe was a police officer. Unclear who this person was. And you heard me say, we're going to take him down. So meaning we're going to go and engage this guy and give commands to have him drop his weapon and proceed from there.
Okay. And this clip I'll play, and I'll just say for the record, as I wasn't able to draw it up, it's Exhibit P 000054. It's the Colchester radio transmissions. Did you at any time have either of you have a firearm drawn, or
No.
Did you exit your vehicle at any
No.
time? Okay.
Can I add some perspective to that there? And I don't know, but for me, when I seen the vehicle, the person that go by, I recall it being white F-150, and that was one of the vehicles I knew, because I was kind of involved in trying to find what vehicles Gabriel Wortman had, and then one of the vehicles I recall as being an F-150. That added a little bit more context to that. And yeah, and we were just turning around when everything kind of got cleared up there on the air.
I just have a couple more questions for you. One thing I wanted to ask you, Constable Motts, and I don't think it's come out in any of your answers, but certainly was something you referred to in your statement a number of times. You were driving an unmarked vehicle. And you saw that as being a beneficial to being able to apprehend the perpetrator?
I did feel that was advantageous for us. When you're in a fully marked police car, you're identifiable from a long ways away. He can see you coming there. I felt that there was a chance that we may end up getting closer to him with him not expecting the police to be in that vehicle. I did feel it was an advantage for us.
My question to both of you, either of you, is given your knowledge of this the situation at Onslow, the information you processed, your training, your experience, would you have done anything different than you did at Onslow on April 19, 2020?
So just to speak on some training, we have a training center here in each division where we are in Nova Scotia, where we do most of our training. And some of that involves IR training. And I can recall specifically, there's a scenario that we do, a lot of them, a lot of active shooter situations are usually indoors, and in particular this one, where we're standing in a hallway, we're getting prepped for the scenario. The details are there's a guy in a room down the hall. He's in our training scenarios, they wear brown Carhartt work clothes. They're thick because we use simunition. We use simunition being like wax rounds that you can shoot and to make it more realistic. So they wear these suits so they're not injured. But in this situation, this scenario in particular, we're told that the person's in this room murdering people, and then they yell scenario on, and you need to go deal with that threat. In this situation, you're walking down the hall, going to the area where the gunfire is coming from, and the person walks out of the hallway and walks across the hall. And, at that point, he's got a gun in his hand and he's walking and part of that training is to diagnose what to do and yelling commands and ultimately having to engage the person with your pistol or carbine, whatever you're carrying. And that's part of the training is figuring out how to deal with that situation. So to go back to that day, this situation was very similar to that situation. We came across a person who looked identical to the description that we had, a guy in an orange reflective vest standing next to a police car. There was no police officer in sight that we could see wearing an RCMP uniform. after the fact, we know Dave Gagnon was in that vehicle, but he was sitting inside the car and we couldn't see him. All of my focus was on that person, the orange reflective vest. And as I said, I talked about the auditory exclusion, the tunnel vision, that all factors in. So that situation translated to me exactly to the training that I've done at the training center here in Nova Scotia. And I acted according to the training, and I believed that person was the threat. I believed that person was going to kill people in the area. I believe that was the person who had just previously killed people in the area, and that's why we took the actions we did. I'm very sorry for the people that were in the building, the firemen that were in there. Had no idea they were in there. But even if I did, knowing that it would have been, if I would have known it was a comfort station, at the end of the day, it wouldn't have changed my reaction. I believed that person was going inside the building to kill people. And that's why I engaged them the way I did. So if we know everything we knew now, sure, I would do things differently. But knowing what I knew at that time, I don't think I would have done anything differently.
Given that day, with what I learned, of basically, it was an active shooter. He was killing people at random. I learned that I believed him to be wearing an orange vest. And what hasn't been kind of brought out in context here, the RCMP do not wear orange. None of us wear orange vests. We wear yellow vests, reflective vests. That combined with seeing him at the driver's side of the door, not seeing any other person there, I believe that he was the driver of the vehicle at that time. I believe that he was Gabriel Wortman because there's no reason why we would be wearing that orange vest, a police officer. At that time, I believe that my risk assessment, it's never been that high. Nothing like this has ever happened before. I believe with all those things on that day, the way they happened, I don't think I would have done anything different with what I knew. It's a great benefit to go back and say, if you knew this, if you knew that, I didn't have that benefit. I had a fraction of a second. On that day, I gave my all. And I am sorry for what the firemen went through. It was a hard day for many people that day. It affected all of us. And I can't make that better. I don't believe at that point to go, even if I did not know they were there, but if I did know they were there, my training and my goal was to go after the killer. And I think if I would have stayed behind, that would have been a mistake and I'd be regretting it today. I can go home knowing that I continued on from there, and the rest of the story people don't know, but Terry and I were there when he was taken down. Within minutes, we pulled into the yard where he was and the shots were fired. So we were close and we didn't give up.
Don't feel obliged to answer this question, but it is my last question. Is there anything else you wish Nova Scotians to know before that I haven't given you an opportunity to say in the questions that I've asked you today?
I also, just because I mentioned Dave Westlake, and I'm sorry for what he went through. That's it.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for being patient and answering my questions. And we will, well, maybe I'll turn it over to the commissioners.
Yes, thank you so much, officers. As you may be aware, the process we're following when witnesses testify is that we will break now. Commission counsel will meet with counsel for the participants to discuss if there are further questions for you, and if so, who would be asking them. So we would ask you to stand by. Thank you for your testimony so far. You're still under oath, of course. And we'll break until 11:20. But of course, if you need more time, just let me know if council need more time to discuss the potential questions, etc. Then let us know. And thank you, officers. Just please stand by.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 11:20.
Start the timer. Please. Well, on the record now. See, all these interviews have tons to unpack in the future. Tons. 88 meters on the opposite side of the road? No, sorry. That picture was not taken from 88 meters. They had cell phones, 100%. You're absolutely right, too, Caper. There would have been GPS on the car, which had been pulled. But absolutely 100%. They had company phones. I think one of them did have a company phone. He referred to that in his interview, meaning an RCMP phone. So celebrate the phone. Very easy. Figure it out. One car. There was only one car in the parking lot. Auditory exclusion. Ooh. Remember the article I read a while back? Those of you who were listening at that point in time? That's a psychological term. Somebody's feeding them lines. Oh, sorry. Somebody's feeding them stuff. That wouldn't come from them. That would come from a psychologist. And it comes from PTSD stuff. I read that article. I probably can find it in somewhere. There's so much there. They didn't ask like some very pertinent questions, like why were you going down to the big stop? I have some theories, but they're theories, and I'm still gathering a lot of data. Where was the stuff about like disregard, that sort of period onto New Thought? Where was the stuff about disregard? No, nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. Move along. On to the next one. They were at the Fishers. Yellow vest. Yellow vest. No orange. These two men are very critical in the story, not just in terms of the fact that they're at every single scene almost. Who were they speaking with before? Lisa Banfield. Who was the one that kind of determined that she wasn't a suspect? Lisa Banfield. Who was talking to them in the hospital, her in the hospital, who then said, oh, here's how it is. Here's how it is. I can't remember the direct quote to a sergeant. And I'm like, whoa. Inside, meeting with her privately. Come outside. Here's how it is. He's driving driving the mocked up fake cruiser. And that sergeant said, could you pass that along to whatever sergeant, I can't remember who that was. You pass that along. And that sergeant was like, no, actually, what was the verbatim? What did he say? I don't wish to interfere. You can do that yourself. Read between the lines. You handle that one on your own. I'm not involved. The Red Inn Club. There's a list I have. There's names on it. again, just a theory. What Onslow was all about, I have no idea. But they don't account for the fact that 88 meters means you'd have to stop a while back, which means you had premeditation to go there, to open it. And this is stuff that I was saying since the 88 meter video, right? Only to come to learn that they're now on the opposite side of the highway, right? In the ditch. Still doesn't explain. 88 meters stopping time means before you started to stop, you would have to see at that point, by all appearances, it does appear that you cannot see Dave Westlake from ground level vest, which is orange. The fissures where they were was yellow. Something much more severe going on. Some terms being used. I mean, like the interview that they furnished us. Oh, the Dave unknown. Is that the Dave? In the ambulance, in the clown car ambulance where everybody seems to be stuffed. Multiple people. I like that. It's a busy ambulance, that busy ambulance, you know. Almost like sliding over with back injuries in Ivany. Wonder if they're going to ask about that. Sliding over with back injuries. Okay. That isn't a jerk. You know, like need the TAB vehicle to take you up to the top of the road, to have a private civilian vehicle, it appears, or they say it's a RCMP vehicle, fair enough, to take you down to the fire hall, to take you to an ambulance, even though there's an ambulance staging point just up the road. And she said, oh, Ivany said, oh, she slid over. Ivany's statement is quite enlightening as to the condition that she's in. He's like, oh, I don't think there was anything too severe going on there. She did say that she seemed to have back injuries, nothing that I could see that was visible. No. Wow, the disregard comment is terribly, disturbing. Yeah. But you'd have to know. You'd have to be driving down the road. And you could literally replicate this. I've asked that, you know, some people did do some of that, which is fantastic. Figure out where the point is that they stop the 88 meters and then open fire, right? Okay. Try to go speed limit, or just go speed limit, benefit of the doubt, and stop your car at that point. See where you have to stop. What can you see through cars and trees? Problem. To have everything ready. No GPS points at all. Just driving through all the scenes. Very busy. Private meetings. Meeting with family members later. That's disturbing. Very interesting interviews they do too. Break commenced 11:03. Okay. So now we're on 9 minutes. Oh, this is going to be like these interviews, not just this one, other ones too. Okay, so yesterday we had, one moment, please. There's all kinds of stuff there. I shouldn't move along, but I thought I should bring this up. So yesterday, that's a picture of the sergeant majors. Campbell is in there. Okay. Sergeant majors. Now, yesterday, there was, what was his name? I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name. This is terrible. Proceedings. Webcast. One moment, please. About the uniforms and mental health. Who is he? He's a corps sergeant major. Okay. One in the country. Do you know who was corps sergeant major before? Him. Oh, that's right. Let's go to that. $2015. Does this person look familiar? On the left. Da 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 da. Well, obviously the person in the center. Very familiar. RCMP Commissioner Bob Paulson Middle, right? Corps Sergeant Major Darren Campbell. So yesterday's witness has a lot of familiarity with Darren. I see it, but maybe we have another picture of Darren when he was Corps Sergeant Major. Al McCambridge, right? I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right. He was then the next following singular Corps Sergeant Major. Do you think they knew each other? Darren down in Ottawa, Corps Sergeant Major, and Al McCambridge? Yeah, they do. Small club, very small club. Let's see here. Oh, who dat? Photograph of RCMP Sergeant Darren Campbell, who is now the Force's Corps Sergeant Major in Ottawa. I don't know. But is that? I'm not sure. Is that Al McCombridge also in the picture? Maybe. The mustache is quite familiar. Maybe it's not. But they definitely know each other. It's a small club. Small club. Those quick promotions too. Corps Sergeant Major, Inspector, Superintendent. Just had to, again, I don't want to point fingers, but it seems like there was some evidence that was read in the divorce. And then quick promotions. Moving out from BC, back to BC. Always back to BC. Too bad BC doesn't want you. Okay, where are we at now? Time-wise, please. When was this photo taken? Which one? That was 2015. When was this photo taken? Which one? That was 2015. When was this photo taken? What's going on? That was 2015. When was this photo taken? Sorry about that. Something started in playing my video stream, which is on lag. I don't know how that started. Stream. There we go. Okay. Now, make sure that doesn't happen again. I don't know how it started on its own. This photo was taken in 2015. February 26, 2015. I don't know that that's McCombridge. But they would have to know each other. And he was Darren was 2015, I believe. Any more 5 more minutes, Pat? So let's see what kind of questions they come out with. They're going to come out with things that you've been raising because they're watching. We're going to get into maybe why they don't a little bit at lunch from an interesting source, which somebody noticed right during the video and left a message about. Thank you. Generations, absolutely. Absolutely, it runs in the family, you know. Who I speak to, it's family, you know, and they're ashamed now, which is sad. Given suspicion of Corey's death, Clinton, no stretch wonder. Oops. Better make sure. I don't know why why it wasn't running. The counter was going this morning, but didn't seem to click in. Oh, my technological skills, of course. What kind of a day could it be without all of the technological Seamus mishaps, in addition to name mispronunciation. We are witnessing a future. God damn that Seamus. Who is that guy? So many good points in there, and that's why, you know, I think in the future I'm going to do videos where I just take the actual testimony and pause it and just go through it piece by piece by piece, and we can break it down critically. Because, well, discovery, future, one car, auditory, orange vest, right? Thank you, Salty Air. I appreciate the support. It's because it's our message, right? It's all of us, which I'm going to talk about that later too at lunch, because I'm sure they'll take a nice lunch. Break started 11:03 according to Post. Okay. All right, so we're 21 minutes. Is that correct? Running over time. Please stand by. Please stand by. The screen changed. All these things are now public record, which is, Tara's absolutely right. Even though this is a total and utter fiasco, it's important to get anything, because I have fear, legitimate fear, that if this hoo-ha disappears, which frankly I think they want it to, they want it shut down, so that then they can just say, well, you know, oops, we'll have to do some studies on that, and we'll figure it out, and do some consultations, and it'll go into the Orwellian hole, and that'll be that. At least this way, there's something, anything. These documents are very enlightening, even though they don't want to give them. They want to withdraw them. They want to play games with them. They want to have a shitty website. They want to do whatever it is, right? Fair. There's people who are smart. You guys are real smart. They didn't count on you. They honestly did not count on all of you. They did not count on you. They did not count on you who's watching. They didn't count on the fact that you would be spreading that message, would be sharing videos. They did not expect that you would do that. They never did from the word go. They're like, well, they prayed to whatever they're doing over there. Please, can we just go through this one? We got through it all kinds of ways before. We have a strategy. This is what you do, how you do it. Call an inquiry, not an inquiry. That's not an inquiry. Review. We'll have round tables that are square tables that are. No, but you see, people kind of been through the process maybe a few times, seen it go down. Some, many more than others. I know a few, but there are people who know many more than me who are very helpful. And they're like, you can expect this to happen. You can expect that. I'm like, oh, good. Every day, though, is totally enlightening as to the levels of depravity that they will go to. They did not sense that there would be an outcry from you to support people whom many of you don't even know. To say, please just tell the truth. That's all. That's all it's needed. It's very simple. Get off the boat that you're on. It's sinking. Let's all just be humans and adults. Even Boomer Seamus can get. Don't forget the round tables. Oh, yes. Okay, sorry. See, I'm just back in the messages. Yeah, round tables, square tables. Pieces of furniture. Because, let's throw buzzwords in there, too. Let's talk gobbledygook. Maybe we'll lose them in that, in the word salads. The caucus during lunch behind closed doors. Memory hole. Yep. There is a pattern. Seriously, go back. If you don't believe me, go back. Look at other instances, tragedies, where government may have some questions to answer. See if there's a pattern. I like patterns. I think in patterns. I see patterns. I don't see phantoms. Like, I don't know. Let's see how many good questions these lawyers come out with. Because it's their job to represent. Hoping. Waiting. Pins needles. Why are you going to the big stuff? Big stuff, big stuff, big stuff, big stuff. Very important. Big problems at the big stop. Premier is busy threatening legal action because someone used property online to spill the beans on his address. Okay, I don't know anything about that. There is a pattern in the deflection and the distraction. Yep. Absolutely. No money, money, legal counsel, squibbles, squabbles. Well, we want to open a dialogue. A dialogue. Because that's what it's about. Dialogue. We won't assign any blame. Please, we're not here to do anything like that. We're not here to really figure out what's going on. We're here just to tell you to go away. We will figure it all out. We will use their statements according to data. We will get an exact timeline. Right on. Right on. I was speaking to somebody yesterday, and they are so of the same mindset as I am, at least legally. Who cares? If I'm going to go at somebody legally, like, it's all in. I'm going all the way. Balls to the wall. If it bankrupts me, I will do it. And it's this kind of devotion to seeking the truth, like Odeer is talking about there. We will figure it out. It's not like, don't know, or no. It's absolute certainty. And even though they think, well, those people are just going to go away, I think you may have a big problem. And it's just going to get bigger, and bigger. And it never would have happened, I don't believe. Or sorry, I believe it never would have happened had it not been for people coming forward, family members, you guys, the Discord, right? The amalgamation of good people seeking truth who are moral and just tired of bullshit. And you see, our pattern is very simple. It's very simple. Theirs is highly complex and lots of shell games and infiltrations and just nasty garbage. That's not the way things are done. They are ignorant to the fact that people, where are we at now? 20 is at 29 minutes and counting. Maybe I'll lay that out here. Yeah, why don't we just show that? Then we can see, like, the horror of this stuff is just, it is really, when you see it, some things about it, it is quite shocking. So, okay, let's say I take yesterday, for instance. Okay. And I do this. Okay, so this is yesterday's mass casualty omission. Okay. Now, down at the bottom here, hopefully you can see, this is the audio parts. Okay. I expect they're going to fix this now. They're going to take them out. But it's fine because there's recordings elsewhere. Right? Do you see the breaks? You can actually calculate how much time they work. They sit there. Look at that. And when I was looking at that yesterday, because I was just trying to get clips of a couple things, and I saw this, I'm like, oh boy, that's just, I mean, the horror of seeing that is horrible. You're only going to work a few days, take days off. We'll be back sometime. Where are you at now? Half an hour. Okay. We'll be back in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour. See these big, huge gaps. You do it every day. You can see it. It's just horrific. Then you factor in, I got to update all of my thumbnails to show what time they actually did go home, and then update them so that we can see also how much time, not with breaks excluded, was spent on, what is it? Not assigning blame. Oh, yes, no questions from the media. Where are all those? We want to be very transparent. We want to help the families. We're not, interested. We want to deal with trauma, really. We'll spit out a phone number, a 1-800 number, blah, blah, blah. Thank you very much for joining us. See, that's the pattern. Thank you. Thank you. We so appreciate you spending the time with us and sharing what you know and da-da-da-da-da. We're your friends. No, they're not your friends. Friends don't behave like this. They don't piss off. They don't take days off. They're there for you. You got a job? You can't do that. Can you? Can you do this in your real life?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Okay, so that looks to be almost half an hour. Is that right? No, almost 40 minutes. Is that correct? Check my DMs. Okay, so now I'm just reading something. So I'm just clued in. These guys testifying today are not the same guys that initially testified about the fire hall shoot up. So did 4 officers respond and shoot up the fire hall? Okay. Closer to 40 minutes. Is that ringing bells for anybody? Maybe I'm just, my mind goes and goes. It's like I just forget everything as we're going. Does that sound? The 2 people that testified today are different? I'm not understanding. I'm not following. This is a judge, a lawyer, and a chief of police. Again, officers of the court in 2 cases. One of which passed judgment, one of which was leaders of judges. OQC, I always noticed. Very odd. Oh, good.
Proceedings are again.
2 documents missing?
So officers, as I mentioned just before the break, council, commission council and council for the various participants met, and it's agreed that Mr. Michael Scott, he represents his law firm, Patterson Law, represents many of the participant families, and he will be asking you follow-up questions. Mr. Scott, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chief Commissioner. Morning, gentlemen. I think this morning you had told my friend, Mr. Van Wart, that you had heard the call that went out over Colchester radio regarding Wentworth.
The shooting in Wentworth?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. But you're also quite certain that you never heard any reference to the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade being used as comfort station.
That's correct.
Earlier this morning, you had said that your conclusion that the person that you were looking at Onslow was, in fact, the perpetrator was based on information that you had received, I believe, from Ms. Banfield, from having interviewed her.
Yes.
Right. To be clear, Ms. Banfield never told you that the perpetrator was wearing an orange fluorescent vest, did she?
An orange vest.
Right. But more specifically, she said a burnt orange vest, did she not?
An orange vest, yeah.
And she said that he was wearing a burnt orange vest over a plaid shirt.
I don't recall exactly what it was. An orange vest is what I remember.
Okay. And do you remember her telling you that that he was also wearing black pants or black jeans?
I believe so.
You had also seen a picture of the perpetrator that morning, had you not?
No.
You hadn't seen a photograph of the...
Of his face?
Yes.
I believe I'd seen a license picture on a license
that
sometime
you could make-
sometime during that day. Yeah, with his face there,
Okay. And would that have been before the incident at Onslow?
possibly.
Right. And you would have looked at that so that you could recognize this person when you saw him?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And am I correct that when you were coming to the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall, one of the things that caused you to believe that Mr. Westlake was a perpetrator was not any sort of facial recognition?
That's correct.
Right. You didn't see Mr. Westlake and think that looks like that picture that I saw?
No.
No. And Constable Brown, I think that you said you could only really see Mr. Westlake from about the chest or shoulders up.
Correct.
And that's because he's on the far side of the car.
That's right.
Right. So you would not have been able to see what kind of pants he was wearing.
No.
So your determination that that this was the perpetrator wasn't based on information you obtained from Banfield that he was wearing black jeans?
The black jeans never entered into it, no.
No. And you certainly had information that the perpetrator was driving what appeared to be a fully marked RCMP cruiser.
Yes.
Yes.
And you had at least one piece of information that would allow you to distinguish that mock cruiser from an actual police vehicle, correct?
What are you asking?
I'm asking if
What
you,
is that piece of thing that you were saying there? Yeah.
well, you knew what the call sign was
Okay.
on the mock cruiser, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, you knew it was 28 Bravo 11.
Yes.
In fact, you're familiar with those call signs.
That's correct.
And you know that 28 Bravo 11, if it were a real unit, would suggest it was Cumberland RCMP.
That's right.
And you remembered what that call sign was.
I did.
And I'm going to suggest to you that you committed it to memory so that if you came across an RCMP vehicle, you could distinguish it from the mock cruiser.
Yes.
Right. And at the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall, before you fired on Mr. Westlake, you made no note of the call sign on the side. of the
As
cruiser.
you heard me testify earlier, I spoke about being focused on the person in the orange vest. I didn't even see the other cars in the parking lot or the pylons in the parking lot. My focus was on the person in the orange vest standing behind the police car at the driver's side door.
Right, because you sincerely believed that he was the perpetrator.
Correct.
Right, and a large factor in your coming to that belief that he was a perpetrator was the fact that he was standing next to a fully marked RCMP cruiser.
Yes.
And you came to the conclusion that that was not a real cruiser, it was the mock cruiser.
I don't know what you're asking.
You believed that this was not a real police officer. You did not believe that this was Constable Gagnon or one of your colleagues. You thought this was a replica police vehicle.
I believe the person standing next to that car was Gabriel Wortman wearing the orange reflective vest. I don't know if I could determine the difference between the real police car and the mocked up police car.
Well, Constable Brown, you could you not? Because it would have a call sign on the side.
Yeah, but as I said, from the distance I was at, there's no way I could read that call sign. And my focus was not on the call sign. It was on the person who I believed had firearms and was going to possibly return fire on us.
But you believed that that person had a firearm because you believed it was the perpetrator.
I did believe it was a perpetrator, yes.
And you believed that that person was going to return fire because you believed the perpetrator had a firearm.
Correct.
Right. You didn't see a firearm.
No.
Your fear of being fired upon had nothing to do with anything you were seeing in that moment.
No, well, yes, it did. It had everything to do with the fact that the person I seen was exactly the description of the person that we were looking for standing next to a police car.
And the person you were looking for, you assumed had a gun.
Yes.
And you had information that he had long guns.
Yes.
And to the best of what you could see, the person that you were looking at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade did not have a firearm.
I couldn't see. As I said, his body is behind the vehicle. I could only see from the shoulders up.
Right. And are you suggesting that the part of the issue in noting these details is that you're quite far away?
Far enough away, yeah. I think the number I think I saw was 88 meters.
I saw the same.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right to you?
I guess I would say it's probably fairly accurate.
Yeah. Visibility was good that day.
It was a clear, sunny day.
Right. It was morning and broad daylight.
Yep.
Right. And you could see the side of this police cruiser. You were looking at it from the passenger side.
That's correct.
Right.
But you didn't notice that there was a uniformed RCMP officer sitting in the driver's seat.
You couldn't see the person inside the vehicle, no,
Why not?
because you couldn't. It's dark inside the vehicle. The interior of the vehicle is a dark color. I assume, I can't remember exactly what he was wearing, but his uniform is darker in color. I couldn't see anybody sitting inside the vehicle.
I've seen the vehicle as well, and I cannot see anybody in the vehicle.
Did you look inside the vehicle?
We looked at the vehicle from where we are with our perspective.
And again, the focus was drawn to the person we perceived as the threat. That's where my attention stayed the entire time.
So your attention is so focused on this person that you're not seeing the pylons or the cars in the parking lot, or what the call sign is on the side of the car, or the fact that there's a uniformed officer sitting in that car.
The only thing I saw was the person in the orange vest standing next to the vehicle.
Madam Registrar, if we could we go to Exhibit 496, paragraph 33? Can you see that, constables?
Yes.
Yeah, and that appears to be Mr. Westlake.
Yes.
That's how you saw him that day.
Yes.
Not full clear like that. We've seen the top part of him from behind the vehicle, if that's what you're talking about there.
Right.
Yep.
And just to be clear, because I think a number of times references as being an orange vest. That's a fluorescent yellow vest that has some orange stripes on it.
Orange reflective stripes, yeah.
Right. Is there anything else unusual to you about that vest, or would that be, I appreciate that RCMP wear a slightly different safety vest, but you'd agree with me that this is a pretty standard safety vest that you might see at a traffic accident or on a firefighter or on a crosswalk guard. There's nothing notable about that safety vest.
Safety vest. That's, yeah.
Madam Registrar, if we could go same exhibit back to paragraph 14. Sorry, that's, yeah, paragraph 14, if you could. Constable Melanson, this is the photograph you were looking at earlier this morning. Are you able to estimate, is this the perspective of where I think you said your car was slightly ahead of where this photo was taken?
I can't say exactly where it is because like I can't give you that. My perspective, our car was in the middle of the road and just kind of trying to remember the angle we had in the vehicle. You would be probably looking at our car like just in that picture, like it would be right there closest to us.
Right. So you'd be more in the center line where this photograph is taken.
Correct.
But is the position in terms of east-west, is that about right?
Yeah. Are you saying how the distance from the?
Yes. From the fire hall.
I can't say for sure. I don't know how close that was. It's 2 years ago. I can't remember. But from what I told you before, I think it was a little bit just in front of the picture there. Like, because when I went into the ditch, yeah, does that help your question?
It does.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say maybe the position of your car was closer to the end of the driveway we see there on the left-hand side of that photo?
I can't tell you for certain.
Okay.
I don't
Constable Brown, are you able to speak
I
to
believe
that?
it's somewhere between the end of the driveway and the telephone pole, but again, I couldn't say 100%.
Okay. So this would be roughly the perspective you would have had as you're getting out of your unmarked vehicle.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. And how, if you're able to estimate, how far before this point is it when you notice the police cruiser in the parking lot?
I can't tell you. I don't know.
It wouldn't have been a lot
No.
before there. It would have been around that position, but I don't know how far back exactly. The exact moment, I don't know.
Do you recall how fast you were traveling before you notice the car in the parking lot?
No.
Okay. Could you estimate roughly about 80 kilometers an hour, 90 kilometers an hour?
I honestly can't even estimate if I can't remember it. I don't remember what speed, but we weren't chasing after anything at that moment, so.
Right. But you believed that you were following somebody who was
We were looking.
indiscriminately killing people.
We were looking for him at this point, yes. We were trying every angle there. I can't tell you if I was driving fast or slow. I don't remember.
And in the time you see this vehicle, you obviously would have had to stop,
Mhm.
right? And would you agree with me that to the left of where this photograph is taken is a house, where that driveway is?
I would make the same assumption that you're looking at that picture, that there would be a house there. I don't recall seeing a house there.
You don't recall seeing a house?
No, no.
You do know the area quite well, don't you, Constable Melanson?
Yep.
Right. And you knew that that was the Belmont, the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall?
Yep.
You knew what the building was?
Yes.
Right. Have you ever been there before?
Prior to that, or?
Yes.
Not that I can recall. I can't think of any reason I would have been there unless it was a voting thing there. But I think that was, in the past, it's been at the other fire hall. So I don't even think I was there for that.
Okay.
I've never been in that fire hall before then that I can recall.
And Constable Brown said that he didn't recall seeing the pylons of the cars in the parking lot. Did you see those things as you were approaching?
No, and even looking at the picture, they were a distance away. I didn't see the pylons or the vehicles, no.
Right. And I think from your statement, you both said one or the other of you said that's him when you see that car.
Yes.
Right. And do you recall who that was? Which one of you that was?
It possibly could have been me. Because I know I made that, when I seen him, that's what I thought. So, yeah.
Okay. And do I understand that one of you was on the phone at the time?
Yeah, I had just dialed the phone number for Constable Watson's residence.
Okay. So you see the car. Do you see the man wearing the fluorescent vest?
When I seen the car?
When
Yes.
you're driving, yes.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So by the time you bring the car to a stop, the unmarked route that you're in, had you already concluded that this person was the perpetrator?
No, never concluded that, but that could have been possibly him. And I don't know when it was that we said that's him. It probably wasn't just when we seen it, kind of as we were noticing it and taking aware of what it was and registering what we were seeing. Yeah.
And what you were seeing was something that looked like an RCMP car.
Mhm.
Yes.
And a man wearing a fluorescent vest.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
And that caused you to suspect that this might be the perpetrator,
Yes.
but you didn't conclude that it was him.
Not at that point,
Not at
until
that point.
there's some other things, kind of the movements and stuff for me, speaking on my behalf, seeing how I seen him in the orange vest standing by the driver's side door and kind of like he was kind of staring at us, kind of looking weird, like looking at us in kind of like a direct glare. And at that point, I'm developed. I can't tell you when I actually concluded that was him, but I did believe it was him.
But it wasn't at the point where you just saw that it was a police cruiser and a vest. That wasn't enough.
I don't know. I don't recall exactly how that went down.
Okay. But are you suggesting that after seeing the car and the vest, it's then the behavior of the person
Contribute to it.
that's contributing to your conclusion that this person must be the perpetrator?
Yeah.
Right. And it caused you to become 100% certain that it was the perpetrator.
When I fired my rounds, I was 100% certain that was a perpetrator.
Right. There was no doubt in your mind.
No.
No. Same for you, Constable Brown?
Yeah, when we got out of the vehicle, the immediate reaction was to yell commands, to try to get his attention, to get him to show his hands. And he didn't do those things. He ducked. And that further cemented in my mind that was somebody that was taking action to evade police or hide from the police. So that's, as these things are happening, and you got to remember, this is literally over a couple seconds that this is all unfolding. That's how it's starting to come into my mind that this is the person.
Okay. So you, like Constable Melanson, you hadn't made that decision until you also made further observations about this person's behavior or their actions or you described ducking behind the car.
So as we're stopping, we see this, and obviously we're concerned it's him. We believe it's him, but we want to further confirm that, and that is as we got out of the vehicle and yelled commands to him. That's when it started to become more clear in my mind that I believed that it was definitely him.
Sorry, just to be clear, you said that as we're stopping and we're seeing this, when you say
After we get out and I'm yelling commands, so we see him, it leads us to believe that this could be him. We have to treat it like it is him. We can't treat it like it's not. So we did treat it as if we were dealing with that person, the person we were looking for. And then through giving commands and having him duck and not listen to commands, that's when it became more clear in my mind that this is the person we're looking for.
Right. So you get out of the vehicle and what you're doing is shouting, you're commanding to this person, show your hands.
Yes.
And you recall that.
Yes.
Right. Because even though I think you said earlier, you didn't really think this person was, or that the perpetrator was going to surrender, you're still going to make the attempt.
Absolutely.
Right. Because your objective is not to shoot this person on sight, correct?
That's correct.
Your objective is to stop this person.
Yes.
And to fire your carbine would be an option of absolute last resort.
Like I said, I've never done it in 13 years.
So you're shouting at this person, show your hands, and on your chest, you've got a big plate that says police that's clearly visible.
Yes.
And it's marked on your hat as well.
Yes.
And there's nothing between you and the RCMP vehicle?
Not that I recall.
Right. And I think you said that the person was looking at you, or he appeared to be looking at you.
Yeah, I believe they were. Yeah.
Yeah. And I assume when you're issuing your challenge, even though you're quite far away, you're yelling as loud as you can to get this person's attention.
Yes.
And make sure that it's absolutely clear that you're a police officer and you're giving them direction.
I yelled, I don't know the exact volume, but I was definitely yelling commands, and I was yelling them for him to hear. Yes.
For that purpose.
Yes.
To convince him to surrender.
Yes.
Yeah. Constable Melanson, you didn't challenge the person you saw by the car, did you?
No.
No. And you didn't, or at least to your best of your recollection, you don't recall hearing Constable Brown issue any challenge, do you?
My focus was on the radio. I was ducked down behind trying to get through on the radio. I know Terry was yelling, but I couldn't tell you what was said.
Right. You don't recall the things that Constable Brown just described about yelling, show your hands to the...
I don't know. My focus was elsewhere.
Right. You were trying to get on the radio?
That's correct.
And you were at the rear of the car?
That's correct.
And where was Constable Brown?
At that point, he was to my left at the rear of the vehicle.
So you're at the rear of the vehicle, he's at the rear of the vehicle, and I appreciate that you're trying to get on the radio, but you don't recall hearing anybody yelling, show your hands, show your hands?
No.
No. Do you recall at around that moment, as you're pulling up and getting out of the vehicle, do you recall a civilian vehicle coming eastbound?
I faintly do recall a vehicle coming from that direction eastbound, yeah.
Right.
I remember only because I saw it on the video. I don't know if I remember it because of the video or because I remember it from that time. So, but I did see it.
Are you aware that the commission's been provided with a statement of the driver of that vehicle, a gentleman named Jerome Barreau?
I know they had statements. I don't know who gave them that.
Okay. At what point, to the best of your recollection, at what point is it that that you encounter Mr. Barreau? Is it as you're getting out of the vehicle, or you're already out?
To my recollection, I believe I remember waving somebody through, but I can't say for sure if it was that vehicle or not.
Okay. And if you're waving somebody through, does that mean that, can we presume that you were out of the vehicle at that point?
Yes.
Right. And were you aware that Mr. Barreau's account is that as he was coming by you, you waved him through, or one of you waved him through, and then he heard shooting and did not hear any challenge?
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
And Constable Melanson, you said you heard Constable Brown yelling, but you don't remember what he was yelling.
No, my focus was on the radio. I was trying to get out and let people know we were here.
Right. Do you recall what kind of yelling it was, or?
I don't. The one thing I recall is Terry looking down at me saying, "Get up, Dave, we got to deal with this," or something to that effect. And it's like I gave up the radio at that point, trying to get out.
Okay. And when you're trying to get out on the radio, by the time you're at the back of the car, you're doing it on your handheld.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, my radio had fell down. I grabbed it up and I was just doing it on my hand.
And I think you said you got bonged out,
Yes.
which you understand as being when the tower's tight. There's too many people on the system.
Yes. Yeah. If there's more than one person trying to get out at the same time, or there's too many people trying to get to it. There's multiple reasons. Yeah.
Right. Your radio has, your portable radio has another button called an ERTT, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that means that's an emergency request to talk button.
Yeah.
And did you hit that button?
No.
Why not?
At the time, I was dealing with, I have a carbine in my hand. I'm ducked down. I'm dealing with the radio here. I've got this in my hand at the time. The request to talk on my radio would have been somewhere back on my side. I honestly did not register that in my mind to press that. I figured this is in my hand. This is what I'm dealing with. I'll get out eventually. So no, I didn't, and I can't say that it was on my mind to press it, because it just wouldn't have been tactically feasible to try to make that motion.
So you said you were so focused on getting out on the radio that you couldn't really see what Constable Brown was doing. I assume that's because you recognized how important it was that if you are now at a fire station with somebody who's indiscriminately killing people, you need to get the message out to your colleagues to converge on this position, correct?
Correct.
Right. And as far as emergencies go, you'd agree with me that that would be an excellent time to hit that request to talk, that emergency request to talk button.
Yeah, if you're able to, for sure.
Right. But you're saying that the circumstances were such that you would have, but you couldn't, you were unable to.
I would say, yeah, no, I'm not able to. I would have had to drop that, and I don't know how I would have been able to get to that, and it wasn't on my mind. I had the radio in my hand, so I wasn't focused on trying to find a fine button to press on my radio on my belt. I had the radio in my hand. I was trying to get out on that, and I didn't. And maybe if I had more time, eventually, maybe that would have been something that would have worked. But the radios weren't that great that day, so I don't know if that would have made a difference. And
Well, it may have, it may not have, but are you saying that you didn't think about it, or you made a decision that it wasn't tactically sound, I think you said?
you know, I can't say I made a decision there. I was trying to get out of my radio. My decision was, in the matter of that time, was getting out of my radio, and I had that in my hand.
That would have been a way to get it on the radio, wouldn't it? Hit your ERTT, that would have opened a line?
Yeah, it's a possibility. Yeah,
Right. And where's the button?
it's on my portable.
So you could have just reached around and pressed the button.
Yeah, with hard body armor on and all that stuff, it would have probably been a challenge. Probably would have took my mind and my attention off of what was important at the time to try to find that. And I don't think it would have been the wise choice to do at that time.
And not to mention, there's multiple buttons on the radio. It isn't like you just put your finger down and hit a button and all is good. It would have took time to look down and find that button.
Right. But Constable Melanson, I think you said that your mind was on. That is, you said you didn't want to take your mind off of the things you're paying attention to. What your mind was on was getting out on the radio.
My-
I'm going to guess, I think he's asked and answered this question several times.
Thank you. He said a couple of times it wasn't on my mind. Mr. Scott.
Well, clarity, Commissioner, my understanding, I might have heard him wrong, but I thought he said that his mind was on getting out on the radio.
He said a couple of times it wasn't on my mind.
Is there an ERTT button on the unit that's inside your vehicle? On the radio inside your vehicle, not your portable?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you turn your mind to trying that when you tried to use the radio inside your car before you got out?
Yeah, I tried.
And did you get bonged out that time as well?
I did.
And did you try to hit the emergency request?
Certainly
at all?
not. No, at that time, I felt I was in a compromised position and I got out of the vehicle and I moved to the back. I tried twice or three times at that time and I abandoned that. Went to the back of the vehicle.
All right. So you made a conscious decision that this wasn't, you couldn't.
No, I didn't make a
further.
conscious decision to pressing that orange button or not. I made a conscious decision to stop trying to get out on the radio and get out of my vehicle and get to protection. That was my conscious decision.
And once you give up on the radios, they're saying you come around the back of the vehicle, both of you. And sorry, which side of the vehicle are one of you is on one side and one's on the other, correct?
Well, when we came out, he came out of the driver's seat, I came out of the passenger seat. And we kind of crossed over each other. He was down low and I was up top with my carbine directed towards the threat.
Okay. And at that point, are you any closer than the perspective that we're seeing in this photograph here?
No.
No. So this is effectively, you're looking down your carbine. This is what you're seeing.
Like I said, maybe a little bit closer, but and in the middle of the road. So yeah, it's a little bit different than that.
All right. And were you able to see the front of the police car that you were looking at?
I don't recall. I believe I could see the full side of the police car. Yes.
Well, we'll have you look at the photo here. I'm going to suggest to you that you could see the whole side and the front of the vehicle.
That's what I'm saying. I could see the whole side of the vehicle, including the front. Yes.
Right.
Sorry.
And did you make any note of the fact that vehicle had no push bar?
No.
And did it ever cross your mind that you should perhaps get closer to see if you could identify?
No, I'm not going to get closer and come out from behind cover and risk being shot.
What finally convinced the two of you that this person was the perpetrator was his behavior, correct?
Yeah, not obeying commands and ducking, popping back up, running. Yes.
Right. So you're shouting commands at this person. You're fully marked police.
Yep.
You're pointing carbines at this person, and your evidence is that Mr. Westlake ducked and ran away.
He ducked. He popped back up. I don't know if he ducked again, and then he ran into the building.
And did it appear from your perspective that he could see you? He didn't have his back to you. He was looking at you.
Yeah, I believe he was looking at us. Yes.
All right. And all this was happening before you fired.
Yes.
And in fact, that's one of the things that that caused you to make the decision to fire on Mr. Westlake was his ducking behind the car and then running away.
A lot of factors led to that previous to us arriving at the fire hall and then his actions. Yes.
Right. Because you feared that he might go into the fire hall and kill people or go to a neighbor's house or something.
Yes.
Yeah. So you know now that it wasn't the perpetrator, obviously.
Yes.
And it must, in retrospect, seem very strange that the NEMO official who's standing next to an RCMP officer is ignoring your challenges and instead of putting up his hands is instead fleeing into the building.
What's the question?
I'm asking you, it must seem, now that you know that it's not the perpetrator, Mr. Westlake's actions seem very strange to you.
I don't know. I mean, I guess he was probably scared.
Right. Is it possible that you fired at Mr. Westlake and then he ducked and ran away?
No.
No.
So even though you didn't see the pylons and you didn't see the front push bar and you didn't see the cars in the parking lot and you had tunnel vision, you are 100% certain. As certain as you are.
100%
I was
certain.
hyper focused on the person in the orange vest beside the police car. I know what that person did.
Right. And you're as sure as you are of anything else that you've told us that he ran and then you fired, not you fired and then he ran away.
But he ducked, then he ran, and as he's running, we fired.
And that's the same for you
Same
as well.
for me as well.
Then Mr. Westlake ran into the building and then the two of you advanced forward, correct?
We went to a ditch and we took cover in the ditch.
Right. And is it at that point that you see somebody coming out of the car?
Yes.
right?
Constable Gagnon, yes.
And Constable Gagnon's, he's yelling at you, is he not?
Well, I heard a record played today. I don't recall exactly him yelling. I do recall that at some point we did have a conversation from across the parking lot to each other, like yelling back and forth. So
Right. And what he was yelling at you was, look at my car.
I don't recall.
You don't recall
I
that?
don't recall what exactly he said.
Constable Melanson?
No, I just remember he said, and I said it before, what are you shooting at? It's Gagnon.
Sorry, say that again?
He said, who are you shooting at? It's Gagnon.
Right, that's
Yeah.
the only thing that you remember.
I
Constable
don't
Gagnon
remember
saying.
him saying, look at my car. No.
Okay. So at what point did you realize that Constable Gagnon was not a threat?
Through conversation, we started talking, and it just became clear that he was a real police officer.
Okay, and what was he telling you that caused you to believe that?
I don't recall what the conversation was.
Do you recall, as after you figured out who Constable Gagnon was, when you approached him, do you recall him telling you, go find your rounds?
No.
No. If Constable Gagnon did say that to you, would it have some meaning to you if somebody told you, go find your rounds?
I wouldn't have been going to find my rounds, no.
Constable Melanson?
I guess I don't know what he would have been, where the rounds hit. When I came out of the building, it looked like the rounds hit right where we were aiming. So.
Right.
Yeah.
You saw it where it hit the wall and the monument to.
I saw the wall.
firefighters.
I didn't know it hit the monument. Like at the wall, I thought those were our shots.
Right. But you didn't check to see where your other shots had landed.
I fired one round.
Right, but you were with Constable.
Yeah, no, it looked to me like there was a grouping of rounds almost in the same spot, but I know afterwards seeing that it was actually ricochet, I believe, from a round hitting the monument.
And at that point, you weren't aware that one of you had put a round through the electronic sign out front of the building, and you weren't aware that one or both of you had put 2 rounds through the garage door into a fire truck?
No.
No. And did either one of you make a search to see if you had hit something other than what was right at the door?
The only search was to see if anybody was injured. At that point, we still had an active shooter on the loose. I wasn't concerned with the property damage at that point.
Okay. Constable Melanson, you're a carbine instructor.
Yes.
Right. And you'd agree with me that an important part of handling a weapon like the C8 is understanding over penetration.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. You need to be absolutely aware of what's between you and the target and what's beyond the target.
Yes.
Right. Because those 5.56 rounds are high penetrating rounds.
Yes.
Yeah. We'll go through a car door.
Pardon?
We'll penetrate a car door.
Yes.
Right.
Not always, but they have been known to stop in a car door as well. They are designed to shatter on impact, but sometimes they will travel through. Yes.
And before you pull the trigger on something like your carbine, you would say as an instructor that's important that you know where that round's going to land.
In this situation, as an instructor, you're on a range, and quite often when you're shooting, you teach people, you make sure of your target, the foreground and the background. If my angle here, to make that decision that fast, you don't have ideally the time to think of everything behind it. So the building is behind kind of where I thought my shots hit, but you're right, over penetration can be a factor. Sometimes you just don't to be able to register all that stuff at once. Ideally, when you're shooting a firearm, you teach people to make sure your target, foreground, and quite often you're in a controlled environment, which is got all protection all around. It's a difficult thing when you're out in the open, you have open environments, different things to choose. Sometimes you have to make the decision on what the threat is at the time, and that's what I did.
Yeah. So in this circumstance, you did factor in that you would be shooting into a building.
No, I didn't calculate all that. No. Not in that fraction of a second. I couldn't. I calculated what I saw was a threat. I believed the killer. I believed that he needed to be stopped, and I fired around at the killer. My direction was at the killer. Yeah.
When you finally identified Constable Gagnon and a decision was made, or I don't know if it was a conscious decision, but you and Constable Gagnon went into the fire hall, correct?
Correct.
Right. And was there any discussion between you and Constable Brown before you went in?
Brown had been split off, and he wasn't with me at that point.
Okay. Constable Brown, what was your purpose in going around the building?
As I testified earlier, I was going around the building to see if anybody was injured. I didn't know if the person that we were shooting at was, I still hadn't determined, was that person still a threat, or if they were injured, or if they'd ran somewhere else. I really didn't know who they were or what they were doing, or if they were injured. So I was looking for that person and looking to see if anybody was injured.
Okay. Do you recall when you came around the building and you got to the east side of the building, there's a service door, a man door on the side into the hall. Do you recall banging on that door?
I never banged on any doors.
Okay.
I
You're
walked around.
certain of that?
I'm 100% certain on that.
Constable Melanson, do you recall going to the east side of the building and knocking on an exterior door?
No, I just went into the front of the building. I didn't bang on any doors either.
You aware that we heard evidence from people that were inside the fire hall at the time, and they were talking about it at one point, somebody coming banging on the side door where they were. You had no idea what that refers to?
No.
Is it possible that one of you banged on that door and you just don't remember it, or are you quite certain?
I'm 100% certain. I walked around the building. I never touched any of the doors.
Okay. And beyond the two of you and Constable Gagnon, were there any other police officers on site?
No.
Constable Melanson, when you went into the building, what was your intention?
I was worried about the person that ran in there, Dave Westlake, just to make sure that he never got hit.
Right.
My intention was to see if he's all right.
When you went in, you saw this person wearing the reflective vest?
I saw this person, I believe to be him, yes.
Right. And by that point, you had decided that this wasn't the perpetrator.
That's correct.
Right. And what changed?
Even before I went in, finding out that Dave Gagnon was a police officer in there, things just didn't make sense why that guy be standing beside him. At that point, I'm registering that I possibly misidentified the killer. Yeah. Before I went in, I thought, yeah, I misidentified who that person was.
Okay. And you see Mr. Westlake, you don't know who Mr. Westlake is at this point. He's just a guy in a vest.
That's all I know, yes, at that point.
You don't know that he's an EMO official?
No.
You don't know what his purpose is for being there?
No.
And he, I think you describe in your statement to the commission, he sort of peeks around a corner. You see his face.
I see more than his face. I see his body. Yeah.
Right. And it wasn't clear to me whether it was you or Constable Gagnon said something to him like, "Is everybody okay?"
I believe I said that.
Okay. And was there any other conversation with Mr. Westlake?
I don't recall any other conversation with Mr. Westlake.
Did you ask him who he was?
No.
No. Did you ask if there were any other people in the building?
No.
Were you aware if there was anyone else in the building?
No, I wasn't.
Did you have any reason to believe there was anyone other than Mr. Westlake in the building?
Not at that time, no.
Did you go through the building at all?
No.
Did you think it would be a good idea to perhaps see if anyone was injured and couldn't respond?
I didn't think that anybody else was in the building. And when speaking to Westlake, the person that I had shot at, that's who I thought, if anyone was injured, I was thinking he'd be the one that's injured. I didn't think there's anybody else in the building at the time.
Okay. According to the video timestamps that have been entered as part of the foundational document, it suggested that the time between when you entered the building and when you left is about 17 seconds. Does that sound about right to you?
I can't give you a sense of time. It was too long ago. I can't remember. I went in, I saw him, seen that he was all right, and there wasn't I don't think there's any more conversation. And he said he was all right and came out. If that's at 17 seconds, and that's what it would be.
Okay.
I'm not saying it was any longer or shorter. I don't know.
Did you think maybe it would have been good to explain to Mr. Westlake what had happened?
At this point, I believe that if he wasn't the killer was still around. I believe the killer was somewhere in that area. And at that point, I knew there would be time for explanations, but that wasn't the time.
Right. You didn't think there was time to just tell him, you know, by the way, that was us. You're not in any.
I may have said that. I don't know. But I just remember seeing that he's okay. And I don't recall if I did say that or not. I can't say I did or didn't. But no, my biggest relief, honestly, was to see that he was okay and didn't hit like that. That was just the biggest relief on my mind. And then I kind of like, okay, focus, got to get back. If that's not him, that killer is still around. I think, and I believe he was still in the area. Like, it wasn't very far.
Right. But he wasn't at the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall. That's not your understanding that he was in that area.
No, I believed he was somewhere in that area. Yeah. Yeah. If you're talking in the building, no, I don't believe he was there, but I believed he was somewhere. We had to get and look, and he wasn't in the building. I didn't need to be in the building. I had to move on.
Okay. And Constable Ryan, you never went into the fire hall. No. And you didn't notice the holes in the bay door?
No.
Or the sign? You didn't see where your rounds had landed?
No, my concern was everybody was okay and we're moving on.
Yeah. How did you know everyone was okay?
From talking to Dave Gagnon and Constable Melanson in the parking lot.
And it was your understanding that Constables Gagnon and Melanson had gone in and done an accounting to make sure everybody was safe and accounted for?
I knew they went in the building, and I remember a very brief conversation, something along the lines is everybody okay, or is everybody accounted for, something along those lines. And it was yes or what. There was no indication that anybody was injured.
Right.
So at that point, as I said earlier, we're not concerned with the property damage. We got to move on and find the threat.
Right, but property damage aside, do you not have any concern that one of those rounds going through a building may hit a person that you don't know about?
We just had that conversation in the parking lot, and to my belief, everybody was okay and accounted for.
So you're relying on what you're being told by constables?
Yeah, I wasn't in the building. I went around the outside. I didn't find any casualties, and that's the only thing I can add.
And notwithstanding that you're deferring to the other two constables, you think a question has to be answered as to, have we accounted for everyone in there? Is everyone safe? You're just relying on them.
I asked the question, and I believe, yeah, what they said. Everybody was, as I said, I don't remember the exact answer, but everybody was okay or accounted for, whatever it was.
Constable Melanson, you told my friend, Mr. Van Wart, that you were satisfied that you did everything that you needed to do to make sure that people were okay inside. Aside from saying, is everybody okay? And Mr. Westlake saying, yeah, we're fine. Did you do anything else to make sure that everybody in the building was okay?
Sorry, Mr. Scott, you can't see behind you, but Ms. McPhee has just stood up. Ms. McPhee.
I'm just going to object to that. Again, this has been asked and answered.
Sorry, we'll give you a mic.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm objecting on the basis that the question was asked and answered.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, in reply.
Well, I'm trying to confirm what what Constable Melanson meant when he told Mr. Van Wart that he had done everything he could to make sure that the people inside the building were safe. And he had already told us, because I asked the question, he said that he called out, or somebody called out to Mr. Westlake. What I'm asking about is if he did anything else.
All right. You contextualize it in vis-a-vis Mr. Van Wart's question. So go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Do you mean to repeat the question, or?
Yeah.
You told us that either you or Constable Gagnon called out to Mr. Westlake saying, is everybody okay? And they got a response. When you told Mr. Van Wart this morning that you were satisfied, you'd done everything you could to make sure that the people in the fire hall were safe, did you do anything other than say to Mr. Westlake, is everybody in here okay?
No.
What other steps did you take to make sure everyone in that building was safe?
At that point, as I said before, I believed that Westlake was the only person that was in there. I didn't know there was anyone else to be concerned with at that time. And with what Mr. Westlake had said, he was okay. And I think I did say, is everyone accounted for? I don't know if that come out just as, or in case there was anybody else in there, is everyone accounted for? And he said yes. So I didn't do anything further than that. I didn't search the building to look for anybody that might have been hiding or anything like that. I moved on to find the threat.
You both went back to the vehicle, your Nissan that was parked in the middle of the road. What are the two of you talking about when you get back in the car?
I immediately grabbed the radio I called my staff sergeant on my cell phone and told him what happened.
And was there any discussion that one or the both of you might stand down for a while, or were you told to continue on with your duties?
What do you mean?
Were you told to continue on with what you were doing, or was there any discussion of whether maybe you guys should?
Staff Carol gave the direction. We told him what happened. He said, take a breath. We'll deal with this at the end of the day. After we stop the person who's killing people.
And within an hour of that, you run into this HRP officer near a roadblock. Yes?
Yes.
And do I recall correctly that at that point, the best information you had was that the perpetrator was traveling in a gray SUV?
I believe so at that time.
He had switched vehicles.
Yeah, I knew he switched vehicles. I don't remember the exact make and model.
Okay. And was there anything about this person that turned out to be an HRP officer that matched the description? Was he wearing clothes that you had been advised to look out for?
I didn't think.
Just so we're clear, I didn't at any point necessarily think that was Wortman. It could have been, but there was a man with a gun a short distance behind a group of police officers, and he had no markings on him. And I called out to the officers if they knew who that was. Could it have been Wortman who changed? I thought maybe that could have been a possibility. There was some indication of a white truck earlier. Could have matched up, but it didn't matter whether it was him or not. There was a man with a gun standing behind several police officers, and they even said on the radio, as you heard, they felt exposed. So,
right. But he's a man carrying a
assault rifle type gun.
Right. Did it look any different than the gun that you were carrying?
I don't recall exactly what it looked like.
Okay. And this person is within, I think you said you were around 20 meters from where there are a number of officers involved in a roadblock.
Yes. The distance, I can't say 100%, but that's a guess.
And I can't recall the distance, but I do know he was separate from all the marked PCs. He was back alone by himself, away from that.
Was there anything suspicious about his behavior?
The fact that he's standing there with no police markings, not beside a police vehicle, holding a long gun, that was suspicious to me.
And as you drove by him, actually, he waved to you.
Waved or smiled or whatever. I don't know. It was something like that.
And Constable Brown, in your statement to the MCC, you said, we were going to engage him, find out who he was.
Yep.
Right. But we heard the recording this morning. What you actually said was, that person has a firearm in their hand. We're going to take him down here.
Yep.
Right. And do I understand that your evidence is that when you say you're going to take him down here, what you mean is you're going to make inquiries to determine this person's identity?
Yeah. So just for, I guess, context, like for instance, if we're executing a search warrant on a drug target, we'll say we're going to take down the drug target. We're going to take him down. It's just a figure of speech or a way of saying it, I guess. Right. So we're going to take him down. We're going to engage that person through conversation first, as we did at the fire hall, and try to figure out who they were.
Right, but that person, this person actually is carrying a gun.
Yes.
You know that at that point. So when you get out of that car,
We didn't get out of the car.
I understand that. But if you had gotten out of that car, you would have engaged him with your carbine.
we would have taken cover. We definitely would have had our carbine out, yes.
Right? And to be clear, the only reason you didn't get out of your car is because immediately after that transmission, somebody told you
Yes,
that's an HRP officer.
yes.
And similarly, before the incident in Onslow, you thought you may have encountered the perpetrator, but it was in fact Constable McDonald.
We've encountered a marked police car on the side of the road very close to the address that the 911 call just came in from. So we treated it as if it would have potentially been that car.
And your reasoning was that we're looking for something that looks like a marked cruiser, that's a marked cruiser.
Yeah.
Was there anything else that was suggestive?
The
that-
timing was perfect. Rodney just came through there, Rodney Peterson, also with the timing. And when Terry said that could be him, it kind of opened my mind up like, whoa, yeah, any marked PC could be him. We stopped. I stopped the vehicle and then we made communications, which was the right thing to do. Anything that different would have been wrong.
What do you mean?
That's what we did. We stopped and we made communications to see who that was.
Right.
Yeah.
You didn't jump to the conclusion that it was the perpetrator.
No.
No.
We considered that a possibility.
Right. Could you see who was in the vehicle?
No,
No. So you had no idea what they were wearing?
nope,
No. And you didn't see what the call sign was on the side of that car?
nope.
No. After the events of April 2020, I understand there was a code of conduct investigation,
Yes.
right? And what is that?
It's basically an internal investigation in the RCMP.
And that was happening at the same time?
Sorry, Mr. Scott, hate to interrupt. Ms. McPhee?
I'm going to object on the basis of relevance and scope, frankly, given their testimony this morning. Their internal RCMP mechanisms aren't relevant to what we're talking about today or what they spoke about this morning.
Mr. Scott?
Not asking about internal investigations, except to the fact of things that were communicated to the constables about whether that investigation would be done, or whether that investigation would happen and how it would happen.
You did ask about an internal investigation, I thought. Your initial question? Was it
Yeah,
not?
it's simply the fact of it. I don't need to get into the policies of how they work. I was simply asking if there was one, and I have one or two follow-up questions.
Ms. McPhee?
I'm going to repeat my comments earlier that whether there was or was not a code of conduct isn't relevant to what we're talking about here today. It doesn't fall within the scope of their testimony. It doesn't fall within the scope of the commission's work.
We're not going to allow that, Mr. Scott.
I'm not going to be allowed to ask any questions about the code of conduct.
That's right.
Gentlemen, on it was April 11th, 2022, the president of the National Police Federation, Brian Sauvé, said in an interview, as far as the actual approach and incident at the Onslow Fire Hall, I couldn't have seen anything being done better. Do you share Mr. Sauvé's opinion that there's nothing that could have been done better at the Onslow Fire Hall?
Ms. McPhee?
Thank you. I'm going to object to that on the basis of relevance. And also they're just asking an opinion on what someone else said about what happened at that scene.
Well, I think he textualized it by quoting the gentleman. It's not unlike the final question Mr. Van Ward asked, I think, but go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Thank you. What I'm asking is, do you agree with the proposition that As far as the actual approach and incident of the Onslow Fire Hall, I couldn't have seen anything being done better. Do you agree that it couldn't have been done better?
I don't know. Like I said earlier when I answered the question, based on what I knew at the time, I would not have changed how I reacted. What I know now, obviously I would, but based on what I faced at that time, no. I reacted the way I was trained.
And I would say, with what I was presented with as well and what we learned that day, any other officer in our same situation would have made the same decision. It was a tough decision, but I believed at that time with what I was given was the right one.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Van Wart.
Thank you, Commissioners. I believe it's Rule 55 that does allow for counsel for the witnesses to ask any further questions before and I'm seeing that there is an interest to do that.
All right. Is it Ms. Najawan? I presume counsel for the participant families have no objection to that? Well, oh, sorry, they're not making submissions. I think they had, sorry. Well, there's a request to ask some redirect question.
That wasn't discussed in our caucus, though. We're not aware of this.
Okay, do you need some time?
I can, I'm sorry to interrupt. I can advise that I have questions on only one topic, and it is in the nature of redirect.
Fine, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, officers. Madam Registrar, I would just ask if you can move to paragraph 33 of the document that's before us, the Onslow Fire Hall foundational document. There's a photograph there of Mr. Westlake's vest. Constables Melanson and Brown, my friend Mr. Scott asked you some questions about this vest. And I think we can all agree that we're looking at a vest that's yellow with orange reflective stripes on it. Can you explain what type of reflective vest an RCMP officer is issued and wears, and how it compares to the vest that we're looking at?
It's reflective. It has RCMP on it, and it's completely yellow. There's no orange. It's just, or I'm saying yellow as in being fluorescent yellow. It's nothing at all like that vest there.
And what was the significance of that distinction to you when you saw Mr. Westlake behind the car?
When I seen Mr. Westlake at the vehicle, at the driver's side door wearing that vest, there was no reason in that it would be an RCMP officer standing there, because we don't wear those vests. And because of his position at the door, I did believe him to be the driver, and I did not see anybody else in the vehicle. And that's why I concluded that.
That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, yeah. Officers, thank you. The commissioners may have some questions for you as well. Commissioner Fitch.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony today. Question that I have for you is rooted in some of the training that you talked about. And it's my experience that when officers are traveling to a call, that a lot of things are going through your mind, and I know that I'm taking you back in time, and it's difficult. When you're traveling solo, a lot of times you start to contemplate different scenarios that you could encounter when you're responding to a call. It's part of training, that you contemplate the different ways in which a situation may unfold. When you're partnered with somebody, I would ask or suggest that there may be some conversation in thinking about the various scenarios that you may encounter and how you might react to different situations as it unfolds. Did you have conversation in your travels when you had the information about what you may or may not do should you encounter the perpetrator in your travels? Did you discuss any tactical strategies or scenarios in your travels? And if so, if you could share those with us, please.
I don't recall discussing any tactical decisions. I know there was at one point, like I remember one point Dave pulled over and I remember thinking in my head, we got to keep moving because we felt we were, well, not felt, but we were close to him most of the day, right up to the very end. And we pulled over at one point and I remember thinking, we got to keep moving because we're sitting ducks here. So some of that entered your head. I don't remember a lot more than that.
Kind of recall Terry saying, and maybe myself just saying, we've got to stop this guy. We've got to stop this guy. And I don't recall if we had any, there was no strategic, I don't recall what exact conversations we had, but I think we agreed that we had to stop this guy. Like it was, every time we heard that radio go off and somebody was getting killed, it's like, we're falling behind. So it's, but I kind of recall that.
I know at one point when Chad and Heidi had both been shot, we were on the highway, and I believed that happened somewhere between Stewiacke and Shubenacadie. And I remember we made the decision, we weren't getting off the highway there. We were going to go as fast as we could to get ahead of them. We were trying to get to the next exit to get ahead of them, and we'd have a better opportunity to engage them at that point. So we weren't chasing behind them. We would get ahead of them and be able to cut them off.
I have nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Stanton?
Thank you. You mentioned earlier that there was no, I assume you meant no mobile workstation in the car because it's an unmarked car, and so you didn't have any mapping. Were you using anything for a map at all, or you were just relying on your knowledge of the roads?
No, I don't recall us using anything for mapping. We knew generally the area we were in Colchester County at least.
I was confident when the call came in, it was on Plains Road. I knew to go to Plains Road. I was familiar with that because I've gone through that way. And then getting on to number 2, there was, I can't think of any time that we needed a map to tell us where to go. I know there was one time when they said that there's somebody shooting in Sobeys. I remember trying to remember if there was where Sobeys was located there, but I think I guessed and we started going the right direction anyway.
And you mentioned that you called Staff Sergeant Carroll on your cell phone. Was it a work cell phone or a personal cell phone?
I don't remember which one it was. I would have had both with me. I don't remember which one I used.
And both the car radio and the portable radio were on the Colchester channel.
They were.
At any point, did you switch to another channel?
I don't believe we switched. I know that while we were traveling up the 102 highway, I had went over the radio and asked for them to merge the 2 talk groups, and that happened a short time later.
And did you think of switching to another channel at any point on one of the radios?
No, I guess at that point we believed he was in Colchester County the entire time, so there was no, at least in my mind, I didn't see a need to switch over until things had progressed, and that's when I just asked. Like it sounded like there was information coming in through dispatch that maybe things were happening on another talk group, and that's why I made that request, see if we could have those talk groups merged into one.
Because you weren't getting any information into the car because you didn't have a mobile workstation. So the only information you were getting was on the radio.
Correct.
or if you spoke with someone on a cell phone.
And we didn't. The only cell phone call I recall having was with Staff Sergeant Carroll after the fire hall. I don't remember any other.
There was a call made to my wife.
Yeah, well, yes, I meant work related, but yes, that was it. As far as anybody calling with information about where we should be going or how we should be reacting or any information, I don't think there was any phone calls other than the one to Staff Sergeant Carroll.
So that was a question I had, is other than the call you made to him immediately after you discharged your weapons, you didn't speak with him other than that?
Not until we got back to the office, so that's what I believe. Yeah.
So not in the earlier occasion where you thought you had identified the perpetrator and hadn't, or determined it was someone else, and not later when you thought you saw someone that wasn't a police officer
No.
who turned out to be HRP, so you didn't
No.
call him either of those times?
No.
So when you did speak with him, what would normally occur after the discharge of, after you've discharged your weapon while on duty?
I mean, there's so many different factors, I guess, that could, like in this situation, we still had an active shooter on the run. I don't know if I can answer that, what we would usually do.
Well, what we're supposed to do is notify our supervisor, and that's what we did. After that, I'm not sure where the process takes you. It probably depends on the circumstance and what's going on.
So your training doesn't tell you that once you've discharged your weapons when you're on duty, you would go off duty, or it just says call your supervisor, and then your supervisor tells you what to do after that?
That's what I understand, is reported to your supervisor.
And for to say where that's written, or I have no idea. Just that would be what you let your direct supervisor or your supervisor, whoever's on shift, know.
So you wouldn't have so when you call your supervisor after you've discharged your weapons, it sounded to me as though you had an expectation that you would be taken off shift.
No, not at all.
No.
Okay.
No.
So it didn't surprise you that you were directed to continue?
No, that's kind of what I have. Speaking for myself, I would have been a little surprised if we were taken off the road due to the fact that this person was still there running the roads and looking to kill people.
And you haven't had any training with respect to what happens after you've discharged weapons on duty?
No.
And other than being told to take a breath, did you have any other direction from a supervisor that day with respect to having discharged your weapons?
No.
Throughout the day, no. At the end of the day, we wanted to talk to whoever in charge, the person in charge, but no, we didn't have any further discussion.
So the only thing Staff Sergeant Carroll said was take a breath and get back on the road, essentially.
I believe he was on the phone with you, but I don't know if I heard that exactly.
Yeah, just take a breath and basically compose yourself, and we'll deal with this at the end of the day.
And did you take a breath? Did you stop?
Yeah.
We did take
a
got back
breath.
on the road and went.
No, we're still driving. We were driving while I was on the phone. At that point, I know that we had to stop and get gas. We were running low on gas. We stopped. Again, I don't remember any conversation specifically. I'm sure there was some discussion about what just happened, but that was it. We continued on.
And no one else spoke to you about you having discharged your weapons?
No.
And at the end of the day, At what time did you go off shift then?
It was evening for me. I think it was around 7 o'clock.
I might have went earlier because I think you might have went to a shift debrief, and I went home before the shift that debrief there.
And
So
so
it
there
probably would
was,
have been around 6 maybe.
and there was no follow-up with you with respect to your having discharged your weapons that day?
So CERT attended the detachment. If that's what you're talking about, that was it. CERT attended, took our firearms, the carbines that were used, and that was it.
At the end of the day, we returned back to the office and we waited to speak to who was in command there. At that time, I thought it was Steve Halliday, and we waited for him to see what was going to happen there. And then at that point, when he comes out and talks to us, we're advised to contact, I believe it was union and council, or it's geared towards that. So we couldn't talk to him about that. So we couldn't talk to a supervisor at that point. It kind of, things changed where we're now going through CERT.
At what point was Staff Sergeant Carroll no longer your supervisor that day?
I don't know.
It was, you know what? I thought it was like a team. Carol, Staff Carol, Halliday, and Addie. To me, it was like a team. Like
Addie McCallum.
Yes, sorry.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fitch?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner McDonald. I do have a couple of follow-up questions, gentlemen. I'll start actually with a follow-up to Commissioner Stanton's questions around policy and procedure after discharging a weapon on duty. Fully recognizing that April 18th and 19th were extraordinary circumstances. Constable Melanson, if you could refresh my memory, you said that you're a carbine instructor?
Yes.
And are you also a use of force instructor?
I recently become one just before that. Just before that incident, I just became a use of force instructor,
Okay.
yes.
And is it fair to say that as a use of force instructor, you should be very well versed in policy on when you use force and requirements thereafter in terms of reporting processes?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Thank you. In terms of my earlier questions regarding scenario thinking on your way to a call and strategizing, did anybody in command or supervisor give instruction to you or that you were aware on what to do if you were to encounter the perpetrator on the highway or on foot, either mobile or if he had
There
left the vehicle?
was a radio transmission, and I can't tell if it was before or after that, where there was indication that if you see this person, you better be ready. I don't want to say what the words were, but from what I understood, it's like if you get sights on this person, you will engage, which means you'll fire on them. And that was I think that was afterwards. And if that's not true, but the radio transmissions should show if that is what I recall correctly.
And correct me if I'm wrong on the timelines, but Corporal Peterson had already made it known that he had passed the perpetrator on the highway, which is why you were in and around the area. So knowing at that time that the perpetrator was very likely still in the replica police car, did you have any discussion amongst yourself on what type of a takedown you would do if you encountered the perpetrator on the highway? Did you formulate a plan either in your mind or talking?
The only thing I can say is shortly after we came across Rodney McDonald and his police car pulled over on the bridge. And for me, that could be him. There was no discussion leading up to that as how we would engage him or deal with him.
And I don't want to date myself, but you have probably received training, or if you could speak to training on how to conduct a high-risk takedown.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you have any discussion on if you encountered the perpetrator traveling in his vehicle?
To put it in context, I guess, is this hearing what's going on the radio, trying to listen to what's going on the radio, trying your best. I knew roughly the area. I was driving as quick as I could to try to get to these scenes, focusing on that. And it seemed to be scene after scene after, like it just seemed to be hitting. And after our incident at Onslow, it may have, slowed things down, kind of thinking that way. But there was, I don't think there was a time to really sit down and or not sit down, but just to discuss what we're going to do. It was like, we've trained when you see something, we both went to the back of the vehicle, we both worked together, and we train. In training, you learn what to do, that you really don't have to talk it down. And usually, if you do get a law in the action, or say you know where the person is, like quite often when we do high-risk takedowns, you know the person's in the car, you know they're armed. You pull up slow, it's a very slow actually process when you do a high risk takedown, but that's a stationary. We don't do such high risk takedowns that you have to run people, we don't train to run people off the road and sort of thing, but that may have been what would have been required in this case, but it didn't play out that way. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, yes. One other question. It seems in all three of the circumstances where you made mention that we have eyes on him, to take him down, you seemed somewhat certain in all three of those scenarios. First, when you encountered Corporal McDonald's, Constable McDonald's vehicle on the side of the road, your radio transmission seemed that it was quite certain.
I wouldn't agree with that. I would
No?
say no, that as I said, we have eyes on the car. We have eyes on I don't know what the exact words are, but I remember saying we have eyes, maybe it was on him or on the car. But at that point, I think any car in that area where we just had a 911 call, any police car in that area, we would have been very suspect that was him. And I think treating it any other way would have been wrong. So we did treat it as a high risk and a potential threat, and dealt with it accordingly. And we dealt with it over the radio in that circumstance. And then to go to Enfield, I wouldn't say that I was certain it was the person we were looking for, but it was definitely a threat standing behind a group of policemen with a gun. And that was very concerning. And again, it was dealt with via the radio.
When he said like high risk on the overpass, what we did is we stopped further back rather than driving by him and then determined what it was.
Great, thank you. I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, officers, for your testimony. We're going to ask you just to hang tight again, please. We're going to take a break just to make sure there aren't any further questions that the commissioners may have for you. We won't be very long. Maybe we will say 10 minutes, and you could just hang by there and thank participants in council.
Thank you. The proceedings are on break and will resume in 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, they muted the microphone before, and I was like, mute? They muted all the microphones. You could hear it. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, so let's see how long the break is. How long did you say? 10 minutes? You know, I understand the salaciousness, I suppose, for this Johnny Depp, whatever balls, whoever that other person is, I don't even know. Frankly, this is our country, you know? Tens of thousands of people can watch that. This is like a train wreck of our country, the place that our children are going to grow up in. And frankly, there is so much salaciousness here. Even if you take out the diaper plant stories and whatever else, I mean, oh my God, watch what's going on. Where's the family now, I wonder? Before we get all hasty, my heart goes out to these men. I know, give me a moment to explain why. Because they're carrying around a shit pile of baggage. They know that they are, number one, which is why I'm always like, all you have to do is just say like, oh, oops, kind of thing. And here's what was really going on. Okay. We want to come clean and we want forgiveness. But the family now has, of course, thrown them under the bus because it's just a food chain, right? These are only two. You know that there's a hell of a lot more going on. And I can't speak for other people, but I think that's a good principle. People do forgive. People make mistakes and stuff like that. Maybe even do wrong things, but you can always ask for forgiveness. I know that this is philosophical, but it's true. And to unload all of that baggage, just get rid of it. They're going to feel, because it's the PTSD that's coming for all of these people, legitimately. Legitimate PTSD because of all the shit they carry around. They do need fall guys. That's the way it works. It's part of the pattern. So, hot mic. Oh, is that what? Yeah. Johnny Depp gets more airtime. Yeah. I guess I don't understand it. But this is the world. Like, thank you to those of you who are here. I mean, there's 120 people here, which is great. I mean, please, I don't know. I mean, I should, I guess, say those things. Please share. This is your country. I mean, there's 23 families here, or 20, sorry. The families of the 23 could just as well be you. Like, seriously. And their stories are horrible. So God, like, blessed that we don't have that. It didn't affect us that way, but it's not a NIMBY where you're just like, who are those people? I don't know them. This is what society has gotten into. This is why we get this bullshit. And they're running off trying to figure out how to save face. That's why, you see the most words ever uttered by the MCC, period. They asked questions. They need to throw them under the bus and try to save face for themselves because they were so exposed. Government, this is a government omission, totally constructed, I deconstructed it way back when they came out with their fucking mandate. I'm like, no. With unbelievable amounts of lawyers who are sitting there. Like, would you object to asking a question to find out the truth? No, because they're trying to save government employees. So it's government run with government lawyers who are defending government employees. Do you see? It's all just a show. Even the people who are getting paid on the other side are getting paid from who? The government. But who is the government? This is where it becomes really alarming. People like to say the government this, government that. It's like this unknown entity. That's you. You're participating in this. We all are having a hand in wrecking our own world. Like, I'm sorry. Give a head a shake. A little bit more serious than Johnny Depp. Though, I suppose that's kind of interesting. Corrupt government. I mean, this is unbelievable. But it's the stuff they're hiding underneath of it all. You don't go to these lengths. I've never seen anything like this before. I've seen a lot of stuff. This really bad. Really bad. I'm not just talking Canada, because Canada really, I don't spend a lot of time in the past. I do a couple of things here and there, but internationally on big stories, I'm like, oh, this is something extra special. You think you can ignore pawns, you lose the match. This is a gigantic chess game. What did these people do? What did the people over... Seriously, I'm not talking out my ass. What do those people, those goddamn people over in the Discord do? What are they saying on the YouTube channel right now? They're watching. Can't you see? If you can't, all you have to do is watch. The receipts are all there. Man, I have lots more. This is bad. Bad. Now, you said find it very hard to tell the difference between those two guys in the video. Brown looks like Melanson when he's walking behind the fire in the fire hall. Okay, great reset. And that I'm worried about that, like, legitimately. I don't want to have a hand in taking down whatever small capacity. No, I don't think it's totally insignificant in taking down an organization, we to have something else worse come back. But frankly, what do? You certainly don't abandon the 23. These men got cleared. Why couldn't they have raised the code of conduct stuff? What was that about? I'm not sure why that would be a problem. They were cleared, right? So their stuff should be on record, and there we go. We can all talk about it. We pay them. We pay for the paper. We pay for the judgment. Okay. Then you can ask them, because they're our employees. Worse is coming. Yeah, well, we discussed this. Yeah. But I mean, I don't think you can really stop the train other than just point out the train and become a parent. They both shit the bed. All right, now I did see a reference to, before I go to that, I did see a reference to, Dieter had a comment in here, and there's so many. She noticed that there was absolute heartbreak. Yeah, terrible. That there was a document, what was it? James Banfield. Just looking here. Could you help me? Because I didn't see a reference to. I like to be optimistic. At least we can get as many people aware of what's going down. That it's not really like your government loves you. You know, like they tell you at the end of every MCC. Thank you so much. We love you. Thank you for the very important question. We appreciate it. Reflecting Dave Banfield. Reflective Dave Banfield. I'm sorry, I'm lost. Can happen. Okay, here we go. May 5th, statement of transcript statement given by James Banfield, dated blah, 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 Border Servants Agency policy. Oh, documents removed. His move, I'm still trying to work that one out because it was very strategic what he did beforehand. You know, this is 3D, 64D chess. Why did he plead guilty right ahead of time? Well, that was because then his sentencing wouldn't take place until after this, so therefore then his testimony couldn't be introduced. But now he's got switched over to restorative justice too. For, what was it? Unauthorized transportation. Unauthorized, so they didn't give him permission. The government, our employees, didn't give him permission to transport prohibited ammunition, which is quite serious. I haven't heard any mention of prohibited ammunition yet. Do you have the, did you happen to get the document, Julie? Okay, here they sound like they're coming back.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Council, very much for that. And we simply wanted to confirm that the commissioners wanted just a brief period of time to make sure that we had enough time to consider if there are any further questions we wish to pose of the two witnesses, and there are not. So we will, you can bring the witnesses in and we'll officially release them and then break for lunch.
Bring them in so we can thank them, do the big buttering up. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, officer. Sorry for having you wait not just once but twice, but we as commissioners wanted just a little bit more time to make sure that we asked all the questions that we felt needed to be asked, and we have no more questions for you. So all that's left is just to thank you for your attendance here today, for assisting us with the challenging task we have. It's greatly appreciated. And
Thank you.
You're free to go. Thank you.
Thanks.
And we will break until 2:15, which is an hour. If that's hopefully workable for everybody. And when we return, Mr. Burrell, you will have Officer Fahie, I understand, on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 2:15.
Okay, start the clock, please. Okay. An hour break, they say. Okay, let's see. No questions. Oh, I guess their little meeting, they figured out there was no way they were going to salvage this one. No way. You know that there was calls from Ottawa. 100%. 100%. From probably a few people. Those conference calls must be very interesting. I would think, well, public safety is going to be involved. Yeah. NPF is going to be involved. Lucky's going to be involved. how do we fix this? This is really bad. Oh, don't worry. We just sold those 2 guys out. It's okay. Move along to the Nascar. People will forget about it. Don't worry. They're not. They're not. The internet works in funny ways. You know, they like the fact that they can harvest all this data on people, but equally, people harvest data on them. I was sitting behind Burl. He was taking notes. Oh, interesting. Yeah, and I mean, you have to feel for these guys, right? In a way. I mean, let's be human. I mean, people can do wrong. People can do wrong, and I'm not negating the fact that they did wrong. But equally, you know, their family now has kind of really turned their back on them. We'll see what the NPF does. I'm curious. I wonder if they've put out a statement. Providing strong, progressive, oh God, the words. Progressive representation. So it doesn't look like any news. Guarantee you they'll be forthcoming. They're just trying to work out what the NASCAR. Yeah. You know, I talk in cryptic ways, but I guess that's not really too cryptic. But yeah, that it is. It's just speed along. We've got the stuff all written. This is the way we're going to do it. They're adjusting all the time. It's not because they're trying to rewrite the narrative. They're trying to figure out how to cover their ass. That's what the adjustment's all about. It's adjustment of diapers. So, sorry, you know, my heart does go out to these guys because I know that they're also going to be carrying around a shit pile of baggage. All of this stuff wears on a person's mind. So if you, let's just say, hypothetically, remove these 2 individuals from the story. Again, they never got convicted of anything, but I think it's pretty apparent that something not right happened, right? Probably be putting it minorly. Let's say, hypothetically, that you did something that wasn't right, then you didn't own up for it, and then you were carrying around a lot of garbage for somebody else. They're going to do really bad things to your mind. And these 2 aren't the only ones. Of course, there's many others. That's why a lot have chosen to leave. Because either A, their consciences can't, they're ashamed of their police force now. It's done bad things to their minds. They don't want to be a part of this. So they're just like, I'm out. But there is going to be like very serious PTSD coming down the line on all of this. So then who has benefited from any of it? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, benefit isn't the right word, but has anybody been saved? There's nothing being saved. The ship's going down hard. The government in this one, because they're not stepping up and do the right thing. The provincial government, we already know how that worked out. Look at all the people in politics who resigned. I would say a lot of it has to do with this. People within the RCMP, you know, they've lost their careers. What is being saved, salvaged? Anything? Is anybody being helped? Really helped? Not the 1-800 help, but like the true help. Like, we're going to clean it up and it won't happen again, and you won't have hopefully any more 23s. We want our members to be treated well. Like, why would the NPF think about that? You're supposed to be defending the members of your force, the union, right? Aren't you supposed to be saying, like, we want to do the best we can for our members? If they're bad, we want to try and clean that up from over here. But they don't. They work hand in hand. Sad. I hope I'm explaining myself well. I have a tendency to not explain well, but it is, and yes, a lot of good officers leaving. When I reviewed Sutton's statement there, right? Wow. And I mean, the guy really bust his ass. 2 guys serving the whole of Nova Scotia when there was supposed to be 4. He didn't bail. He stayed until it was for a year. His day off, his first day off, he has to put down his service dog. Like, I don't know. Just the thought of that is pretty horrific. But he didn't abandon his co-workers. He stayed. He didn't abandon his community. He stayed. And I think when given the opportunity, again, I'm hypothesizing, but when given the opportunity and that it was, he felt that it was a safe time to walk away and it wasn't leaving anything in bad hands or short-staffed or any of that stuff, he said, okay, I'm going to go on leave. And he did. I mean, and is he going to come back? Don't think so. Would be my Karnak, let's say. Yeah, I noticed, at least Melanson did apologize there, right? I didn't hear an apology from Brown. The indoctrination system, I think, is really, but equally, I think they're probably like, what's going on here? Where is my family? It must be very confusing for them to have, like, yeah, we're going to be there for you. And then suddenly, and they're like, what's happening now? So now it's like nobody's there. They're not well liked. Hopefully, it's not that I could dislike these people, but it's just me. But probably there's not a lot of positive feelings from people in the community, especially, people who were directly affected by this. Those are the ones that really can speak to it, like Mr. Westlake or Mr. Gannon, Sharon, people in the community, Daryl. And then their family has just disowned them, essentially. Horrible. When you have nothing there. We roll a sinking ship for so long. Trust is gone. I mean, what kind of progressive world are you building? Really? Is that so progressive? Is that not causing trauma in of itself? The trust? But when you have no trust for somebody, doesn't that cause trauma? Logic is just so flawed that it's transparent. It amazes me sometimes that people can't see some of those things, and I'm not faulting them. I think the world has just conditioned people. I'm not here to judge because that's not my role, and I hope I don't come off that way. I know I get kind of ramped up a little bit, but I don't try to be. It's not mine. going to be somebody else who judges all these people at the end of the day. They don't understand that, whether that be karma or whatever you believe in. It's something much bigger than us going to be doing what it needs to do. Meting out justice, right? And frankly, I think you can just avoid a lot of that if you atone and just say, like, throws the MPF throws some to the wolves to protect leadership organization. Yeah. Well, white shirts, it is white shirts. I mean, it's one and the same, right? Retired, early PTSD, reap benefits. How many, like, put yourself in the shoes. Don't want to. One moment, please. Okay. I'd like to know what Daryl thinks about the pity for the guys that almost murdered him. It's not pity. It's being a human, right? Like, and people can judge me about that. That's fine. I try not to judge others. Receipts. And it isn't mine. I don't think it's anybody's. The only people, funnily enough, it would be closest to would be people like Daryl or Jaron or Mr. Westlake or Mr. Gannon. I don't know how their days and nights go. Those are the people who can comment. I just speak only for myself. Now, let's see. I was supposed to have gotten an email, apparently. Somebody in the background who helps out, but I did not get it. They're watching, so if they can resend, that would be great. Otherwise, I'll try and look for it here. I'm not finding it. Okay. Maybe they'll resend. Please do. GIS. Now, what were they doing? Plainclothes GISs. The story is so big. So big. Now, there was something I wanted to play, which is more upbeat. Where did I put that? Here. Now, very great that our story is getting attention, and so I was sent this, and I thought it would be really great because it's about all of you. Let's see. I think what was it? Let me just double check. Positive. very positive, and I think positivity is important. And a huge thank you to this person, because to stand up, whether it's that hitting that share button, right? Bringing people, more people aware, making people, talking to people that you know about things, or in this case, using other platforms. Let me see if I can get this right. I'm definitely not intimately familiar with this person, but I'm very appreciative, and I think we all should be, for the attention, and I look forward to talking to this person at some point. Very articulate, and all right, now what am I looking for here? There we go.
The fact is our institutions have been corrupted. The fact is our bureaucracy is unaccountable. How do we get it back? Well, these are some of the initiatives. These are the potential that's there for a willing public. Anyway, Robert, that's my splurge, and I'll give you the floor back to give us your thoughts and probably closing comments, please.
Well, we have an interesting thing going on in Canada right now, and it is a citizen initiative that is remarkable and could be a fantastic precedent for establishing responsibility among the legal and political establishments. About 2 years ago, there was a massacre in the province of Nova Scotia. 22 people, one of whom was a near-term pregnant woman, were murdered by somebody. Now, the police say they have identified the person who killed all these people. He was killing them at a fantastic rate. They weren't all in a crowd and he was mowing them down. He was going house to house, shooting the people and setting their houses on fire. And he did this for an evening, killing 13 people on one street. And then the police said, well, we think he's probably committed suicide in the woods. So the police went home. The fellow hadn't committed suicide. The next morning he got busy again and killed another 9 people. He was driving an RCMP car. He had made an absolute mock-up of an RCMP car. It had been a car run by the RCMP that they sold in surplus or something. He bought it. He had an arch criminal, a guy who'd been in jail for drug dealing with these Mexican cartels, do the decaling of the thing. It was an unbelievable story. And he went around in a genuine RCMP uniform, in a what you couldn't distinguish as a mock-up of an RCMP car, and he killed people for 13 hours. Well, the result is that, there's a lot of demand for an investigation of this. They didn't want to investigate it at all. Incredible. Murders of so many people. It's the worst massacre in Canadian history. But there was so much popular outcry that they set up a commission. It's called the Mass Casualty Commission, and it is sitting now in Nova Scotia. It has 3 commissioners. Every one of them has conflict of interest in this thing. They are related to RCMP officers. It's just an incredible thing that these people were selected to run the commission. And right at the beginning of this, they had a psychiatrist make an argument in front of the commission, a fellow who had a 40-page curriculum vitae, if you can imagine. I think he must have put down every time he had a bath. It was a real joke. But anyway, he got in front of this commission and he said that there were many RCMP officers involved in this phenomenon, but they were so traumatized that they should all be excused from any form of testimony in front of the commission. Can you imagine? I thought that policemen were there to give testimony in grisly cases. That's part of their job. It's a terrible thing, but they have to go into court and they have to describe awful crimes, But the argument was that to have the policeman testify in front of this commission would traumatize them to such an extent that it would damage their health for the rest of their lives. An incredible argument. Well, they didn't get away with that. But they kind of got around it, because rather than having RCMP testify as individuals, they set them up as panels. So when they gave their evidence, they could look at each other and they could cross-check their evidence to make sure that there were no glaring inconsistencies, because there have been ridiculous lies told about what the police were doing that night. It's just it's mind-boggling. But anyway, this commission is being scrutinized by a sort of citizens organization, citizens cooperative of around 400 people, consisting of former former policemen, former experts in legal matters, former Canadian soldiers, not a bunch of kooks. And these people are examining everything that goes before this commission and tearing it absolutely to shreds and making the commission look like a total farce. So this is a tremendous precedent. You wouldn't want to have ignorant or irresponsible people performing a function like this, but this organization has compiled, I think, well over 500 hours of analysis in detail of the crime and of the way that this commission is operating, and they've shredded it. It's just astonishing. So this is a really interesting initiative, and it is something that has really grabbed the people who are involved in it. They feel that they are having some kind of an influence, and they're very upset because they have had a feeling for a long time, and lots of evidence of it, that the RCMP, our National Police Force, is really on a wrong path and infested with all kinds of corruption and inappropriate behavior. So this is just an example. I'm exciting.
Can I just interfere,
Yes.
Robert? What was the name of that citizens initiative? Do you know it offhand?
No, it's just one individual. He was a friend with one of the people who lost 3 family members in this slaughter, and sort of assembled spontaneously. He started to talk, and other people got in and said, well, I saw this anomaly. This doesn't make sense. And just grew and grew. It was an organic development, from what I understand.
Does it have a name that I could search under?
No, I don't. Well, it's got, it goes under a website called Little Gray, Grey cells, Little Gray cells. And Little Gray cells, it is an expression that derives from the Hercule Poirot series that was written, I think, by Agatha Christie. Yep. So they're using their little gray cells to take apart this narrative that the RCMP have tried to impose on these events. It's really astonishing. I mean, this guy who is alleged to have committed all these murders, there's a suspicion that he's not the only one involved. He was going down the street killing people at an average of 1 every 6 minutes and burning their houses down. It seemed to be physically impossible. And it seems as if he wasn't in places where he had to be when some people were killed. And you can imagine, on the second day, he was driving this RCMP cruiser and he stopped two women on the highway. Well, if you saw an RCMP cruiser with lights flashing behind you, I bet you'd stop too. They stopped and he went up and just shot them dead. And one of these women was taken out of the car. She was put on the ground and her heart beat for 8 hours. And the RCMP refused to allow any medical help to come. It was a helicopter in the air. There was an ambulance on the way, and the RCMP said, "Don't come." This woman lay dying for 8 hours on the ground. It's an incredible story. It's just one aspect of it. This event is full of stuff like that. And they knew the woman, her heartbeat continued for 8 hours because she was wearing a watch with a Fitbit program, which registers the beating of your heart. So the RCMP have tried to cover that up. They said, we took her out of the car, we put her on the ground, and we put a blanket over her because we considered her to be dead. And then they refused to allow any medical assistance to come because they said it was a dangerous scene. Well, the guy was long gone, and there were 4 RCMP officers on that scene with carbines in their hands. And yet they let that poor woman lie there and die. It's incredible. What a country we have. Disgusting. Anyway, this initiative by all these citizens is really exemplary, I think. It's the sort of thing that could go wrong, but it's being conducted in a very effective way, and it's going to reveal so much corruption in our establishment, and particularly in our police forces, that I really don't know if the RCMP is going to survive. There are all sorts of scandals involving the RCMP already. You know, our wonderful, exemplary national police force that is sort of admired the world over, I think. Well, it's got serious problems, like a very high suicide rate of officers who are persecuted if they try to act in any kind of independent, responsible way. Anyway, I just think that's a very interesting development, and I think it's symptomatic of the fact that a lot of people are completely dissatisfied with the way their society is going. They're taking things into their own hands, and what could be better, as long as they are, as you say, Arnie, moral people who have the best interests of their country at heart. And I really believe that this group of 400 do. It's remarkable.
Yeah, and I guess that's the truth of what we've got to take into account, ladies and gentlemen, is that the world at the moment is being run, ruled, manipulated by certainly some unscrupulous people. I'm just going to give one.
So, huge thank you to, first of all, this person. And I think you all should take the strength from that. There are people paying attention, and our message is carrying forward. That's down in Australia. So people, that individual was Canadian, and God bless him for getting our message out there, because we're here for the families, right? This is why we came. And so I wanted to, I get things periodically. I'm reticent to play things that somehow have anything to do with me. But the fact that it's speaking to you, and it's speaking to say thank you, and telling the world that we've got a plight on our hands, and we're willing to take that on. So, I can't share those conversations that I have with families. I'm sure they can at some point in time. But they're deeply thankful, and there are ones even in the background who obviously don't speak to me, who are very thankful. So take that, please. The thank you. Thank you to all of you on the Discord who have been working so hard. Thank you to all of you who watch, who spread that message, who say, and you know, listen, this is a problem. And, you know, Johnny Depp is great, but we're talking about our futures here, our kids' futures. And the 23 families don't want, or sorry, the families of the 23 don't want that to be revisited upon anybody ever again. And that's the whole purpose that we're here. It's not, you know, whether my personal beliefs on some of this is irrespective. If I, you know, might not come down as hard on people as some people might like. That's just my thing, right? And you're entitled to your thing. I would never say any different. But it's the problem, and we're all looking for the solution. And so, you know, what started very small with a phone call, I think has resulted in far more than any of us will ever understand. Any of us. And I'm certainly aware of a lot of it. Good and bad. Now, where are we at in terms of time? Somebody want to give a time? So thank you very much to all of you. Please, I am indebted to you for the support and for the knowledge. Hercule Poirot, little gray cells. That's what it's all about. It's just using the brain. Using the brain. 33 minutes. 36 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All of you watching the clock carefully. I don't know how those clocks work down there. I say I'm going to trade in my Swiss watch for that. Name unset. Because I don't do that. But anyway, supposedly keeps great time. Well, I just didn't know. I just had to get clocks from the RCMP. Maybe together? Oh, no. It's not a maybe. It will be. I don't believe in maybes. Now, I was looking for, let's see here. Let's try this. The reason that objection came in about the code of conduct stuff is because it brings in a bunch of stuff to do with, or so I'm told, to do with the reporting of discharge of firearms code of conduct. And I can't seem to find it. Which is really bothering me. Yes, I cried. You can you can feel that man's emotional attachment, as many of you have, right? And I certainly do. Come here. Anyway, I best not think about that because it just makes me unmanly. I need to be a man. The downside is the government is an RCMP. Government is RCMP push back harder. But who do you think has more strength? I believe in my strength. I'm sure you do too. In yours, right? I believe in your strength. Pretty strong. Carried you far. So, we win. That's the way it goes. I like God. God and Jesus are on my side. And everybody's got their own stuff. So, whether it be each other or forces that are beyond us. Brown was slapped with a code of conduct. This is true, but he was cleared. Law Society. Okay. Anybody has problems with that? Now, it just came up in my search because I forgot to put in RCMP. Okay, so now you can look up some of the decisions that are made in hearings, but there's no results. But he did say that he was cleared. Sometimes they publish them and sometimes they don't. Frankly, this is one I suspect that they don't want to publish. I don't know about Mr. Melanson because he's never spoken of that, I believe, in his interviews. So I don't know what happened there. And of course, CERT said there would be no criminal charges. Obviously, their investigation was fairly sad. I mean, even just punching in basic numbers there, which was what I was kind of doing. I don't know if people were, where the hell is that? I move things on the screen sometimes, probably a real pain in the ass. But if you figure that they're going the speed limit, so benefit of the doubt the biggest, and you go to Onslow, right? It's all over the place, aren't we? One day I'll get down here. 88 meters, right? So, okay. I think I can use this fancy dancy tool, right? So we did the 88 meters. But if you do the stopping distance, so I figured, what was that on the screen? Time to stop at 80 kilometers an hour. I believe, is it an 80 zone in there? That would be, nope, actually quite a bit more. Is that right? Reaction distance plus total stopping distance. That's a lot more. But yeah, and I'm so thankful to that man for just doing that. I don't know him at all. I'm going to try and get in contact with him to say thank you. I've been writing an email because I did get the email. So 30, what is the speed? 80 kilometers is the posted speed limit. So reaction time, I'm guessing actually it's 85 meters, right? Is the total stopping distance? Is that, am I reading that correctly? So from when you apply pressure to the brakes, provided that your tires are pretty good and stuff, and I presume that the RCMP aren't running around in buckets, right? This 85. Where are my glasses, sir? Where are my glasses? Do I need them? I didn't know. I was missing something. Am I missing something? Power prayer is good. Well, let's just even take the 33 meters. I don't think that's the number we're looking at, right? But okay. Then we go down here and we use the little measuring tool. So that's about where the car was, right? And then we measure out 100 and, what did I say it was? 121 meters. Okay. This is how I did the 88 meter video way back, which seemed to spark some interest. Now, I put the little guy down here. I'm not a techno person. But that then would be the true distance. Okay. Now I don't see a lot from there. I don't think I could see a car. I certainly couldn't see a yellow vest. Your guys' eyes are better. Yes, I need them. Why? Could you see a yellow vest through a car? Or orange? From here? Oh, so it's 58 meters at 70 miles per hour. Okay, well, miles per hour, then no, that's way out. So let's just go with the 33. Yeah, let's go with the 33 meters, right? That sounds right. If it's more than that, then it's more than that. Well, full benefits of the doubt. I don't think you can see a car. I don't think you can see anything. Again, you'd be more on the right. And clearly, the picture that they showed you in the, let's see, what was that they showed? I'll see if I can find that here. You flashed it up. One moment, please. I love to help if I can. I think we all help the lawyers there. Brown envelopes. Oops. I was hoping I could find this readily on the video, but I can't seem to. Because the picture looked drastically different to me. On the left-hand side, I observed the asphalt driveway, which is located down here, and the last telephone pole, essentially. Did I miss that? I can't seem to find the picture now. So the picture was taken much, much closer, and funnily enough, I think Brown and Melanson, one of them said that it was actually closer, which doesn't make any sense. So my point being that in order to formulate, hey, I just saw the orange vest, right here you would have to see the orange vest, then apply the brakes, then wait for it to stop 88 meters away, and then get out of your car. But you couldn't see through a car. You couldn't probably see through trees. You probably couldn't see through, see when he said, well, I just saw the shoulders up. When I look at Dave Westlake, Mr. Westlake, in that video, it's shot from above. So I didn't see very much of Mr. Westlake at all. So if you factor all of those things in, yes, I would say impossible. Plus reaction time to hit your foot. So then that leads you to only one thing. That they went with knowledge to do that. I know that sounds preposterous, but I can't see any other way around that one. It just logically makes no sense. Not at all, man. So how can that be explained? So, exactly, but I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. The benefit of the doubt. I do believe that they 100% had mobile workstations. For sure, they had GPS on their phones, irrespective of whether they had the mobile workstation in their car or not. The GPS would be able to, if you go into the shitty, what is that, my Google account stuff, pretty spooky, the stuff that they keep, man. It really does, like, honestly track if you're on foot versus a bicycle, your travel path. It's just logging all of that shit. And irrespective of whether you turn it off or not, Google logs all of that stuff and they keep it. Celebrate most certainly can pull it. And they use Celebrate on victims' phones. Why wouldn't they use it? Of course they would. Of course they did. Don't have the cognitive dissonance kick in. Why? No. The answer, of course, is very clear. They did. So what's going on when you speak about that? They didn't touch very much on the big stop, but the big stop, I think, is very key. Why is everybody going to the big stop? Why does everybody seem to have prior knowledge of the big stop? Or, sorry, select individuals seem to have knowledge of the big stop. We have 3 almost blue on blues that day from, I believe, is that 3, right? One up by the Fishers, one down by, with the HRP and green camo. I'm not sure how that could be. I guess the great eyesight wasn't kicking in then. You see only one car, but there were actually lots of cars there. You know, I know there are going to be articles written on this later, and I'll just be like, I don't like doing homework for other people. But no, it doesn't make any sense. This is preposterous. You know you're getting fed a load. When the government lawyers are standing up and objecting, even the NPF's lawyer didn't really do a lot to help them. I think, what did she ask? One question. Cones around the car, could not see. Little black box under driver's seats would literally have the data. Yes, there is black box, right? Remember showing the article about Tiger Woods, the black box being pulled on his rental vehicle that he fell asleep at the wheel. Right. But the sheriff's office pulled all the data off that, of course, just to determine the cause of the accident. Not going there. Excuse me. Again, he was not charged, so I'll just leave it at that. There are so many sources. Just because you have a mobile workstation doesn't mean shit. You had company phones, i.e. RCMP phones. Okay, so that's property of the government. They can ask for it back anytime. Personal civilian phones, well, frankly, you're under the employment of the RCMP, and frankly, during that time, I think that the information from that period of time, in respect to your duties, is not privileged information or public, private information, would not be protected. under the Charter of Freedoms. I don't believe. You have the black box in a company vehicle. So you have lots of GPS points, right? And that was that tweet I did a long time ago about an affair on a conduct hearing. Listen, they pull the shit all the time. They did, of course, on all the victims' phones, and of course they did on all of the RCMP phones. And that's why they want people to believe that there isn't any, right? Oh, no, we don't have any, sorry. But you know that they do. Just like you can't see shit from here. Hey, look at that guy in the vest. Just hit the brakes right now. How much time does that take? Back it up. Then it just gets worse. Oh, that's a problem. I don't know, but I don't know, but I'm assuming that it does have an MWS. I'd have to do a bunch of research and probably talk to some members about that one. But irrespective, it doesn't matter. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. No mobile workstation. You jam on the brakes right away. Okay, you're going the speed limit. Oh, okay. Let's go with your 100% narrative. Auditory. Uh-huh. Anybody been talking to? That must be Brown. Maybe Brown's pulling that one out from Moncton. Don't know. Well, even before vehicles before then. What was it? The shit in the steering wheel? The little unit in the steering wheel? You have cataracts? Oh, don't worry. My eyes have been destroyed too. Had a cop call a few weeks back. Looked at my recent phone calls. Oh, right. That was one other thing I wanted to cover. Shit. Now, what happened yesterday? Oh, I did make the video. Please, I'll keep watching the screen for your comments. I don't want to have them come back in the middle of that. Where was that? The most unlikely of people, well, not unlikely, but raised the issue yesterday. Sorry, I'm looking for the video. Where did that put that, I wonder? Uh-oh. Oh, come on, I made it. Oh, fuck right off. Goddamn technology. Be so happy to throw this all in the toilet when I'm done. Everybody will probably be the smarter to do the same too. Well, I can play it out here. It's just smaller. And it doesn't matter. It's the words that the lady uses. So yesterday we had the lady from the lawyer from the Gun Coalition. She says some very interesting things, and I'm busy, so I miss a lot of stuff. And I was told, listen, go back and listen to that. You're going to see some things in there that are pretty amazing. I'm like, okay.
Commissioners, good afternoon. It's an honor to appear before you for the first time in this inquiry. We've been watching from afar. My name is Susan Fraser For those who don't know me, I'm here representing the Coalition for Gun Control.
Sorry, and to preface it, she is not from Nova Scotia. She is from Toronto. Don't know if that's saying anything.
Before I begin my remark, Commissioners, I'd like, if you could permit me, to express my condolences to the families and friends and communities and others, the victims of the horrific crimes that were committed April 18th and 19th of 2020. As a person who...
I think, frankly, that's beautiful. I wish I'd hear more of that, but anyway.
Had a mass shooting down the street from where I live, where my children once played. I understand the corrosive nature of a mass shooting. We've lived through that. My sympathies are...
Sorry, just to speak to Ms. Fox, a Nova Scotia citizen, it has to do with procedure. Procedure. It doesn't have to do with her position. And funnily enough, you can always find things on every side.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm not going to get to play it. Very good. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed what she says. She's the most forthcoming about it. Like, I'm hamstrung here. I can't do my job. You aren't allowing me to do my job in representing my clients, irrespective of whose client it is. And she's quite open about it. And I'm like, wow. She said, you're violating the rules of procedure that we all agreed upon at the beginning. And she's very respectful about it. Why can't we have witnesses? Why can't we question the witnesses? You know, I can't repeat it so tactfully or eloquently, but her point is very clear, you know, and though you may have to kind of look at it a little bit, but she's absolutely saying that. And there, she gets fed a lot back in return, but I'll play that later. It's very interesting. So I guess, how long were we on break for? How long did they need to try to clean up their mess? Could somebody please let me know? You can always find things that, what is it? Not that I particularly have enemies, but a friend of an enemy, you know. You have to try to weigh things. You always find things. 1 hour, 3 minutes? Very interesting. Let's see what they do with this.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Burrow.
Thank you, Commissioners. I would request to call Constable Ian Fahie, who is present and will be able to come forward. Constable Fahie. I'm going to request that Constable Fahie remain standing just for a few preliminaries, if you please, Commissioners. Your name is Ian Fahie?
That's correct.
Your last name is spelled Fahie?
That is correct.
Commissioners, I understand that the witness wishes to be sworn and that Madam Registrar is going to attend to that at this stage.
Thank you.
Constable Fahie, do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth? Sorry, put your right hand in the Bible, please.
Oh, sorry.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
So, Constable Fahie, you are currently a
member of the RCMP, am I correct?
That is correct.
And you are currently assigned to the New Minus Detachment since June of 2021?
That is correct.
General duty member, is that correct,
Yes.
Constable? I understand that you started your work in law enforcement way back in 2004 as actually a OCC dispatcher call taker at the old Oxford Street OCC in Halifax. Is that right?
That's correct, at the old headquarters.
Right on. In 2007, you enrolled in the RCMP and graduated depot.
Yes.
And 2007 to 2012, you were assigned to the Minto, New Brunswick Detachment as a general duty member.
I was.
2012, you were assigned to the General Investigative Section at the Oromocto Detachment in New
That's
Brunswick.
correct. That's correct.
2014, I understand you transferred to the Nakwik-Keswick Detachment in New Brunswick.
I did, yes.
2014 September, you were assigned to the Traffic Unit in Antigonish, Nova Scotia. Is that correct?
That is correct.
August of 2016, you were then assigned general duty obligations at the Antigonish Detachment.
Yes.
March 2021, you were seconded to Pictou County Stellarton Detachment.
Yes.
June 2021, as we've discussed, you were transferred to the New Minus Detachment in the Valley.
That is all correct.
On April 18th, 19th, 2020, you were working as a general duty member at the Antigonish Detachment in Nova Scotia. Is that
I
right?
was.
All right. Okay, we're going to go directly to April 18th, 19th, 2020, if you please, Constable Fahie. I understand that you were working the night shift in Antigonish that April 18th. Is that correct?
Yes, started, it was my first night shift of a 4-set block.
And I understand that you received at around midnight request or something of that nature with respect to attendance in an adjacent county, Pictou County, to fill in on call or something of that nature?
Yes, our corporal of the watch came to the into the bullpen of the office where all the general duty constables work and asked for 2 members to volunteer to go to Pictou to cover off calls as their members attended to the Portapique area.
And I understand that you and your partner, Constable Devonna Coleman, volunteered to undertake that task?
We did, yes.
And you went towards Pictou County and you were then interrupted again to proceed on to Colchester County. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, we were just coming into the Stellarton area on the 104 highway. And Corporal Natasha Farrell of the detachment supervisor asked us to keep on going to cover off calls in Colchester County.
And what was, okay, she just answered it. What does that mean, cover off calls?
Just to take any calls that come in for Colchester County.
Okay, did you do so?
Yes.
All right, where did you go?
So when we arrived into Colchester County, I advised OCC that we were now in their area to take calls for Bible Hill Detachment. There was a call in Brookfield that we had to attend to. So myself and Constable Coleman, we were in separate vehicles initially. We pulled into the Bible Hill Detachment and parked her police vehicle, and she jumped in with me into my police vehicle.
Okay.
We couldn't get into the Bible Hill office, given there was nobody there. We don't have keys or access. So we went off to the call in Brookfield. It was a noise complaint. Once we cleared from there, we attended the Operational Communication Center, the OCC, in Truro, and we decided that would unofficially be our detachment for the evening. It had bathrooms, it had computers if need be, and we could be live to what was going on in Portapique and offer any assistance.
So what was your understanding about other members attending to calls in Colchester County at that stage as you were?
There was nobody. They were all assigned to the Portapique incident at that time. I'm not sure how many members, but so we were the 2 covering Bible Hill Detachment area.
And you indicated you attended to a call in Brookfield, and then you attended the OCC.
That's correct.
And I want to get a sense of why it was that you were connecting yourself to the OCC at that point.
It was the only building that I could get into. It's stationed, there's somebody there 24 hours a day. I used to work at that OCC center prior to going to depot. So I knew some of the members or some of the dispatchers, and also because of the active incident, I could have, we could be there and get what was going on and basically being help for the OCC members and whatnot.
So who did you know there at the OCC, and did you engage with anyone in particular?
So we went in,
the risk manager, Staff Sergeant Brian Rehill, was working that night. He was the sergeant in Antigonish when I was on traffic duties. So I knew Brian quite well. And there was dispatchers working that I knew. I can't recall all their faces or who was working that night, but Jen McCollum was one that I remember speaking to quite often.
Okay. With respect to Staff Sergeant Rayhill, would you have had contact with him and or conversation with him?
Yes.
Okay. Given his circumstances and responsibilities of the evening, how much time did you spend with him?
We were there for probably 15, 20 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. We were able to converse with him. His station or his pod was within the dispatching center. So where we stood, we could talk with him, but then if he was busy, we would just, Jen McCollum was there, we would just kind of stand around and talk. He obviously had a lot on the go, so it wasn't full-time talking with him.
Okay. Not sure what's going on there. Stream offline. Uh-oh. Is this how they're going to deal with it? Are they having a bonging out issue? Let's see. Let's try.
Jen McCollum was there, we would just kind of stand around and talk. He obviously had a lot on the go, so it wasn't full-time talking with him.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a protocol or a methodology for conducting a next of kin notification in this situation?
Not written policy. You know, it's never recommended to go alone. And you know, it's all about compassion and ensuring that they have enough details that they can function with. They're able to respond to those. There was nothing to really hide that night from him.
And was the next of kin procedure conducted appropriately from your point of view?
It was.
All right. After the next of kin procedure was undertaken, what did you do?
We attended to a few more calls. There were some calls within the Colchester County area. Also, we were doing patrols. We were staying away from the Portapique area, knowing that there was coverage there and not, you know, there was nothing in the middle of the night. There was no need for us to be stationed anywhere. So we patrolled, I can't remember how many calls we ended up taking. And then in the early morning, after 7, I remember returning back to the OCC, and I spoke with Sergeant Andy O'Brien on the phone. He was at the command post, I believe it was in Great Village or Bass River, and I was just discussing to him about relief for myself and Constable Coleman. We've been on the go since 6 o'clock that night, and we were just wondering when our relief would be attending, or not to forget about us, but everything else on the go.
All right. Was an incident of getting lost in Peru, was there?
Earlier that night, or we're still in the morning, but it was earlier that evening. I believe we had cleared from the next of kin.
Yes.
And we got into Truro. I'm driving, and I don't know Truro that well. A lot of one-way streets. I ended up getting turned around. I couldn't get from the downtown area. So we ended up finding a Truro police paddy wagon, pulled up beside, said we were just trying to get back to the OCC Center on Prince Street. And he led us to Prince Street, to the OCC Center.
Was there any exchange of information with respect to what was going on in Portapique with the Truro police service member that you dealt with?
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right. You got back to the OCC eventually?
We did, yes. Okay.
And I understand that you had some communications with members there as well as what was going on in Portapique?
Yep, Jen McCollum. She was the dispatcher, I guess, for the incident that night. So when I walked in at one point, she was on the phone with one of the brothers. There was 2 brothers that were in the area, and they went. There was a fire they got dispatched to a fire or they seen flames. They went to investigate, and one of them was fatally shot. She was on the phone with the other brother who was hiding in the woods, trying to get to safety. So she was on the phone with him, and then the other, we were listening, and she was on the phone with the two brothers.
Right. So you were receiving at this stage some degree of information with respect to the ongoings in Portapique?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I'm going to ask Madam Registrar if she would bring up the Exhibit 412, the Mass Casualty Commission interview of Constable Fahie on October 1st, 2021. And this will be page 4. I'm going to direct you to a passage that I'm going to ask you to comment on. So you'll see Constable Fahie at 8:21. There's a lengthy paragraph there. In the middle, right there, Madam Registrar, there is a statement starting with "so," and I'm going to read it into the record, and I'm going to ask you to comment on it for us, please. So, went back to the OCC between, I'm going to say, around 8:30. I could be wrong. That's when it was Bruce Bryars was the risk manager at that time, and one of the dispatchers showed me a picture of the police car, of Buddy's car. Because that night we thought it was we knew it was a police car, but we thought it was just domed up, like an ex-cop car with a couple of reflective stripes or strips on it. We didn't think it was actual police car. Once we seen that with the push bar, the decal, the car number, the full police car, we left. Do you recall speaking about that with the mass casualty interviewer?
I do.
Yeah. And do you have recollection of what I have just read to you?
Yep.
Okay. And you saw something with respect to an image about a police car?
Yeah, so we had returned back to the OC, and that was when I had called in Sergeant O'Brien around that whatever the time that morning was.
Yeah.
And just then, they had received a picture of what this police car actually looked like. So one of the dispatchers had up on his screen, and I looked at it, and it was a full image police car, RCMP police vehicle, had our decaling light bar, and it had a push bar on the front end, on the front of the hood.
So these are observations that you made of those particular items?
That's correct.
Okay. And where was the image again, please?
One of the dispatchers had it up on his screen. I'm not sure how they received it at that time.
Okay. And did that mean anything to you when you made that observation?
Noting that it was now a fully marked police car. Also, the push bar. Northeast Nova didn't have at that time many, if any, police cars with push bars. So it was one thing that stood out to help identify that car with so many police cars in the area that morning.
Yeah. Now, how would you know details with respect to the availability of push bars in Northeast Nova District?
So I was in Antigonish. I was the fleet guy. I looked after our fleet at the detachment. I have a keen interest in police vehicles and the equipment. And I had a conversation with our fleet coordinator sometime. He's in Newfoundland. And I had asked about a push bar. And I knew that was the standard one that we were issued, or that we were putting on police cars. So I knew that it was a no-no. He did not recommend push bars. Given in any serious head-on collisions, hitting the push bar can deactivate or cannot sense off the sensors of the airbag, and then the people in the driver can meet the steering wheel instead of an airbag.
I see. So with that information or that knowledge, did you do anything with it with respect to the push bar at that time? And
at that time,
yeah.
We had left the OCC, and shortly thereafter.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. But I want to show you a photograph which has been marked now Exhibit 2148. And I think we're going to have to.
That's not it.
No. The registrar is working the angles on this to be proper. I'm going to show you exhibit number 2148. What's that you see in front of you, please, Constable?
That is the police car the picture of the police car that I seen that morning.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to point to some of the features on it that you noticed that morning.
Yeah.
You had indicated something about a light bar. Do you see a light bar in this
Yep.
vehicle?
Light bar on the roof. I did not mention it just then, but I did notice the sticker price in the passenger side window. The call sign, which represents a Cumberland County vehicle. And that was some of the discussion we had at the OCC Center that morning. The decaling is standard general duty police vehicle. And at the very front of the hood, there's just a little bump, a black image, and that's the front of a push bar, or that's the very top of the push bar that would be attached to the front end of the vehicle.
Okay, so I had asked you something a little earlier about your knowledge of push bars, and as I look at that, it might be different what I see from what you saw that night. Why did you come to the conclusion it was a push bar?
I know it's a push bar. I just knew, I know my vehicles.
Yeah.
I know my police cars. There is some vehicles in Halifax District has those. And when I was in New Brunswick, Kodiak had some of those with push bars. So you just get to know what it looks like. And that arc, there would be another one on the driver's side. The same idea, the same concept.
Okay. Did you see, or can you make note of the one on the driver's side? In this
I
case?
can't.
All right, fine. Now, this is the photograph that you saw, Exhibit 2148. Did you see any other visualizations or images of the replica police car?
I did not.
Okay, okay. Okay, Madam Registrar, we can take that down. I understand then after you made your observations of the vehicle, you then went about your business that morning?
Yes, we left the OCC. And again, we were just patrolling. We were on the 102 highway, just patrolling, waiting to hear about relief. There was not much at that time going on, call-wise. We were on the 102 southbound between Truro and Millbrook. And that's when we got a call. That's when the first call came over of the incident. I believe it was somebody came in as somebody was hit by a car up in Wentworth.
In Wentworth, okay.
So we were a distance away. And I said, I figured we'd start hitting that direction to be more central.
Were you familiar with where you were going at that time?
I know my highways, but I don't know, I knew where DeBert was. I knew Masstown. I knew Wentworth was further up. I just didn't know Highway 4. I knew enough of the area, but not well.
Did you or were you using any navigational aids or mapping systems to assist you?
In our police vehicle, I was using the MWS, the mobile workstation.
Right.
It has a mapping system that.
Okay. All right. So at that stage, what did you do when you heard the Wentworth call?
We turned around and we started to proceed back towards the 104. So we got onto the 104 highway. We were proceeding westbound, and we were coming up to the DeBert exit when who I believe I thought it was Constable Rodney McDonald. It later turned out to be Corporal Rodney Peterson. He came over the air and said that the suspect vehicle just drove past him, or he believed it did. And at that time, there was a lot of chatter on the radio. So eventually I was able to break through and I spoke and I said something about, does it have a push bar? If it has a push bar, that's the vehicle.
Okay. I'll ask Madam Registrar to bring up Exhibit 54, the Colchester radio transcript lines 4, 5, 6, 3 forward, and also to correspondingly play the audio clip of communications on Colchester radio between a number of members at that time.
Okay, just past you going Masstown, I think you get a reflective vest on, guys. Okay, go again. That vehicle just passed me. It's almost to Masstown on the number 4. Okay. The guy driving slow, smiled as he went by, white Caucasian male. Looks like a brownish hair, he's got a reflective master jacket on.
So that's him. That's going to be him. It's 28 Bravo 11, not 48.
Yeah, not sure call sign with that. He's passed me now. I'm not sure if he went on the highway or not. It's a front push bar. Two up at 3 is coming to divert on the 104 highway. I'm going to keep going towards that.
So that transcript and clip, there is you describing heads up, he has a front push bar. Is that what you were referring to earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to this communication, Constable Fahie, did you speak to anybody else about your observations with respect to a front push bar on that replica RCMP vehicle?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Not outside the OCC or with Constable Coleman.
Right. And are you able to tell me why it is you felt motivated at this stage to indicate that particular piece of information?
It would have been the easiest identifier. We had a lot of Tauruses out there in operation that morning. To single it down, that would have narrowed it down to that one vehicle.
Okay. And again, that information is coming from what?
That picture that was seen at the OCC.
Okay, thank you. You continued on, did you?
Yes, we continued on. So at that stage, I thought he, as the suspect, was between Corporal Peterson and I could have been the closest vehicle to intercept him. So we had already passed the divert exit. So we proceeded to the next exit, which is the Glenholm exit. And this is where I can't remember if Glenholm and Nascar are the same exit or not, but we were getting off that exit and we were going to plan to try to get onto the Highway 4 to intercept him.
Yes.
As I'm getting off the exit or nearing the exit, telecoms comes across with another broadcast that the police car, the suspect vehicle, had just pulled into a residence in Glenholm.
Okay. And just to be clear, you're driving your vehicle?
I'm driving.
And Constable Coleman is in the passenger seat?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell us about your state of readiness with respect to in case you had engaged the perpetrator at this time?
At that stage, our carbines weren't in our, so carbine was in a rack. We did have one in the back trunk as well. We were prepared. We had our HBA on, which is our hard body armor over our soft body armor. We were prepared to stop the vehicle. At that stage, I didn't have a plan of how, but I knew we were going to do whatever we had to do to stop it. We just didn't discuss it at that stage. Things were happening very quickly. So train of thought was just getting to that point. And then we would kind of make a plan as I think what was in my head.
Okay. I understand that you eventually attended at the Glenholm scene, did you?
Yeah, so as that call had come in, we were getting off the Glenholm exit or at that exit. The call had come in that he's pulled into a residence. And as the call came in, we got off the exit, the house was right there. Not for us we couldn't see in the driveway, but we could see the driveway from that exit. So we got off the exit. We pulled over up to the we could face the driveway. We were still some distance away for officer safety, but we knew ERT was seconds away. We knew that they were coming because we could hear them on the radio. So we pulled over to ensure the driveway was secured. And ERT rolled in, Constable Hubley and Staff Sergeant McCollum pulled up in Craig's police dog truck. Corporal Peterson pulled up in another police car. There was a couple other members pulled up. So once ERT arrived, they went into the residence, into the driveway, and myself and Constable Coleman, and then a major crime vehicle, the pickup truck, Constable McKay, we blocked if that road runs north-south, we were blocking this south end.
Okay. Were you privy to radio conversations at that stage?
We were.
Did you have at that stage a sense of the seriousness of the engagement at that point?
I did. During that time frame, ERT was mobilizing into the residence, and they were talking to the CIC, their critical incident commander, about using lethal force. And I just heard that part of it. I don't recall the whole conversation.
Yeah.
It seemed like it took 5 minutes, but it was probably a 15-second conversation. Approval was granted. I remember that. They went into the residence. We blocked the road. And while they were at the residence, clearing or doing whatever they could do, we couldn't see them. We just knew they were in that driveway. A vehicle had approached us south to north. We were on the road. We did have our carbines out at this stage. HBA was still on. And I say the major crime members were behind us, blocking the road with us. A vehicle pulled up, and I think they said that they were the family from that residence. We were still blocking the road. I had talked to the driver, and I just said, you need to go to the command post in Bass River, Great Village, and somebody will speak to you there. We had our job to do. So they cleared. They were visibly upset, but they did clear, and they were visibly upset prior to approaching. While we were there, Ert had made the mention that he wasn't there. The car was gone. There was no sign of him. So we knew the scene was essentially clear. And as that came off, OCC came across with another broadcast that there was a shooting on the Plains Road.
All right. Let's get to that then, please. What did you do as a result of the
So, given that call, knowing that we were close, we were one exit over, and we knew Ert was, we knew that he wasn't in there. We cleared. We jumped in the vehicle. Major crime jumped in their vehicle. We took off onto the highway eastbound. I passed the major crime truck. We were going lights and sirens. We got off the divert exit, and we passed the divert Tim Hortons, and I'm flying. I couldn't tell you my speed, but at that stage, I felt I had to slow down. He could be anywhere. We knew the shooting was on the Plains Road, but he could have moved, and it's an industrial area, so we wanted to make sure that if we seen a police car, we could at least identify it or what have you. So I slowed down a little bit, still. I can't remember if I shut my lights and sirens off, but I was still moving, but I wasn't going top speed that I was. Driving along, Constable Coleman had her carbine on her lap. Mine was in the holder. So we devised a plan that if he was oncoming to us, I would ram the vehicle and she would start shooting through the windshield.
And why would you have devised that particular plan at that time with your partner?
At that stage, there was no doubt that he had to be stopped. And to make it, I understood that, we could have got injured, but it was better than him getting away. So to demobilize that vehicle was the key. We knew Ert was in the area. We knew our dogs were in the area. We knew if he escaped, he was going to be on foot and we had a better chance, or we could neutralize him there. Given everything that had transpired prior to, all we said is he had to be stopped.
Okay. So did you have occasion to intercept or have contact with that replica vehicle?
No, we proceeded along. We turned on. Said is he had to be stopped.
Okay. So did you have occasion to intercept or have contact with that replica vehicle?
No, we proceeded along. We turned on.
Vehicle?
No, we proceeded along. We turned on. Said is he had to be stopped.
Okay. So did you have occasion to intercept or contact with that replica vehicle?
No, we proceeded along. We turned on. On the pavement. I'm not sure the direction of that. If it goes east-west, or north-south, I was facing south.
And which direction was the Jetta?
It was facing south as well.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
So we pulled up alongside of it. We weren't too far off the roadway, or the vehicle was not. So we exit the vehicle. I grab my carbine and I exit the vehicle and I go to the passenger side of my police car. Constable Coleman exits and she runs down to the car.
Okay, I'm going to stop you and I'm going to bring up the foundational document that's entitled Plains Road Debert, in particular paragraphs 127 through 129, Madam Registrar. I understand that you've had an opportunity to review the foundational document entitled Plains Road Debert. Am I right, Constable?
I have.
And in particular, you've had a chance to review paragraphs 127 to 129 that we're going to discuss here in a moment. Is that right?
I have.
And you in agreement with the contents therein?
Yes.
Okay, so let's just go piece by piece on this because it's a significant piece of information. In particular, paragraph 127. According to Constable Fahie, he provided lethal overwatch with his carbine readied and scanning while Constable Coleman assessed Heather O'Brien from the passenger side of the Jetta. Constable Fahie stated that fire services arrived at this time and he told them to leave immediately as it was an active shooter situation and they were in danger. Constable Fahie said that at that stage he was approached by a female civilian, Michaela O'Brien, inquiring about the Jetta in the ditch, and the civilian indicated that it was her mother's car. Constable Fahie demanded that she leave the area. Are you able to make comment on those particular remarks that I've just read in paragraph 127?
Yeah.
Okay, would you do so, please?
So when we arrived, it was decided that Constable Coleman would go to the vehicle and I would perform lethal overwatch.
Which is?
Protecting everybody that's around. Given that we did not come across the vehicle and given that we didn't know where he was. We just knew that these shootings had occurred, and we had come in on the Plains Road. We felt we should have intercepted him, but we didn't know have a direction to travel. It was not safe for us. We felt that we were thinking ambush scenario. The area was treed. He could have been hiding in the bushes. There was on the opposite side of the road, there was a road that was for the industrial park. He could have hid the vehicle there. A lot of unknowns. So safety of the public and us are at the top. So I was performing lethal overwatch. Constable Coleman ran down to the vehicle.
And what did you observe what Constable Coleman did?
I wasn't observing what she was doing.
Okay.
I knew she was going down to check for first aid possibilities. We weren't yelling because we were close enough to talk. And so she went to the vehicle. As that was occurring, and I don't recall who came first, if it was Michaela O'Brien or the fire department.
Okay.
But they pulled up. The fire department, I'll explain that one first. The fire department pulled up in an old fire truck. It was a pickup truck. They pulled up traveling south. They pulled up behind my police car, basically. A gentleman exited the driver's seat, and I'm yelling, "You have to leave." He's not really listening, so I'm getting louder and a little more verbally, I don't want to say verbally aggressive, but I'm getting more angry because of the unknown situation. I don't want someone else in danger. He wasn't listening. Again, his mindset was, well, we have a car crash. That's what we're here for. So I yelled to him to leave. I did ask, I remember asking, and I don't know if he heard me, but I said out loud, at a car crash, have you ever seen members out with their guns before? No, get out of here. Eventually he did leave.
How direct were you, Constable?
I was very direct.
What does very direct mean?
I know the F word came out a few times.
Okay.
And I was very like, this is not a negotiation. Your safety is in jeopardy. We can. There wasn't a fire at the vehicle. We could get to the person in the vehicle safely.
Yes.
So we didn't need the fire department to put a fire out. We could essentially do the rest.
Eventually, that volunteer fire person left.
He got back in his truck and left.
Okay. Can you tell us then about your interaction with Michaela O'Brien?
So I'm still performing lethal overwatch. Constable Coleman's at the vehicle, and a car pulls up, hitting northbound from south. And I remember she stops, and And I can't remember everything, but I do recall her saying that that's my mother's car. Repeatedly, that's my mother's car. And at that stage, my focus again is safety.
Are you able to comment on her emotional state at that time, Constable?
She was upset. I believe she was crying, but I don't totally recall. I just know it was she wasn't yelling at me, but she was yelling. She kept saying it was her mother's car, and at the same time she was dialing a phone, and there was a phone ringing in Miss O'Brien's Jetta that was off the road. And again, given the unknown, I didn't want to put somebody else in danger. So I was very direct at, you just need to get out of here. Just leave. She did a U-turn and proceeded southbound away from the scene.
Okay. Now, in terms of the manner in which you addressed the volunteer fire person, how direct were you with the Michaela?
I wasn't that direct.
Okay.
I know I was probably, I don't want to say angry, but I was amped up yelling, just because to me, if we're out with our guns out, I understand, we know that means danger. So why doesn't everybody else understand that? And that's where I was kind of stuck that day.
Okay.
I get it, emotions override that thought of a threat. So I was direct to the point that you can't stick around. You just need to go.
Mentioned the F word before.
I may have. I more likely did.
All right. Thank you, Constable. Ms. O'Brien, Ms. Scott left the area. Is that correct?
She did.
All right, then. Let's move on to paragraph 128 then, please. In the foundational document, Constable Fahie stated that he and Constable Coleman switched positions. And quoting from some of the materials that you provided earlier, I went to the Jetta and attempted to put it in park. The female was barely alive, showing very little signs. Weak pulse, very slight noises. I was preparing to remove her from the driver's seat, and Corporal Ivany Ebert arrived. I'm going to need you to comment, please, on the remarks, the female was barely alive and showing very little signs.
So I will say it was a poor choice of words in my statement. So Constable Coleman and me switched off. She was trying to feel a pulse. She couldn't. Also, her fingers were cold. It was a chillier morning. So she came up to me, switched off. She took over lethal overwatch, and I went back to the vehicle. I remember going to the passenger side, and then I came back around to the driver's side, and I was feeling for a pulse. I thought I felt a pulse, and when I say noises, it was the air and the gases leaving your body. I knew that wasn't good, but my goal was to get her out. It's hard to do all these checks from a sitting position in the vehicle. As I'm preparing myself to attempt to get over to the vehicle, Corporal Ivany, I didn't know who it was at the time. I just remember somebody tapped me on the shoulder, and as soon as they said, "I got this," I knew his voice enough to know it was him. I backed away. He and his partner moved in. I went up to the road with Constable Coleman to perform overwatch for them while they performed their paramedicine duties.
So as you think back on this and your choice of words, are you able to comment with respect to Ms. O'Brien's state at that point?
I know I wanted to feel a pulse, but obviously we wanted people to survive that day. I can't say for certain if I did feel a pulse or if it was mine, but there was no signs of life at that time.
I'm sorry. I understand completely. This is an enormously difficult time. Mr. O'Brien, I understand that. Yeah, I understand. And I,
Don't understand. That'd be your right to do. You
Yeah.
understand then? No, you. Not a friggin' bit. Stop talking and let this man lie with you.
Mr. O'Brien, we're going to ask Mr. Burrow to continue with his questions, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll continue on. So we had discussed the comments that you had been attributed to you in paragraph 128, Constable Fahie. I'm going to move on now to paragraph 129 in the document. And that is, in the interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, Constable Fahie stated, "I'm trying to put the car in park to drag her out, and Urge is rolling in beside us, and then I get a tap on my back, and it was Dwayne Ivany. I got this." Everything, and that he made calls with respect to EHS and Life Flight. Do you remember that in particular?
I do, yes.
Yes. Okay, any comment additionally on that?
No.
Oh, okay, very good. Madam Registrar, if we could please, I would ask that we bring up Exhibit 412 again, the the Mass Casualty Commission interview of Constable Ivany. In particular, commentary at page 18. So this is at page 18, the interview at 48:43 hours, into the interview. In particular, I'm going to read this paragraph to you, Constable Fahie, so that I can elicit your response on it. EMERT, Emergency Medical Response Team. So they're the guys and girls that go around with our ERT team and our TAC troop because they can get into situations. They're essentially paramedic trained. They get into situations that because paramedics aren't allowed into those high volatile situations. And he had requested over the air for Life Flight, or he was looking for an ambulance and they're like, ambulances aren't coming in. Then he requested Life Flight and they're like, Life Flight's not flying due to this. I want to direct your attention to the next sentence, please, Constable. I'm going to ask you for comments. So I say we had to let her die, but we had to let her just pass on. We knew she I don't think she was going to make it anyways. So we got a blanket, covered her up, and then she went to the road. And we just went to the road and guarded. You recall those comments made to the Mass Casualty Commission interviewer?
I do.
Yes. And are you in a position to make any comment with respect to the choice of words that you said at that time?
Yes. So when they got her out of the vehicle, I thought there may have been a chance. Knowing their expertise, by Corporal Ivany and his partner, they're paramedics. They're maybe even more trained in this type of trauma. When they got her out, I was hoping there was a chance. When they called for all the ambulance, air ambulance, when it was denied, when I say we had to let her die, I didn't mean we had to let her die there, die. I mean, we had to leave her there deceased. We couldn't get her to the hospital. She was deceased. I have no question in my mind, sadly, but they've done their checks and they were able to confirm this, but we had to leave her there.
Now, as a general duty member, can you give us some insight into your training with respect to medical information, diagnostics, and so on?
So for us, when we normally attend sudden deaths, fatal car crashes, where there's no, where we bring in, normally we bring in paramedics. Unless, we know, the person's been deceased for some time, there's signs of that. Incidents like this, we would have had a paramedics roll in to determine that there was no, with chance of saving, no chance of saving, or whatnot, if they were deceased. EHS wasn't able to come in, but EMERT is just as qualified, if not more. So when they made that call, I was satisfied with that answer.
Okay. And in your role in general duty, are you in a position to make decisions or observations with respect to a fatality?
I don't know if we are. I'm not prepared to do that, and I never have been.
Mhm.
So I always leave it for the medical professionals that are able to they know more about signs of life and what's.
Okay. All right. So forgive me, I don't want to overstate this, but the remark, we had to let her die. Is it your position that there was signs of life at that stage when you made that comment, or otherwise?
There was not.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go back, if I can, Madam Registrar, to the foundational document, in particular, paragraph 130. Paragraph 30 cites commentary of Corporal Ivany, who we will hear from later today. In particular, around 2/3 through that paragraph, Corporal Ivany is attributed by stated that they did not believe that anyone had checked on Ms. O'Brien yet by the time he got there. Do you have any commentary on that, Constable?
We did. We were the first ones there. Constable Coleman ran up, and then I went back. When she came to me, I went back. And when I was at the vehicle, the driver's side, Corporal Ivany came up and tapped me on the shoulder.
Okay, thank you. All right. With respect to this situation, you returned to lethal overwatch while the EMERT team conducted their obligations?
That's correct.
All right. And lethal overwatch is similar to what you described earlier?
100%. Yeah, just constantly scanning.
Am I correct to say then you had a second interaction with Michaela Scott O'Brien?
Once, it was a little while later.
Yes.
So there was another possible sighting, or actually, I believe it was even after he was downed in Enfield, the shooter. It was later on. We were still guarding the scene now, waiting for major crime to roll in and our ident units. So we were sitting there guarding, and Miss Scott pulled up south to north, stopped at we had the roadblock, so she stopped, and I got out of my vehicle, and I knew who she was from the previous dealing. That's when I walked up and told her that her mother was deceased.
Okay. Now, would this be similar to the next of kin procedure you had provided in the Blair context?
Yes, not in the ideal situation, given we couldn't do it at a residence. I can't recall if she was alone or not, but and also she was in the eyesight of her mother, which is never ideal.
Would this have been a chore that you undertook on direction from your superiors, or is this something that you decided to undertake on your own?
I undertook on my own.
Okay, all right. And are you able to advise the commissioners whether there's any training that you may have had specifically with respect to how to deal with civilians / family members at the scene of a catastrophe like this?
So I wouldn't say there's specific training. We do have a little session at Depot, our training academy, but it comes with experience. And these, even at when we go to a residence for sudden death, we don't let the family near the deceased until we've determined, and once we're done our criminal investigation aspect, they may be in the residence with them. Once we've determined, that it's not suspicious, then we will allow them to say goodbye. At this situation, the criminal investigation was just beginning. So we couldn't allow anybody outside of our investigators to go near the deceased. So I did the next of kin at the side of the road, explained to her it was time, she needed to go home and be with family and support, and somebody would reach out. I didn't feel it was fair to me to tell her to leave again, knowing the information I knew. to that unknownness was not fair to anybody. So I took upon myself to let her know that her mother was deceased. I did believe I said something to do with it was in regards to a homicide, and that somebody would be in touch. I did take her name and number, and then she did leave the scene.
With respect to your manner or tone on this second occasion, can you compare it to the manner or tone on the first occasion?
Yeah, things were calm. We weren't in a heightened sense of awareness or whatnot. I believe I did apologize for my actions prior to, but again, her safety was at utmost important at the first scene, the first incident or time she showed up. Much more me. I was able to explain things. My, compassion. I used as much compassion as that I have, and I was able to express to her what took place.
Okay, thank you. Now, am I correct, Constable, that you remained on that scene, guarding the scene, in terms of the integrity of the scene until about 2 o'clock that afternoon on the 19th?
Yeah, around 1400 hours, we were relieved by 2 Antigonish members. They came and we cleared, myself and Constable Coleman, and made our way back to Antigonish to end our shift.
So how long had you been working?
18 hours, I believe.
Okay. And you got off your shift at what time?
A little after 3.
Okay. All right, Constable, those are the questions I have with respect to some of the issues before the commissioners. I have no further questions, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Constable Fahie, the process we follow is that once you have given your testimony proper, the Commission Council will meet with council for the participants and decide if there are any further questions for you and who will be asking those questions. So I'd ask you to So just remind you that you're still under oath and that you can leave now, but you have to wait, obviously, until the meeting is over. I'm going to say, Mr. Burrell, 3:30, but as I always say, if more time is needed, then absolutely we will make that available. So if you want to step out now, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
Or Officer Fahie, we'll then break.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 3:30.
Oh, this is sick, man. You shut him down. I don't often get angry. I try not to. Not the best. I do have a bit of a temper. You shut him down, Mr. O'Brien? You shut Mr. O'Brien down? And then the word compassion is being thrown around? He can say whatever the fuck he wants. Him gokus. Dookie gax. Ooh. Ooh. Yep, that's what's going on, is the cleaning, the sanitizing. And that's what that lady was saying yesterday. That's why I was trying to play that. Sorry, I didn't get to, because she was pointing out that she can't ask questions. Why is it that you decide, even if it is a round table, they're considered witnesses? We get to ask questions. I don't know what's going on in those caucus meetings. This is bad. I mean, truth has to come out. And I can't speak on behalf of the O'Briens, but I don't believe that they don't want the truth to come out. They certainly do. That's disgusting. Like, I mean, it's just trauma on trauma. Now you have no voice. You're not allowed to say anything. But guess what? We got to trot out all kinds of other stuff, which we can't back up. We don't have any proof of. I'm sure that all of the families of the 23 are pretty certain that pieces of their life, major pieces, are missing permanently. Who's the most affected here? This thing, our government. That's what. And all the rest of it can be damned. I mean, I don't know, maybe I just grew up in a utopian world. No, I would have an open microphone there. They can say whatever they want. They can ask whatever they want. And if they're upset, they get to tell everybody too. And it's on our dime. Because guess who did it to them? That's who's doing it to them now. Trying to cover ass. And we pay for it. Oh, we pay for it to happen, as in all of the shenanigans that went down. And then we pay for this. We pay for all the fucking lawyers who aren't allowed to talk, who get fed dung, the silence agreements, all over the place. They're rampant. The amount of secrecy that everybody's locked into. It is, I only know a little. And I'll tell you what I know of. It's fucking shocking. Unbelievable. I can't even begin to fathom the lengths of depravity these people have gone to and continue to, seemingly with no conscience. We're going to ask him to continue. You sit down there. You sit down. We don't want to hear from you. You're not important. You're not most affected. We lied to you. What are they hiding? Well, I'll tell you it's bad. Real bad. Hiding behind skirts everywhere. Excuses. Bonging out crap. If they fucking with my stream, man, and silencing people, and I'm pretty sure that they are. They've been doing it for a long time. Videos deleted. Win. You know, I bet you there are so many people in here shadow banned, and I have no idea. I have no idea how many people are watching. I don't think anybody does. Only, people upstairs do. God. And they'll all be judged. Not in some rules of man type of way either. And society will judge them. Day to day to day to day. The legacy. These people are engorging themselves. Gluttony of greed. To treat people like expendable. Could be any one of us. Thank God it isn't. Grow conscience. Get off this boat now. It ain't going to be pretty. Not in a violent way, because violence was how this all came about. Shame! Ain't nothing gonna buy your soul back. Get off. Get off. Better rework all your fucking rules. Don't shut it down. Don't go and do a study on how to fuck us all over again. 2. Don't run and hide like babies. Be men. Stand up. Nobody in here? Well, I can't say that. I can't say that. Don't know that. Making money off this, it's just devoting time, prayers, attention, making others aware. This costs a lot to other people too. And we are insignificant in the amount of pain that these people feel and will feel. But people come from a good place in their heart. Just to say, listen, what can I do to help? I don't want to see this anymore. I can't make it go away. I can't fix it. I can listen. We can listen. We can listen, you see? Do these people want to listen? I really hope. I'm praying. I pray all the time. But to hear that, thank you. And that takes real courage. Real courage. Oh, Tara's been on the list since the start. I've been on the list. Anybody who's in here has been on the list. We're on lists. Anybody who deviates, asks questions. Oh, what are you doing? Asks questions of ourselves. This is ourselves. This is really loony. Loony. We aren't in control at all. of anything. Yeah, cross the line. It's a moral line. And they crossed it a long time ago. Many of you cry. I mean, look at the man I showed you at lunch. You can feel his pain, and it's not our families. It's not. But we have hearts. Please pray to whatever you believe in. I don't know. They need our help. It's not something that you can turn off. They can't turn that off. It's not entertainment. This isn't entertainment. I don't do this because it's entertainment. I do have to say, wake the fuck up, please. And the people who aren't doing the right thing, just do it. Do it. That's all you gotta do. This is, I need to get a coffee. These people have to ask themselves some serious questions, man. A police officer sees some brutal things. A judge hears about brutal things. I couldn't hear a wavering in that, in Mr. McDonald's voice at all. It's just like, and what are you telling me? Sorry? Scary. That's really scary. I know. pray, pray. People who it doesn't affect, I have to ask, what's going on? Not the crocodile tears, like the real. Yes. And we have to stand with them. Shoulder to shoulder. We got to spread their message far and wide. I just don't know where we've gotten to, how this could have happened, how we allowed this to happen. I don't wish ill will on people. I know, and that's your thing, and fuck. Everybody's entitled to their own thing, and I would never tell anybody they're not, because grief hits different people in different ways, or compassion. But I know for me, I don't wish any ill will on anybody. It's not mine to decide. It's not mine to decide. That's that's for another place. I just can't understand. All these people had mothers, and some of them have children. They have families. Do they think that they're not living in the same world? It's utterly preposterous. It doesn't have to do with Canadian. It has to just do with being a human being, a good person, somebody with a conscience, somebody with a heart. It's just, you know, how you can shut somebody down. Would you ever go to a funeral and tell somebody, you know, stop? You can't. No. We're going to get on with this. Would you do that? Literally picture yourself doing that. Somebody doing that to you. It's gross. It's sick. It's disturbed. I feel pity for these people in the same breath. I know also people will be like, "Rawr," but I just can't fathom how you could allow yourself to get to that place. How you could go home and hug your kids and I don't know, go fishing and do whatever the fuck it is. You got a huge weight on your shoulders, man.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
That is part of being a judge. That's his responsibility. To hear people's pain. Not contribute to it. And then say under the same guise, oh yes, we're trauma informed and we're all about protecting people and their trauma. That's why they use guff words like most affected. No, they're families, man. Don't try and take that away. It's like Tara, what the fuck, man? You leave her in a state of purgatory permanently so far. Why? Because what did she do? It's just crazy, man. It's whatever. And if the media doesn't report on this with a heart, like honestly, where are they at? Jesus. Be with these people, please. Please. And I know there's a bunch of you in here. Families. My heart is with you. Always. Our hearts collectively.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. I understand, Mr. Pinio, that you will be asking questions. The commissioners are pleased to have you do that. I'll ask the witness to come in. Have a seat, Mr. or Constable Fahie. Constable Fahie, you're still under oath, of course. And as I mentioned before the break, the council have met and it's been determined that Mr. Robert Pinio, the gentleman in front of you there, will be asking you questions on behalf of the participants, the family participants. Mr. Pinio is from Patterson Law, and his firm represents many of the families, and so he will have some questions for you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. Bad old habits. Our firm is always introduced as being counsel to many of the families, and I think just this once I would like to take a second and just list off who we represent, just to
Absolutely.
humanize our clients to the panel and to the room.
Please go ahead.
Patterson Law represents the Blair family, the Galenchen family, the McCulley family, the Ellison family, the Zoll family, the Tebow family, the Murphy family, the Colpitts family, Leon Jodry, the Jenkins family, a majority of the McLeod family, the Bagley family, a majority of the Beaton family, the O'Brien family, the Fisher family, Darrell Curry, Greg Muse, and the Weber family. So thank you for the indulgence, panel. So Constable Fahie, I listened very closely to your testimony in direct questions asked to you by Mr. Burrell. And I note that when comparing your direct examination evidence with the evidence that you gave to the Mass Casualty Commission in your statement, you've changed your evidence in two, I'll suggest, significant ways. Do you agree with me that you've done that?
No, I wouldn't say I changed. Different choices of words.
Okay. Now, you understood when you gave your statement to the Mass Casualty Commission on October 1st, 2021, that the information you were giving was very important information to convey, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And I take it, and I don't know if you remember or not, but you weren't put under oath. That is, you didn't swear to tell the truth when you gave that statement, did you?
I did not.
No. But nonetheless, knowing how important this information was to the commission and to the families and to the public, you were quite loose with your words, weren't you? You used a poor choice of words.
Yes.
Yeah. You gave no thought to how that might impact the O'Brien family, for example, when you gave your statement in your loose words regarding her final moments.
I wasn't thinking to hurt the families, no.
No. But you weren't thinking then about how accurate your words were you?
I wouldn't say not accurate. I would just say I didn't use proper choice of words.
Okay. Well, for example, the impression left from your statement, your initial words, was that Ms. O'Brien was still making sounds, and I take it from that they were sounds from her mouth, oral area, correct?
In the statement, we did not go into deeper involvement, but sounds were air and gas exiting the body.
Yes, but that's not what you said in your statement, though, was it?
No.
You said she was making soft noises.
But I did not use say words either.
You said making soft noises, correct?
That's what my statement says, yes.
Yes, okay. And then you also stated to the Mass Casualty Commission in your statement that initially you thought you felt a pulse, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't correct that in your statement, did you?
No.
No, no, you didn't. And I take it you read the statement after it was transcribed by the Mass Casualty Commission, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah. And how long after October 1st, 2021, did you reread that statement?
Received it last week.
Okay. And despite that, at no time did you make an effort to contact the Mass Casualty Commission and correct, to use better words to describe whether or not you heard soft noises, did you?
I did not.
No. And likewise with the pulse, you didn't correct your statement prior to us coming here today to say that, oh, now I think it was actually my pulse. You didn't make that correction, did you?
No.
No. Now, I'm going to, I will refer to parts of your statement, and if you need me to bring the statement up, I will ask Madam Registrar to do that, but I think most of these are pretty basic, and I'll just put them to you, and you can agree or disagree, and then we can go to the statement. But on page 5, and when you were on your way to the Glenholm scene, you requested shoot on sight instructions from your commanders, didn't you?
I did not.
Okay. So if you could bring up Constable Fahie's statement and turn to page 5. No, you're correct. ERT was asking for permission.
That's
to
correct.
shoot on site. Okay. And do you know if ERT ever received those instructions?
I wouldn't say they didn't ask over, it wasn't layman's term, shoot on site, but I believe they did ask if they could use lethal means, and I believe it was granted, but there was so much chatter.
Okay. And lethal means that you, that the responding officers would not have to engage the subject first, that they could just shoot on site?
Not totally sure what that means, but that's what I guess I took it as.
Okay. And you did take it that way, didn't you? Because you and Constable Coleman devised a plan that was basically ram the vehicle and shoot on site, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You stated in your direct testimony that you had a familiarity with police vehicles, and one of the reasons that push bars were not used generally by the RCMP is that it would disable, it could disable the airbag and leave the members inside vulnerable?
That's what was advised to me, yes.
Sure. Okay.
I didn't do any research into that besides being told that.
Okay. And isn't it also the case, though, that if the airbag's deployed, that the members could be trapped and not able to use their weapons?
It's a possibility.
Yeah. Well, you know how an airbag works. The balloon, the bag comes out and it comes up against the passenger's body and doesn't allow them to strike forward, correct?
It expands and then it immediately, you can push it back in,
Sure.
disinflate.
Sure. And police officers, in fact, have had airbags deployed in their cars in the past and not been able to use their weapons and been killed. You're aware of that?
I'm not.
You're not? Okay. Did you understand ERT's, the fact that ERT, you believed ERT was granted shoot on site or lethal force instructions? Did you take license with that then to devise the plan to ram the vehicle and shoot on site?
No. The plan was, given the actions that had already taken place, I felt that as frontline police officers, we had a job to do, and that was to end him.
Okay. Okay. So you were able to make that decision on your own. You didn't have to clear that with command.
No, I did not clear that.
You're agreeing with me?
I did not clear that with command.
No, but you didn't have to clear that with command, did you?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It was a split-second action or decision.
Okay. You were at the home in Glenholm?
I was near the residence.
Yes. And you were out of your vehicle for a time?
That's correct.
Yes. Did you hear a helicopter in the sky when you were there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, getting ready for your testimony here today, did you meet with anybody to prepare your testimony?
No.
Okay. You didn't go over it with...
oh, sorry.
with
Yes,
your
we went
lawyers?
over it.
Yeah, with your lawyers?
Yep.
And with RCMP members?
No.
Nobody in command?
No.
Okay. Just with National Police Federation lawyers?
I didn't even meet with them.
Okay. Which lawyers did you meet with? I'm not asking for the substance of the comments. I'm just asking if it took place.
The relevance of the question. The testimony provided this morning.
Sure. Well, obviously this witness's credibility is in question, given that there's at least a perception that he's changed his wording from his statement to his testimony today. So I think I'm entitled to explore how he prepared for his direct testimony.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Beatty.
Thank you. What lawyers did you meet with?
My DOJ lawyer.
Oh, I see. Okay. After you left Glenholm, you headed straight to Plains Road?
That's correct.
And just going to ask a couple of quick questions, but it was covered in your direct, but it's just to set up the context for my later questions. So you stopped when you saw Ms. O'Brien's Jetta?
No. I seen the vehicle. In my peripheral, I was going towards another vehicle.
Honda, yes.
And then I realized a police car had pulled up to that one, so I did a quick U-turn and stopped at that one.
Okay, but your first stop was at the Jetta on Plains Road?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. You didn't go to any other scenes? before you
No,
went to the
I did
Jetta?
not.
Okay. And you and your partner, Constable Coleman, got out of the vehicle.
That's correct.
You provided overwatch.
That's correct.
And Constable Coleman went to the Jetta.
Yes.
And Constable Coleman attempted to find a pulse on Ms. O'Brien.
Yep.
Okay. And she reported that she was unable to do that, possibly because her hands were cold, and you and her switched positions.
That's correct.
And she stood up on the road and provided lethal overwatch.
And then I went back to the vehicle.
Yes. And you then attempted to find a pulse.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't take Ms. O'Brien out of the Jetta, did you?
I did not.
No. Did you try to?
I was preparing to, but it was, EMERT got there very quickly after I got to the vehicle.
Okay.
So I never even attempted. I was prepared to.
Okay. And did you open the door to check for her pulse?
I can't remember how I checked the pulse. I can't call if the door was open. If I opened the door, the windows, I complete blank.
Okay. Did you reach Ms. O'Brien by standing outside the driver's door and reaching in?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't go to the passenger side.
I did initially, but when I checked the pulse, I came around to the driver's side.
Okay. And so you don't remember whether or not the door was open?
I don't recall that detail.
Okay. And you were standing in close proximity to the Jetta and you felt a tap on your shoulder?
Yes.
And that tap came from Dwayne Ivany?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you assist Ivany in, and I don't mean to be disrespectful using his last name. I didn't recall his rank right
Corporal?
at that time. Corporal, yes. Did you assist Corporal Ivany in removing Ms. O'Brien from the Jetta?
No, I went up to the roadway to assist Constable Coleman and lethal overwatch for the two EMERT members.
Because in your statement, you say that Dwayne Ivany with EMRT, and I'm paraphrasing, but tapped you on the shoulder. He said, "I got this." Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then you said, "So we got her out of the car."
I meant they, like,
Okay.
yeah, no,
We
I
as in
did
the
not
RCMP.
assist. Yes.
Okay, very good. So when Corporal Ivany took over, you then went back up to the Plains Road and stood lethal overwatch along with Constable Coleman.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you go back to Ms. O'Brien at any time after that?
No, I did not.
You stood on the road the rest of the time?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't perform any first aid on Ms. O'Brien?
No.
Okay. Did you provide any first aid to her before Corporal Ivany arrived?
No.
No bandages, nothing like that? Okay. You heard Corporal Ivany asking for the life flight?
Yep.
And you heard the transmission back that life flight wouldn't be flying?
That's what I recall.
Okay, but you heard that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's not something Ivany told you?
No.
Okay.
No.
And I believe you heard dispatch say, "Life flight's not flying due to this." Those were your words?
Yes.
Okay. In hindsight, I think you'll agree with me that that you were quite rough on Michaela Scott O'Brien in the first instance.
Unfortunately, I was, yes.
Yes. And you're aware you had a carbine in your hand at the time?
It was at below ready, yes.
And I think you realize that for a civilian, that's not an everyday occurrence to see.
By no means what it would have been.
I notice at different places in your statement you use "we," and I'm going to ask you if sometimes when you say "we," if you mean the RCMP in general, and I'll be more specific. But
Yes,
I'm just wondering
please.
if that's something that you do.
At times.
Okay. And the operating assumption of the RCMP overnight, April 18 to the morning, April 19, was that the perpetrator's ex-cop car was a decommissioned cop car, might have had a badge on it or a stripe, maybe some stripes on the bumper, but you weren't. The assumption was that it wasn't a fully marked.
That's correct.
Yes. And that was the assumption of those in the force that you were talking to that overnight.
That's correct.
Yeah. And in your statement, and I'm going to ask you to confirm if these are your words as well, you say, "It looked like an ex-police car." And again, so assuming, and obviously we assumed very wrong that night, and it was, but we didn't have any other information to go on. We were looking for a car with maybe a back bumper and a blue reflective sticker, or had some, I didn't think it had RCMP markings on it, just the reflective strips that people.
Yep.
And that is your recollection of that evening, that assumption was very wrong, wasn't it?
Sorry, very wrong, you said?
Yeah, it's obviously we assumed very wrong.
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pinillo. Mr. Burrow? Thank you. Commissioner Fitch? Thank you very much, Officer Fahie. That ends your testimony. We appreciate you being here and to assist us with our important work. So you're now free to go.
Thank you.
Mr. Burrell, I think logistically we will need at least 10 minutes to arrange for the next witness. So it's 3:55. So as close to 4:05 as we can, we'll break for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 4:05.
There were a lot more questions that could have been asked, but some good ones. Yeah. Long day for all the families. I almost sensed a heart there from Kim Stanton. Not that I'm saying she's heartless, but you could just see something there. Her eyes flickering. She rubbed her mouth. Anybody that's on this boat's only going to get worse. Only going to get worse. Just best to get off it. Just the beginning. Just the beginning. Pattern, I know the pattern. The saddle pattern. I hope that no, I need to get whatever way they need it. I was having an interesting conversation with somebody yesterday, and the saddle thing does zero. It may even seem like it somewhat at the time, but it doesn't. The questions linger and they eat, and there's nothing that kind of makes that go away because you wonder. Nobody admits fault. Oops, we'll do some recommendations. Ones that never get filled. Mother's Day in 3 days. That's spooky. Mother's Days that'll never be the same. I was going through some stuff last night. No coincidences in life. And stuff I hadn't seen since I was a child. I didn't even know. And there's like a couple of things that I made for my mom. Well, those crappy cardboard cutouts, you know, cutout hearts and messages on there. Yep. I just really hope that whatever, something there just resonates with people in this process, and they're just like, no more, I'm out. And not just that I'm out, but I'm out, and here's what I know. And just let it go, let it go. I could see something there. I could see something there. Just right at the end. Maybe it's just me. Let's see. Oh. That's... let's see if I can see it. My eyes are very bad. But it seemed like it.
To arrange for the next witness, so it's 3:55, so as close to 4:05 as we can, we'll break our evidence. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe, maybe not.
Thank you. Proceedings are now on break and will resume at 4:05.
Wow. I don't know if that's the signal you guys are getting. Whoosh. Oh. A little more crispy on my end. No days are ever the same. All these people have moms. Had moms. Very strange. Something terribly askew. Miss your mom. No. Your mom's taken early.
Excuse me, everyone. Proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Proceedings. Just sounds so cheap. Reflections. It's interesting. A lot of trauma going around. A lot of hearts broken. All over the place. What are they going to have? Run the clock out? Are they going to reschedule? Because there's more to ask. One more witness. But that's what we're here for, Tara. We've got a good group of people, good hearts, good morals. Wouldn't, I hope, stand by for this bullshit, because we know that you wouldn't. I know that as your friend.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell.
Thank you, Commissioners. I would call Corporal Dwayne Ivany, please.
Thank you.
Just remain standing if you would, please, witness. You are Corporal Dwayne Ivany.
Yes, sir.
Your last name is spelled Ivany.
Yes.
I understand, Madam Registrar, that the witness wishes to be sworn on the Bible. The Bible's in front of you, Corporal.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Thank you, Corporal. The focus of questioning today will be fundamentally in three areas. Your role and involvement in the Emergency Medical Response Team, EMERT, and your observations of Ms. Banfield in the early morning of April 19th, and also your observations involvement in the Heather O'Brien fatality. For purposes of that, obviously, there will have to be some information as well to provide some context. But let me just go through your background, if you would, please. I understand that you have 22 years completed service with the RCMP.
Yes.
I understand that you graduated Depot in 2000.
2000.
And you worked in the lower mainland of British Columbia until 2011?
Yes.
I understand that in 2011, you had transferred to the Windsor Detachment in Nova Scotia in general duty.
Yes.
2012, you joined the Emergency Medical Response Team in Nova Scotia.
Yes.
2014, you were transferred from the Windsor Detachment to Halifax District.
Yes.
2016, I understand that you were appointed or became the Divisional Coordinator for the Emergency Medical Response Team, EMERT.
Yes.
I understand that you're currently a corporal at the Cole Harbour Detachment of the Halifax District RCMP. You are a road supervisor on watch 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
On April 18th, 19th, 2020, you were in the same position you occupy right now. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you then generally, Corporal, because of your expertise, to tell us about EMERT, what it is, please, and your role in it.
EMERT is the acronym for Emergency Medical Response Team. It is a support group that the RCMP developed not long after July 1990 protest in Oka, Ontario, the crisis that occurred there. At the time, the RCMP identified that there was a need within the force to have tactically trained officers who can provide an advanced level of care in situations where civilian paramedics are unable to go into. The program developed since that date and is national with approximately 115 medics across the country. Each of the divisions or the provinces, we refer to them as their own division. Each division would have a coordinator in my position, which looks after training, scheduling, acquisition of supplies, medications, and interacts with the critical incident program when deploying. The program, all of the members operate under a clinical physician who is our medical director, who is under contract by the RCMP. That means that basically any of our medical skills similar to that of a paramedic would be operating under his license. So basically he is extending his medical license to cover the protocols that he sees fit and directs us to do under our duties.
Okay, and that's a trained medical practitioner in Toronto, is it?
Yes, in Ontario.
And how often would you have contact with that practitioner?
All and any medical interventions that we have at any file or call, we send a report with him for his immediate review for quality assurance. And I also meet virtually every month with our coordinator and with the doctor.
Okay, so the divisional coordinator you started to get into, is that a full-time paid position?
No, in Nova Scotia, all 6 positions that we have are all part-time, and the coordinator's position is also part-time, which I do off the side of my desk with general duty.
I've heard this expression, off the side of my desk. What does that actually mean in terms of practical reality?
Well, I guess that means that when I'm not supervising the members that I have in the Cole Harbour Halifax District, responding to calls, conducting investigations myself, that in between those duties, I take the time to also fulfill the duties of acquisition, scheduling, training, and that for the EMRT program.
Okay, tell me, how many members did you say there were?
We have 6 positions. However, currently we have 3 positions in there due to vacancies and the inability to meet training requirements with COVID over the past 2 years. And on the date of April 18th, 19th, 2020, we had 4 positions occupied.
Okay, 4 positions of 6 were occupied in April of 2020.
Sorry?
4 positions of 6 were occupied in April of 2020?
Yes.
Okay, full-time or part-time positions, just for clarity?
All part-time positions.
All right, tell me about the requirements generally to be an EMERT member.
The majority of the members that are, or the majority of the candidates for the program that are identified, we prefer that they have a pre-medical background. A large number of the people that apply to the program and become successful have a pre-paramedic background prior to having become engaged with the RCMP. Some have nursing backgrounds, health sciences, physio, kinesiology, and also some military medic background.
Okay.
There is training available that if you do not have those prerequisites, you can enter a basic level course, which is referred to as the EMR, emergency medical responder. A lot of people are familiar with an MFR course throughout Nova Scotia. Basically, firefighters, ski patrol, search and rescue, other people that do respond outside of paramedics that provide medical care have a medical first responder course, which is a 40+ hour course, which covers a lot of medical intervention, CPR, spinal immobilization, oxygen, a lot of things that you can do and provide prior to paramedic arrival. The course that we are required to have as our bare civilian basic, the EMR, is an 80-hour course. So basically, it goes into a lot more in depth. It is a program that is provided currently in Nova Scotia through the Canadian Red Cross or St. John's Ambulance. This program is all civilian based, and basically it is a step between the medical first responder course that your firefighters and support personnel would have and a paramedic level training.
Okay. Tell me about certification, recertification, and continuing education.
In order to become an EMRT medic with the RCMP, you have to have those prerequisites. So either a recent civilian paramedic license, recency with your qualification through the military or through nursing, or an updated EMR course. Once you do that, you go through an initial course, which the RCMP refers to as an SRM, which is Symptom Relief Medications. That is a 4-day course where, based on the medications that our doctor has identified are suitable for our deployment and operational needs, we will do 4 days of training on administration of those medicines. It includes which medicines we are authorized to use, the proper time to use them, the dose to use them, and the proper person that should be receiving them. We also will go into our intravenous access, so we will establish fluid access. Intravenously is by your typical most common where you're inserting a catheter into a vein. In situations where we cannot establish a vein, and a lot of times in trauma, we will go with intraosseosis, which is basically a needle directly into the bone in order to get that fluid into the person for either hydration purposes or for medication.
That was a long answer. I'm going to cut you off. Sorry, that's okay. I wanted to know about certification and continuing education requirements. That is time commitment, perhaps, in order to be an EMR member.
Once you've successfully completed the SRM course, you will do a 5-day tactical course, which is your combat medicine course, which is advanced. But every year, all of our members are required within 1 year to do a recertification 2-day course, a 3-day course, on the SRM, the drugs, and a 2-day tactical course on your tactical medical interventions.
Okay. Tell me, we've heard a lot about the ERT, or the Emergency Response Team. What's the relationship between EMERT and ERT, if any?
There's a very close relationship. ERT is one of the main, Emergency Response Team is one of the main support services of the RCMP, providing assistance to our general duty policing across the province and the country. Another one is our tactical group, which are riot control, TAC troop, different acronyms or references to them. Those support operations as deemed fit by the RCMP. The EMRT program is a support service for those support services. So in situations where ERT is going into a high-risk situation, armed and barricaded, active shooter, it's something where they will bring us in as armed and operational police officers with our specialized equipment and our medical gear to be able to provide immediate life-saving care prior to being able to access civilian EHS.
Okay, so you've told us about medical training. Are you able to comment on tactical training that you would receive as a member of the EMRT team?
EMRT, under our policy, we do cross-train with the groups that we support. So usually 1 to 2 weeks every year, we will cross-train with our tactical group in regards to riot control, positioning. We will run scenarios. With ERT, depending on the training, we are present and participate in the training for a week-long marine operations, usually once or twice a year. We will attend officer drill down training. We will do tactics CQB, in and out of buildings, mostly developing our communication and being aware of how to interoperate with them in their environments.
Thank you. It sounds like there's a working relationship with ERT.
Definitely.
Okay. Can you tell me about on-call or EMERT availability, please, in Nova Scotia?
Currently, the Nova Scotia division has supported 2 members of our EMRT program to be on call at any given time. We are on an operational availability, which means we have to be able to respond within a 4-hour response time. Basically, I think given the members that are on the team, you will get a much quicker response within an hour or so. At the time of April 18th, 19th, 2020, we were not on an on-call basis. So it was just the availability of our members at the time. However, within our group, we did amongst ourselves try and maintain an availability for that.
Okay, I think we've explored a great deal of information about the emergency medical response team. Let's move on now to discussing April 18th and 19th. I understand that 2 EMERT members responded to the Portapic mass casualty. Am I right there?
Yes.
And that was who, please?
Myself and Constable Jeff Marr.
Okay. And Constable Jeff Marr is a member of the RCMP locally as well?
Yes, he works out of Lower Sackville.
Okay. And tell me then, please, how does one get notified in order to be mobilized to attend to something like this? And what happened on April 18th?
Once it's been determined that there is going to be a deployment of ERT or any specialty resource where they will require ourselves, EMERT, at the time, and currently we use different apps through our smartphones where we receive a notification. So on that night, I received a text notification going out to a group chat from Corporal Tim Mills, who was the acting team leader for our division's ERT.
Okay. And are you able to comment on response time to the call?
I reside in the metro area, so I notified Constable Marr, who was, I knew based on his schedule, was currently on shift for a night shift. I was able to contact him immediately and have him make preparations in acquiring a vehicle and meet me at a muster point within metro where we store our medical equipment.
Sorry, you said you had to make arrangements for him to acquire a vehicle?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Under policy, EMRT is required to have a dedicated vehicle for use during deployments. Typically, what would happen is we would arrive at a scene, meet up with ERT or whoever we're supporting, and they would identify one of their vehicles to be able to be utilized for an emergency situation for accessing and or extricating a patient if required. So basically, with technology and the advancement of ERT and their operations, it's not usually that you're going to be able to have a vehicle that isn't full of shelves with equipment and tech gear, drones, things like that, that you can just revamp into an extrication vehicle. So we don't have a dedicated vehicle for our unit at that time, and we basically look for any available police vehicle that was not in use that was suitable for us to go. The only vehicle that was readily available was a unmarked RCMP Jeep Grand Cherokee, which was equipped with grille and headlight lighting, flip-down visor, rear lighting, siren, and a police radio.
Did that vehicle have capacity to be able to transport patients?
No.
Is that a problem?
It would have been if any of the subjects that we dealt with that night had required transport.
Okay, let's move on then. Tell me, you made your way to Portapic. Can you describe how you determined where to go and what occurred?
During our text notification, we were notified of a muster point. We were originally told to go to the Bible Hill Detachment RCMP. Updates would come in over that text group. Once we were able to get our gear ready to depart the location in Metro with our equipment and our gear, I was also able to monitor local radio communications with the general area where the actions were transpiring. From there, we used basically Google Maps on my phone to identify the address that we were to muster at with the others, and we followed that route to towards Truro first and then into the Great Village area.
Right. Personal phone or a work phone that you use Google Maps on?
Personal phone.
Okay, any reason for that?
I have an Android phone and a personal phone, and just for mapping features and things like that, I'm able to use the mapping feature more effectively.
Okay, all right. So you made your way to where, please?
We made our way following the route. Originally, after we got told to go from Bible Hill, they then said go to the Bass River Fire Department for staging there. While following our Google route to the Bass River Fire Station, we came across the Great Village Fire Hall. We were able to identify that there was 3 EHS resources currently on site, and felt it prudent to stop in there and engage our communication with those EHS resources.
Okay, would that be something that you would regularly do in terms of responding to an incident? That is, communicate with EHS resources?
Yes.
Okay.
We
why
work
is
very
that?
closely with EHS. In planned operations, we consult with their EPSO group, Emergency Prepared Special Operations, which have special training, but still cannot go into a high threat zone. And that night they had a critical care unit. So basically it's the larger kind of truck you may see. It looks almost like a big 18-wheeler with a box on the back of it. That basically is staffed with similar crew to what they would have on a life flight helicopter. They're also able to specially equip that vehicle with additional gear based on their mission. They also had a regular typical ambulance that you would see, which was actually an advanced care paramedic on board versus just a basic care paramedic. They have limitations in what each can do, level of scope of practice. They also had a supervisor vehicle, which was one of their SUVs, and the duty supervisor or duty manager for the area for that night.
What was your feeling with respect to the level and quality of EHS service available when you attended at Great Village Fire Hall?
When we got there, having them already there and staged, it was more than we could have asked in preparation for. Okay. So at that point, we just merely discussed our roles, handoff protocols, if we had to bring a patient to them versus bringing them into a hot zone and having to provide escort, armed escort and protection for that. We also discussed accessibility and things for later planning the secondary operational period.
Okay, I understand that you left Great Village Fire Hall and you were on your way to Bass River.
Yes, so following our route to Bass River, we came across the intersection of Highway 2 and Portapeak Road, where we identified the area being shut down by uniformed members. We also identified 2 of our ERT unmarked police vehicles, and we saw members of our ERT team disembarking those vehicles. Okay. With them there, we will normally we'll follow their guidance as to how we work with them based on their operations and their plan. So we stopped at that location and approached one of the ERT members, which was Constable Trent Milton, to discuss with him whether we should continue to a staging area or if he would rather us do something else. At that time, he recommended that we maintain in the area and stage with them until the full critical incident command package was up and organized and running.
Okay, are you able to estimate, and I know estimate is the question, what time that was?
I would say that was probably just shortly before midnight.
All right, fine. How long were you there then at that location?
We remained at that location throughout the night, with the exception of returning to the Great Village Fire Hall twice.
And the purpose of returning twice to Great Village Fire Hall was what?
One was in the early morning or late night, if we want to refer to it. My third EMRT member, Constable Lee, became available and had made her way up to the Great Village Fire Hall. I had told her to stage there and would wait for our return to discuss operations. At the time, there was no immediate activity or threat that would require our immediate disembarking with ERT. So I identified to Corporal Mills that when he returned for briefing with the critical incident commander, that myself and Constable Marr would also do so in order to remove some of the extra gear that we had in our vehicle and leave it at the fire hall so as to give ourselves a little more room in the vehicle. And it would also afford me the opportunity to speak with Constable Lee and come up with a plan for her deployment in consultation with the CIC Staff Sergeant Jeff West.
Okay, now did you actually have contact with CIC Staff Sergeant Jeff West when you arrived at the Great Village Fire Hall?
Yes, I initially briefed Constable Lee as to what had been going on throughout the night, what we knew, what intelligence was coming in. I then went up and spoke to Staff West, just indicating a plan that we had arranged with EHS for their changeover at morning, as well as my recommendation for Constable Lee to head home and get rest in preparation for a daytime deployment.
How long would your contact have been with Staff Sergeant West?
Probably 5 minutes.
All right. Did you take any instruction from him at that point?
No direction other than to go with the plan we had agreed upon.
Okay, very good. Then what happened?
At that point, Constable Lee departed to go back, maintaining all of her equipment in her vehicle so as to be ready if other activity was to start up. We were advised by Staff West that J Division, which is our New Brunswick counterparts with ERT, were planning on coming in for daytime operations, the following operational period. And he confirmed that he did believe that their EMRT, their medic component, was also coming with them.
Okay. I understand that you returned back to Portapique Beach Road and Highway 2 intersection?
Yes.
And you maintained the position you had undertaken before?
Yes.
And that position was one of readiness, was it, Corporal Ivany, in case of the necessity of being engaged?
Yes, we positioned our vehicle in a manner so that we could exit the area heading back towards the command post or towards EHS. But we also maintained a readiness and a situational awareness to see what was going on around us.
Let me ask you, was there any direction to actually attend down Portapique Beach Road or Orchard Beach Drive at any time?
We were not requested to do so.
Okay. And did you take it upon yourself to undertake that traveling or not? Why would you not do that?
No.
Why is that?
A break in chain of command would break down operations and it probably put people at risk.
Okay, thank you. All right, you were there for a period of time, Corporal, in your vehicle with Constable Jeff Marr in the early morning hours. The weather was what?
It had been a nice day. It had cooled down that evening, so the warmth from the day was gone. Pretty much within our initial arrival on scene, we ended up having to add on additional layers of insulated clothing, insulated balaclavas under helmet, and unfortunately, we could not just sit in a nice warm car because of our situational awareness. We had to basically keep our eyes open and our heads on a swivel, which we couldn't do effectively from inside the vehicle.
Understand. Can you tell me about your carbine training? Did you have that?
Yes, Constable Marr and myself are both carbine qualified, yet we could not bring a carbine with us on that deployment as the unmarked Jeep Cherokee was not equipped to properly secure our carbine for transport.
So what did you do in terms of your own security at PBR?
We were both armed with our sidearm, our pistol.
Yes.
There also were two uniform members that were equipped with shotguns that were also maintaining a containment point there. There was a member of our ERT that was in the process of, I guess, a candidacy. He was in the training process, Constable Aaron Lawless. As he was not fully trained as an ERT, he would not be going with them into critical mission deployments. However, they did assign him as an additional carbine operator and equipped member to maintain overwatch of safety for ourselves.
Okay. Let's move on then to an area of inquiry with respect to your contact with Lisa Banfield at around 6:30 in the morning. Would that be, Corporal?
That would be correct.
Okay. Can you tell us about that, please?
We were still staged at that position when our dispatch broadcast over the radio that there was an incoming 911 call from a resident in the area who had just received Miss Banfield at his front door. It was relayed over the radio that she was hurt by the suspect, but was not shot. And the subject caller was requesting that we come to rescue her. At that point, our ERT resources started mustering. There was concern and conversation as to where she was all night. But with the immediate awareness that she was now coming out of the woodwork, more or less to say, our adrenaline began to spike again because now she's coming out. We don't know if the suspect, was also now in the immediate area.
Any other concerns you had at that point in terms of security?
For us, not directly. There was a concern that we didn't know who this person was that was calling. to indicate that she had just escaped or made her way to his house. Having had experience with the recent Moncton shootings, we were always concerned that there could have been an ambush situation. Did not know if this person was a friend of the suspect or the accused, or if he was just a bystander.
Okay.
So communication amongst the ERT members and ourselves we're going to go with a high degree of caution. And as part of that deployment, they used the armored vehicle as that safe means to do so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and you had some contact then with the armored vehicle, Constable McLeod and Constable Clark?
Yes, once Ms. Banfield had been extracted from the residence, they made their way back, and it was identified over the radio by incident command that they requested us to receive her from the armored vehicle and transport her back to back to the command post, where EHS was also waiting. The armored vehicle pulled up, was approximately 20 or 30 feet from our vehicle, which was running and ready and warm. She was escorted off of the back of the armored vehicle by one of the members and introduced to me, indicating that I was a medic and that I was going to take her back to the command post and to be looked at by paramedics.
Okay.
I escorted Ms. Banfield over to the Jeep Cherokee. Constable Mahar assumed the driver's position. We had the heat on, and I had her get into the back seat behind Constable Mahar, and I sat in the back seat next to her while we made our way back to the Great Village Fire Hall.
And why did you sit in the back seat next to her?
I wanted to be able to assess her. I wanted to conduct a primary survey and ensure that there were no unforeseen injuries that she may have had that had not already been detected. And I wanted to be able to provide an immediate history, medical history, allergies, conditions, anything in regards to her chief complaint that I can relay to EHS.
Okay. Did you undertake that assessment?
I did.
All right. Are you able to inform the commissioners of your observations, please?
Yes. In observing her physically, I could see that her skin was fairly pale. Her lips were blue. She was shivering. Her teeth were chattering when she tried to speak. I could see that she had been wearing like a tights, like a Lululemon Under Armour type tights and pants, fairly thin. She had on a long sleeve shirt, but it was very thin as well, loose around the body and a little bit tighter on the arms. Having seen that and having known how cold I had been throughout the night, I assumed that depending on her level of exposure prior to getting into the 911 caller's home, that she would be cold. So my initial concern was I asked her, where did she hurt? She indicated she had pain on her lower right side, pointing to that location.
Pointing to your back here.
Pointing to her back onto her side.
Thank you.
And I said, what happened? So she indicated that he kicked me. He kicked me when I was down. Then he handcuffed me, threw me into the police car. I couldn't get out. The doors wouldn't open. When he went back in to get more guns, I climbed through the window to the front, and I was able to get out the front. When I asked her, while I'm asking her now about the information that she's providing me, I'm also trying to assess the injury that she described. So I asked her, where it hurts. In this situation, there was no benefit in me physically going to skin for observing skin color and removing her shirt in that context. I thought that would be more appropriate in the back of an ambulance. I did palpate her side, which she indicated was tender and sore. My concern then was, having been injured on the side, that there may have been secondary injury, which would be more critical if it did affect her vertebrae or her spine. So I conducted a head to spine palpation, indicating if she felt any pain or if I detected any deformity. There was no concern or pain indicated, which ruled out my C-spine concern in that situation. While I'm doing all that, I'm also asking, do you have any medical conditions? Do you have any allergies? She's indicating no to any of those. Once we got to the point, and it was a pretty back and forth but rambling conversation as to what happened. But once she indicated she got out of the car, and I was sufficed with my physical checks and observations that she wasn't in any immediate jeopardy, then I asked her, okay, so what kind of car was it? I said, was it an old police car? And she said, no, it's just like yours.
Now, that's an interesting question. Why would you raise the old police car?
Well, a lot of our cars, once they mileage out, They go into Crown assets for sale, and they can be purchased at a relatively low price. During my time in British Columbia, I would say probably 40 to 50% of the taxi drivers in the area drove retired police cars. When you would see the police car, it was merely a white Ford Taurus. Any of the RCMP specific emblems and decals were removed. Obviously, any of the emergency equipment would have been removed. But sometimes you will see a reflective silver striping outlining the frame of the vehicle, or sometimes inside of the doors. That was the initial assumption throughout the night, that we believed the reports of a person in a police car was using an old police car, not one that was fully deckled with a light bar and looked just like ours as described by Ms. Banfield.
Would you have had any communication with any of your colleagues or superiors with respect to this assumption about the use of the old police car?
Yes, not directly with any of my superiors, but it was less than a 7-minute drive from point A to point B to get to the command center where EHS was staging. So immediately upon arriving at the Great Village Fire Hall, we pulled up to within about 10 feet of the ambulance.
Okay, I'm going to stop you because I got ahead of myself, or you
Okay.
got ahead. My question was with respect to the old police car and your assumption that it was an old police car. When you put it to Ms. Banfield, did you communicate previous to having contact with Ms. Banfield with any other RCMP member, either in a line of command or otherwise, about that assumption? Or was that something you took on yourself?
That was something that I had heard just through radio communications.
Okay, all right, very good. Let's continue on then with respect to your observations. I wanted to say, can you comment about Ms. Banfield's mobility? Was there any impairment on her mobility?
The observation of her mobility that I could see in regards to the walking was fairly limited because it was only about 15, 20 feet. However, we were helping her in that ability, just escorting her to make sure she doesn't fall, whether due to injury or weakness. The fact that she still had bluish tinged lips, was chattering and shivering, after having been in the armored vehicle for a period of time, and previous to that, having been in a house for some time awaiting our arrival, suggested to me that although I believe she was hypothermic, she was likely on the recovering side of the hypothermia.
You have familiarity with hypothermia?
Yes.
You've treated and or diagnosed and or dealt with that condition before?
Yes, prior to my engagement with the RCMP, I was also a member of the Canadian Ski Patrol as an instructor and examiner, and that was for about 7 years.
Okay.
And
So-
it was very frequent to see people in hypothermia while dealing with other injuries.
So what can you say about hypothermia with respect to Lisa Banfield?
The fact that she was shivering was a good sign. That's an indicative that the body itself is trying to use its own energy to warm itself. It's when the shivering stops that you become concerned because now your systems are beginning to fail. With her level of hypothermia that she was displaying in regards to her chattering teeth when trying to talk, although I was able to make sense of the communication, it was very jumpy and chattery.
Okay. Her ability to communicate, were you able to communicate comfortably with her?
Yes.
All right. Any impairment or concern in that regard?
Not that I believed.
Okay. I had interrupted you when you were talking about the old police cars and your conversation with Ms. Banfield. Will you continue on, please, with that?
Yes, so originally I was inquiring as to the state, whether it was an old police car that he had purchased or if it was just a Ford Taurus. And that's when she corrected me and said, no, it's just like, and she goes, it has a light bar, it has decals, it looks just like yours. And at that point, it was the eyes awake moment that throughout the night, we were not looking for a fully marked car. And at that point, the suspect may have driven right by me at any given time in a fully marked police car. And I would not have been aware of it.
All right. You indicated that it was a 7-minute drive.
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, you continued your medical observations?
Yes, basically, everything that I've already described basically took up those 7 minutes.
Okay. And when you arrived at the Great Village Fire Hall, what took place then?
We updated over the radio of our arrival. At that point, the paramedics were already standing outside of the ambulance with the side ambulance door open and awaiting. We pulled up within 10 feet of that, and I assisted Ms. Banfield out of the vehicle, out of the Jeep, and I was walking her towards the ambulance. I could also see that there was a plainclothes investigator that was attending to our location, and we had been told that one would be meeting us. So as I was escorting her to the paramedics, I briefly told the paramedics that she had no known medical conditions, no allergies, complained of an initial complaint of being kicked while down onto her side, and that I had ruled out C-spine concerns, but that she is believed to have been in the woods throughout the night and was hypothermic.
Okay. And you had conversations with the investigator?
Yes. As I handed her off to the paramedics who were bringing her into the heated ambulance, I immediately told him, I said, she needs to be checked very quickly. You can go in with them while they do that. I said, but you have to let CIC know that she disclosed to us that the suspect is in a fully marked police car with our decals and our light bar.
Do you have any recollection of who that investigator was, Corporal?
I do not recall, no.
Okay. And do you have any idea or information about what was done with that information you gave him?
He indicated that he would relay it to the managers and the critical incident commander, Staff West.
Okay. And that was the completion of your involvement with Ms. Banfield?
Yes.
All right. Am I correct to understand that you then liaised for a bit and then returned back to Portapique Beach Road and Highway 2?
Yeah, we were probably there only for the 5 minutes of our handoff and the quick brief with the investigator. And because of the new information learned, the belief that the suspect may still be out there was now escalated. And we felt it prudent to get back to that staging point in the event that our ERT or our members engaged that subject and required our assistance.
Okay. So that means you went back.
Yes.
And I understand there was some engagement. I don't want to get into details of it in the circumstances, but you provided some medical assistance to some ERT members with respect to the treatment of a dog, the Blair family dog. Is that right?
Yes, that dog was brought back to us and we just provided some care.
Okay. And then I understand you were there and a Wentworth call emerged.
Yes, we were still staged at that positioning and daylight was breaking, at which point we were now becoming more aware of our situation physically, in that we could now see buildings and structures, homes through the woods where we did not know they were present before. And it was at that point where we received broadcast from our dispatch that a 911 call had been received and that the caller was reporting that a female and her dog were either run over or shot and that there was a police car at the scene.
Okay. So what did you and your partner, Constable Maher, do?
Basically, we continued for seconds just to listen to the updated communications, which indicated that our ERT resources were being deployed to that site under suspicion that that police car was not one of ours and was indeed the suspect. Because of our concern that the suspect was in that area, we were aware that civilian EHS would not be sent to that location immediately until we knew that the suspect was no longer there. Constable Maher and myself discussed that it would be prudent for us to attend to the scene, given what was going on, as well as the fact that our ERT members were going there.
And would you have to get direction or instruction from anybody in order to go to that scene?
It was smart to do so, because what I wanted to do is I messaged to Staff West confirming his authorization for us to attend in that capacity. And he did support us to actually deploy to the scene there.
Okay, tell us about that. You're on your way to Wentworth and then something else happens.
Yes, so once again, most of the members, as myself, who weren't familiar with the area, we were requesting dispatch to update over the air the address again, something that we could enter into our phones to be able to map to the location. We entered that into our phone and we began exiting the area of irons to that area, and while we were entering an address into the phone to follow the map route. Prior to getting far, though, we were then updated with another dispatch that there was a 911 call received in the Glenholm area where the suspect was now reported to be at the complainant's front door and had a fully marked police car, and they were going to barricade and protect themselves in one of the rooms of the home.
And what impact did that have on your actions?
Well, for one, that indicated to me that the suspect was no longer at the Wentworth location. Therefore, it would be safe for EHS to continue in that location. But the fact that we had people barricading themselves in their home with an armed subject outside, we rerouted immediately with our ERT response so as to provide any level of care for our members as well as anybody at that home.
So I understand you attended at the Glen Home scene where the ERT arrived and the TAV went to the residence. You were there at that time?
Yes.
You were, what role did you undertake at that point, Corporal?
We maintained approximately a 700-meter distance from the initial scene. We did shut down the road initially on that part of the highway. We were in front of a little dirt road. We were within visual of the operations that were going on at the address. However, we were not directly in the line of fire.
Okay. And then I understand there was a further development. Am I right?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
While we were at that point, and they were conducting searches of the property of the Glen home for the suspect and or the vehicle, there was a broadcast by dispatch, break, break, break. We're receiving 911 calls of a vehicle off the road, possibly a person slumped over their wheel and may be shot.
And where was that? You recall?
That was in the DeBert area.
Okay. And what did you do?
Once again, we requested the address again from dispatch so we could enter into our phones. We right away began following that route to that scene, and we arrived at one of those scenes.
Okay. All right. The foundational document, Madam Registrar, paragraph 130, outlines some of your involvement from 130 through to 134. It's being brought up on the screen by the Madam Registrar, and I understand that you've had an opportunity to review the foundational document. Have you, Corporal Ivany?
Yes.
And you agree with the contents of the document as it's associated with you from 130 to 134?
Yes.
Okay. In particular, paragraph 130 talks about, according to Constable Corporal Ivany, he and fellow EMERT member Jeff Marr arrived at Heather O'Brien's Jetta and took control of the scene. If you go a little further down in the paragraph, it says Corporal Ivany stated that they did not believe that anyone had checked on her yet. I'm going to ask you questions about that in the terms of why you had come to that conclusion, please. So when you attended at the Jetta scene, what did you see and what happened?
As we approached, we were approaching from the direction of the, I believe the DeBert Hospitality Center from the highway. And the Jetta was the first vehicle of the two that we approached. We could see that there was a marked vehicle pulled over to the same side of the road as the Jetta. I believe it was an SUV, but I can't recall specifically. There were two uniformed members standing with their hard body armor on and carbines drawn, and they were positioned behind their car using it as cover. We could see that there was a Jetta that was approximately 20 to 25 meters off of the side of the road and making direct contact with the bush line with some trees. The trees were small, and it appeared that it likely rolled in there, not at a high speed, because the trees were sufficient in stopping the vehicle, but were not knocked over or damaged. We could not see inside the vehicle from that distance, but we pulled up. We had our emergency equipment on, making sure that as soon as we exited, that the general duty members that were there also identified us as police right away. We indicated that we were police and that we were EMERT, were medics. And I believe myself or Jeff both indicated to them to keep an eye on the tree line and watch while we went down to the vehicle.
Okay, and just for clarification, where were those two general duty members located?
At that time, I observed them next to their police vehicle.
Okay. And was there anybody attending to the Jetta vehicle at that point when you arrived?
No, there was nobody at the vehicle at that time.
Okay. And you yourself attended at the Jetta?
Yes, Constable Mahar was ahead of me. He had pulled up, so he was facing the flow of traffic. His driver's side was the quickest access towards the Jetta. I had to come around the vehicle. As we approached, I could see he was going to the driver's side of the door. As I was coming to the rear of the vehicle and approached with him, I could see that he was not able to get the driver's side door open. I then rerouted from the rear of the vehicle to the passenger side to see if the passenger side could be open in order to unlock the vehicle and access the person inside. Once I rounded to the passenger side, I tried the door handle. It was jammed. I couldn't open it. The window was up. I had observed that the window on the driver's side had 2 or 3 bullet holes in it, yet the window was still intact. I drew my baton, getting ready to try and smash the passenger side window when I heard the window smash on the driver's side. And I could see, looking over the vehicle, that Constable Marr had actually smashed the window and was now able to open the door. I then rounded the rear of the police vehicle and approached to the driver's side where Constable Marr had begun to extricate the female driver at the time.
Okay. And I understand that you took some medical intervention or attempted to do so?
Initially, she was removed from the vehicle, placed on the ground so that we could access her. I was at the head position, looking from behind towards, from head to body to feet, with the feet being the furthest away from me at the time. I was able to observe some wounds that she'd sustained to her upper torso area. And from my position, I reached over initially to check for a pulse.
And I understand from looking at paragraph 132 in the foundational document that Corporal Ivany told Constable Marr that he thought he felt a pulse.
Yes.
Can you comment on that, please, Corporal?
Initially, when I reached over, and anytime that you take a first aid course or I teach a first aid course, one of the rules is to always use your fingers and not your thumb. The vasculature in your thumb is big enough that in a heightened adrenaline situation, I could put enough force on this table to feel my pulse on the table. So we always indicate use your fingers, which don't have that same sensory ability. When I initially reached, I used both my hands reaching from behind the head, using both my thumbs on the carotid position where you're going to have that artery. I couldn't feel anything initially, and it was once I pushed down further against pressure of the soft tissue that I could actually, I believed I felt the pulse. At that point, I radioed that I think I have a pulse and that I needed additional emergency services.
Okay. And procedurally, do you have any comment on your action?
Procedurally, it was an adrenaline problem because I was preparing to get an airway out in order to establish a mechanical airway to help while we assess for other injuries. And it was then that Constable Marr said, whoa, take a look, rethink. I don't know if he saw the way that I had assessed the pulse or if he had just conducted an observation of the injuries at that time and was questioning whether I felt a pulse. It was at that time that I was able to look down, and I had already seen the gunshot wounds to the upper torso, but it was at that point that I was able to observe that she had also received a gunshot wound through her left eye.
Okay, without getting into the details of that, I understand that you conducted some further diagnostics with Constable Marr, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and that would involve additional checking of pulses at different locations in the body?
Yes, just to make sure, I asked for Jeff or Constable Marr to conduct a bilateral checks of different pulse sites with me. So we started on either side of our patient and did a carotid check on left and right side for about 15 seconds. We then moved down to brachial, which is under your bicep. You'll get a stronger pulse there than radial if you were to try. We again assessed there on both sides for about 15 seconds. And then we went further down to check for femoral pulse, which is in your inner thigh and is a fairly large artery that you would hope to find a pulse. And after checking there, we also determined that there was no pulse at all.
Yeah, I understand you then made a check with respect to pupil responsiveness?
Yes, I then wanted to check the other pupil to see if there was any responsiveness, which if there was either responsiveness to light, it would be indicative of an active brain. But in this case, when I checked the intact pupil, there was no reaction, which was indicative that there was.
So you made a conclusion of some sorts at that time, Corporal Ivany?
Yes, based on the wounds that we had observed, particularly the wound to the head and an exit wound that I was able to palpate on the back of her head, I determined that with a lack of breathing, with a lack of pulse, with no pupil reaction, and the belief that one of the rounds caused substantive damage to affect the brain neurologically, and that there was no ability to do any kind of resuscitation efforts.
Right. Now, in your training as an EMERT member, are you in a position or able to make determinations with respect to finality of life or life functions?
Yes, we are under our medical directions, but also most members, regular members, are able to make that decision based on parameters of observation.
Okay. And you made that decision in this case?
Yes.
All right. With respect to auto launch and the critical care unit dispatch, can you comment on that with, you know, you had made some comments earlier, but what took place then and there after you made your conclusions?
As part of our plan throughout the night, when we had come back at the wee hours to discuss with CIC, we had discussed with the paramedics, and their critical care unit, the mobile one, was planned to move out at 6 a.m. and was going to be replaced with the Life Flight helicopter crew. They indicated that the weather forecast was indicative that the helicopter will be able to fly and that the flight crew would be available for air response. As we approached the scene, right away I asked for an auto launch. Auto launch with the EHS Life Flight does not request the helicopter to take off. It is a term used within EHS to indicate that they want the helicopter to start getting ready. That indicates that the pilots are to start preparing their checklists, start making sure the helicopter is ready, and it also it readies the crew to prep the helicopter for whatever type of deployment they're going to.
And you have the authority to start that process?
It depends on who you're talking to. It's a recommendation, and if you're using the terminology that EHS understands, then a lot of time they'll know that it's coming from somebody who knows what they're talking about.
Are you able to comment with respect to termination or ending of those services that you had initiated?
Yes, at that point, there was questions on the air, and we radioed after we had made that final assessment that the person at our scene was confirmed 10-7. 10-7 is a police code which refers to out of service. Basically, it became practice to use that in indicating if somebody was deceased because it meant that they were permanently out of service. But it was adapted due to the fact that prior to us having radio encryption, you wanted to be careful what you said in plain language over the radios with people who had scanners or would be close to an officer who may have had a radio turned on to that channel.
Is there a radio or a protocol for reporting the status of a deceased person?
From us to, we just indicated that the subject was confirmed 10-7.
Okay.
That was all.
All right. Anything more that you could have done in your position as a medic for Ms. O'Brien at that scene?
No.
Anything more that civilian EHS medical services may have been able to do for Ms. O'Brien at that scene?
No, nor a surgeon.
Okay. Would Life Flight have made any difference under those circumstances?
No.
Would you have had any contact with firefighters at the scene?
As part of the protocol for having observed or our 911 caller indicating that there was a vehicle off the road, fire would usually be requested to assist in extrication. So while we were at the scene of Miss O'Brien's Volkswagen, there was a fire truck further down the road. It was monitored over the radio that police were, particularly I think ERT was indicating that fire has to clear the scene because the suspect could still be in the immediate area. So we did observe a fire truck beginning to roll away to leave the scene. I flagged down the fire truck. I asked them if they could provide us with a blanket.
And the purpose of that was, Corporal?
Purpose was to cover Miss O'Brien at the scene.
Okay. All right. So I understand then that you left the O'Brien scene and then made an effort to go north on Plains Road to engage in the Beaton scene for a short time. Is that right?
Yes. Originally, once we determined that there was nothing that we could do at the first scene, we radioed over the air to ask if anybody had provided any intervention or attended the second scene. With the amount of radio chatter, we didn't get a reply back, but due to the fact that we were within visual distance, we decided that we would just drive down and make the assessment ourselves. Constable Meyer was driving, and we drove down to that direction, but as we got closer to that vehicle, we could see that there were 4 or 5 officers already at the scene with multiple police vehicles. And as we approached, we indicated to the officers that we were EMERT police medics, and they said that ERT had already been here and that there was nothing that we could do, that this person was deceased as well.
So that made any difference in terms of you engaging at the Honda scene? That information that you had from them?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you get involved at the Honda scene?
The reason we didn't was in a lot of circumstances, our members can make the decision based on their observations when a person is deceased or not, or when it's beyond intervention. Every out-of-hospital death that occurs within the province, the police have to attend. As a supervisor, I attend every one that one of my members attends. Depending on what you find at a scene, those members can make the determination whether it is something that is determinable or not. If at any point there's any question, then police will request EHS, or in a case where it's a tactical operation, the police will request ourselves as EMER to go and make that decision.
So were you satisfied then with the information you'd received from those members at the beaten scene?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You then moved on to exit 13, am I correct, over the 104?
Yes. As we were monitoring radio communications, we knew that they were beginning to set up a lot of road shutdowns. We determined that we would make our way to exit 13 and Highway 104, just so that we would be quickly deployable onto the highway depending on where it was determined that we might be needed. When we approached the over ramp of exit 13, we could see that the armored vehicle was already staged there, as well as a number of plainclothes and uniform members. And I could also see that there was an ambulance staging there as well.
So did you have contact with the EHS personnel at that location?
Yes.
Yeah, and I understand there was some exchange of information with EHS personnel?
Yes, just due to a concern of a delay in communication from us to the RCMP dispatch, from RCMP dispatch to EHS, and then from EHS down. I approached the paramedics who were in the truck, and I asked them if you were advised that both scenes, both individuals were confirmed deceased, if they were already made aware of that. The paramedic indicated no, he was not aware.
That surprised you?
A little bit, but with the amount of radio communications and the chaos that was going on, I wasn't overly surprised that the amount of time it took me to drive from the scene to the overpass, that it had not been relayed.
Okay. Any other information absences that you noticed at that stage?
Well, the fact that they weren't aware of the 2 scenes, I wanted to make sure that they had been made aware of our suspect information. So I asked the paramedics, I said, have you guys been advised that our suspect may be in a fully marked RCMP car and may be in a partial uniform? And they indicated, no, we were not aware of that. At that point, I asked those paramedics to make sure that their dispatch broadcasts that information to all paramedics, advising them not to be flagged down by any single RCMP officer in a police car unless confirmed by dispatch or with multiple officers present.
I see. So I understand, Corporal Ivany, that you then eventually left the exit scene and made your way south on the Highway 102 towards Halifax in response to some action that was being undertaken at that time over the radio. Is that right?
Yes, I believe there were some sightings indicating that the suspect may have been making their way towards Metro past the 104, 102 interchange.
Okay. Am I correct to understand that you actually attended at the Shubenacadie Cloverleaf scene and attended to Constable Stevenson?
Yes, we did.
And you made some determinations with respect to life functions of Constable Stevenson as well that day, did you?
Yes.
Yes, and you determined that she was deceased as a result of gunshot wounds, is that right?
Yes, we did.
You and Constable Marr?
Yes.
And you communicated that over the radio as well?
Yes, we did.
I understand as well, Corporal, that you then attended to the big stop in Enfield, is that right?
Yes.
and that you also were required to use your eMERD expertise in making determinations of life functioning of the perpetrator at that location. Is that right?
Yes,
And you made determinations that his life functions were non-existent as well. Is that
they
right?
were absent.
They were absent. Thank you. Okay. You had a long day, long shift, Corporal. Those are my questions. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Corporal. The process we follow is that when you are finished your testimony, proper Commission Council will meet with participant council to discuss if there are any further questions for you. So we're going to break now until 5:30. Council, if you need more time, simply let us know. So you're still under oath, Corporal, and we'll ask you to stay close by and return at approximately 5:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and we'll resume at 5:30.
Well, this is unbelievable. They're so bent on speeding through this. No. I better see major outcry, both, all over social media, out in front of the hotel, in the press, letters to MPs, phone calls. This is fucking outrageous. How many minutes do you think they're going to leave to ask questions? Come on, be reasonable. They had 23 minutes. I think it was literally 23 minutes when they came back to call a new witness. They're so hell-bent on just ramming it through, getting it over with, that well, on my clock it said 10. Who knows? I don't know. On my computer it said I think it said 1:17 or 1. Yeah, anyway. There's going to be no time. I mean, they're probably going to scream through and no, you can't answer that. And, DOJ's like, no, they can't ask that. No. So they'll be left with like 3 questions and it'll be done. And then that will be the end of that. I'm surprised that they're even letting them be questioned, frankly. But it doesn't matter because it's all on the record. So then it's just a matter of cutting and clipping it and putting it all together with all of the other stuff and then flooding the internet with it. The stories are lining up. Oh. And I seriously have a problem, aside from like many things, but I am pretty certain that there is not an RCMP member, unless they're trained as a doctor, who can pronounce death officially. No EHS worker that I know can do that. No nurse can do that. No. But I may stand corrected on this one. I've never, ever heard that. And then he's also the man who pronounces Gabriel Wortman dead. Who getting fishy. Getting real fishy. They're not lining up. I mean, it doesn't matter who's what. The stories don't line up. So just stick the 2 of them together and then just say, oops, somebody. It's kind of like, the dishes in the sink. And the kid's like, no, it was them that did it. No, frankly, if the dishes are in the sink and they're dirty, you're both responsible for it. So, and if the stories are different, then probably just say that person's story doesn't line up with my story at all. That's not what I know. Rather than just kind of pretending that both of you are telling the same thing. Ivany, Fahie just disappearing? Oh, okay. Phantom. I don't think they could have left on that note, though. You know, like it was probably that's probably also part of the strategy. They were really emotionally in the shit. They still are, and I hope people can keep that one at the forefront. Just remember Mr. O'Brien. Just remember Mr. McDonald. It reminds me of some other things that have happened in the past. Cutting people off. I wonder if that's on the record. Oh, it might be. Yes. In Nova Scotia, there is no requirement that indicates only specific healthcare professionals may pronounce a client's death. Okay, can you send me the policy regarding that? I'm very interested. I have a doctor in my family. I'm going to ask them. Suppose it, province to province, maybe that varies. I've never heard that. So anybody can just run around? Do you have to have a special training? Does he have special training to do that? What do you need a doctor for then? This man sounds like that's what were trying to puff him up there. Oh, I could do all this stuff. And he was using, fancy language. Not very fancy, man. Most of us can speak Latin to some extent. Probably know exactly what you're talking about without even knowing. Who's fabricating? Who's doing what? What about the window? What about the dog, the terrier? How about sliding over in the Jeep? I know I get stuck on things. How do you slide over if you have a back injury? He said it was on her side. Didn't seem very severe, if I'm recalling correctly in the interview. He's like, well, it didn't seem very, yeah, we helped her some, and interesting, he actually did consider her a suspect. If you read his statement, he's like, well, how do we know? She was missing during all of this. That's kind of logic. They will miss supper time news. Well, I don't think there's going to be a lot of sleep for people. This is only commencing. Wait until, I don't know, I could see some video snippets, start floating around on the tweeters and on the Facebook, getting sent to all kinds of media institutions all over the world, governments, politicians. I know somebody in here who's very good at clipping up things on the record. Nobody wanted to declare this guy's death, so I don't know where. So he signed the death certificate? Is that what's going on? Because I thought I read Bose did that. I don't know how to post a screenshot of the copy to copy the text. Okay. The doctor signed off on it the next day. Well, maybe I'm just totally out to lunch. To my knowledge, you still have to transport somebody who is you may believe to be dead, to the hospital, or have a doctor attending to declare that person officially dead. You can't just willy-nilly and be like, you know what? No, we don't need an ambulance. Sorry, cancel that helicopter. No need. I've made a decision here. I'm executive. I've done 7 years of school plus postgraduate. No. Internship? No, not to my knowledge. I didn't see that in his credentials, but again, maybe I'm missing something. So when did he die? Document states he died on the 20th. Yes. Maybe maybe this is that way of explaining that, or maybe perhaps that is in fact reality, that other people can just declare people dead and then we'll get the doctor someday later. And if so, hey, what minute? I don't remember. I didn't mark it down. Be very unfortunate if anything like that was scrubbed off the foundational, the MCC webcasts. If pieces started missing or the transcript kind of were missing lines. It's always why screen record is very handy, so that there's a full copy. If things were to disappear, that would be unfortunate. We had to wait for a doctor to pronounce my grandmother before she could be removed from her home. Okay, MU, do you live in Nova Scotia? Because maybe this is some special thing down there. Ambulance cannot transport deceased people. If they die, well, you need that's the term, attending physician. Attending physician. Mm-hmm. Responsible for the overall care. They have to attend. I'll look it up here. Who can declare officially? I'm going to stand very corrected here for my thinking. It's just thinking, but who can officially declare death in Nova Scotia? Certification is coding. What's that code? Code blue. I'm forgetting my medical stuff. Okay, interesting. Nurses. All right. College of Nursing. Pronouncing death. Interesting. Certifying death. 2. Pronouncing death is a process determining vital signs ceased when a client has died. In Nova Scotia, there is no requirement that indicates only specific. Wow. Really? Healthcare professional. So is he considered a healthcare professional? Because even a nurse has 4 years. Can like an LPN declare that? Can an orderly declare that? Maybe an orderly can. Code blue, yes, okay. May pronounce a client's death. Pronouncing death is within the scope of practice of all nurses. Okay, well, he's not a nurse to my knowledge. When the death is unexpected, the nurse should collaborate with other members of the healthcare team, including the most responsible practitioner, either a nurse practitioner or physician. Now, nurse practitioner, you have to have at least your master's in nursing, at least, and a whole pile of experience to even qualify to be a nurse practitioner. There's very few of them around. To determine the next steps. The steps would include informing the medical examiner and determining if the body could be moved. Certifying death is the process where the medical death certificate is completed and signed. Nurse practitioners and physicians are the only health practitioners who are able to certify death. Nurse practitioners are authorized to certify death when they have the required education and within the appropriate context. That means you transport the person to the hospital because you can't know that they're dead. You can believe that. You can make an assessment, but they still dead on arrival, right? DOA. Yeah. No, I'm still not 100% convinced here. Let's see what else we have. Pronouncing and certifying death. Okay, well, that just specifies the same thing. Nurse practitioners can certify death. Is within the scope of pronouncing, but you're just, that's your belief. But in order to send away ambulances and deny medical care, again, this is something for their lawyers to take up, but I'm fairly certain no. But I am totally open to being corrected. I don't even know who declared my aunt's husband officially death. Doctor signed death certificate the next day. Just came to transport the bodies after hours after he allegedly died. Well, you're quite young, no? That's tragic. I'm very sorry. Now, I don't know. So if a health care professional, what then denotes a healthcare professional? I'm thinking that's bare minimum 4 years university. Bare minimum. I don't think LPNs can pronounce death. And LPNs have more training than he does. No? 221, 16, okay. So I guess that would be the reference to Mr. O'Brien. New docs are coming out. Okay. All right. Let's just have a quick boozy boo. That one. Thank you. 13 more documents, unless they've removed some others. So who knows? And then substituted in some. I would not put it past them, sadly. These people are slimy. And I think people already in the Discord have busted documents being changed and then re-uploaded, in addition to the ones being taken down. So I would suggest getting copies of everything. I'll just wait here. It's loading. Hopefully the emails are out in there. Dave Lilly or Dave Melanson or Dave Unknown. Why is this taking so long?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. There again, there should be a huge paper trail on this. Huge paper trail. It's got his signature on it. I pronounced death. Da 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 da. It was, I'm certified in the province of Nova Scotia to do that. Here's my number. Here's my qualifications. I don't know if I read that in his qualification, but I could be wrong. Until the medical examiner attended. Okay, so yeah, I think that would be when death is officially called. It may be. Yeah, okay. And again, it's way out of my scope, but it's not something I'm familiar with, and I don't know any doctors in Nova Scotia. Though I'm sure there are some watching, so I'm sure we can get an answer to that. Oh. Oh no. But I very much appreciate any knowledge on this one. So thank you very much. Where the hell is this? Sorry. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay. My downloader's going bonkers.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Council. I understand as a result of your meeting that it's been agreed. Mr. Pino, you will be asking the questions on behalf of the family participants, and we're happy to have you do that. And we'll call the witness back. So, Corporal, I mentioned to you just before the break that the commission, our commission council, would meet with council for the various participants and to determine if there are further questions for you, and there are. And it's been established that Mr. Robert Pinio, he's with Patterson Law, and Patterson Law represents many of the families involved in the mass casualties. So, Mr. Pinio, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. Corporal Ivany, in your experience, when you hear the term old police car, you assume it means a former police car that went for tender and has had its outside insignia stripped?
Yes.
And overnight on April 18 and 19, 2020, that was the general understanding of the members that you were working with, wasn't it?
Yes.
Also that night, you assumed, that is you yourself, assumed that the perpetrator had committed suicide.
It was one of the options.
Yes.
For his lack of being located.
Sure. But that was an assumption that you made, wasn't it?
It would be, I wouldn't say it was an assumption. It was an analysis of the facts at hand with options.
Okay. And that was one of the, I'll put it to you, one of the main options that the RCMP members that night were operating under, wasn't it?
I can't speak to how they were operating under, but myself, I believe that he was either still available or may have committed suicide.
Okay. Did you have conversations with other RCMP officers that evening?
Yes.
And was the perpetrator's possible suicide one of the options discussed amongst you?
Yes.
Now, you gave your statement to the Mass Casualty Commission on January 14th of this year, 2022.
I believe so.
And that statement was not given under oath. That is, you didn't swear on the Bible like you did here today when you gave your statement.
No.
And you weren't interviewed internally regarding the mass casualty event, were you?
Internally by who, sorry?
By the RCMP?
No.
Is that unusual?
No.
Okay. Did you go through a debriefing session as a result of, following the mass casualty?
Yes, there was a psychological debriefing.
Okay.
And there was an operational debriefing.
Okay. And the operational debriefing was a report generated from that?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Did somebody take notes during that operational debriefing?
No.
Was it recorded?
No.
Okay. Who was present?
Would have been myself, Constable Mara, the other medic, and then any of the ERT operators.
Okay. So it was just confined to EMRT and ERT?
Yes.
Okay. And any officers there?
I don't recall.
Okay. What was the purpose of the debrief?
Just to find out what well and what we can improve on.
Okay. Now you did tender an after-action report in July of 2020. Was that after the operational debrief?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was the after-action report based on the operational debrief?
No.
Okay. How did the after-action report come about?
That was an accumulation of what myself and Constable Mara experienced during the course of the night, what challenges we encountered, and I articulated that in reflection of normal operations and current policy.
Okay. And what did you do with the after-action report after you published it?
A copy of that was sent to our national EMRT coordinator in Ottawa. A copy of it was also sent to our support services officer in H Division RCMP.
Okay. And obviously you kept a copy?
Yes.
Okay. So the after-action report, I think it's specifically dated July 4, 2020. And that was approximately 11 weeks after the mass casualty event?
Yes.
Okay. And the statement that you gave in January of this year would have been some 85 weeks after the mass casualty event, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, when you arrived at Portapic late in the evening of April 18th, you and your partner set up, I believe, at the intersection of Portapic Beach Road and Highway 2?
Yes.
And that was your staging place?
Yes.
Now, I think you testified in your direct, and in any event, it's in your statement that you got out of your vehicle, and that vehicle was a Jeep Cherokee, am I correct?
Yes.
Yes. And you got out of your Jeep Cherokee to stand watch.
Yes.
Okay. And I understand that you didn't have, you and your partner didn't have carbines with you.
No.
And that was because your Jeep just didn't allow for the extra space?
It's not the extra space, it's to properly transport them under the law. I can't have a carbine laying loose in the back of a vehicle.
I see, okay. And I keep saying your partner was Constable Jeffrey Mahar?
Yes.
And that's M-A-H-A-R?
Yes.
And you testified to this in your direct, but I just wanted to clarify a couple of points. EMRT operates under the license of a medical doctor?
Yes.
And is that Dr. Wasser or Wasser?
Dr. Ed Wasser.
Wasser, okay. And I take it that, or could you tell us what it means to operate under his license?
Basically, any pre-hospital medical care is operated under a medical control physician. So basically, a physician who's contracted by the origin or the agency. In this case, it's the RCMP. For Nova Scotia, there is a medical control physician who all of the paramedics in Nova Scotia operate under his license. So basically...
Sorry, if I could interrupt you, and
Sure.
I'll let you continue, but you said all of the paramedics. Do you mean the RCMP paramedics or even civilian paramedics?
Even civilian.
Okay, thank you. You can carry on with your answer.
So in parallel to that, we operate under our doctor's orders. So he sets the standards to which we are allowed to treat. He sets the protocols, whether we use one drug versus another, whether we use one procedure or another, based on his comfort with the delivery of our training program and his confidence in our maintenance of our skills and our abilities, which are assessed regularly. He extends his license as contracted through the RCMP for us to practice under his standards.
Okay. You're not suggesting that you check with him before you administer one drug versus another or administer one procedure versus another?
No.
Okay, so on the morning of the 19th, you weren't in contact with him to ask him, should I do this or should I do that?
No, I'm not required to unless there's a protocol that's outside of my scope of practice.
Okay, thank you. So on the morning of April 19th, you attended the Plains Road area?
Yes.
And you attended to Heather O'Brien's scene?
Yes.
And she was in a Volkswagen Jetta?
Yes.
And it's your evidence that when you got there, her passenger and driver's window were intact?
Yes.
There were bullet holes in the driver's side window, but it was otherwise intact?
Yes.
And when you saw the holes, were they clean punched holes, or was there spider webbing of the glass?
I was viewing it from a distance from the rear of the vehicle. I could see that there were, I believe, 3 holes clustered together. There wasn't spider webbing as you're depicting. There may have been discoloration or fracturation in the glass surrounding the holes, but it was intact with the holes.
Okay. And when you and Constable Mahar approached the Jetta, you said the windows were tight. They were rolled up. Yes?
Yes.
And the doors were closed.
Yes.
And you couldn't get the doors open by using the door handles.
No.
Okay. And you went to the driver's side, or sorry, you went to the passenger side, and Constable Mahar went to the driver's side.
Yes.
And you were getting ready to break the passenger side window with your baton when you heard a smash, and Constable Mahar had already broken or was in the process of breaking the driver's side window.
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with Constables Fahie or Coleman about what they did or did not do prior to you arriving?
No.
Okay. It was evident from your perspective, though, that they had not opened the Jetta and performed any first aid on Ms. O'Brien.
I made that belief due to the fact that we could not gain entry. However, I cannot say whether those doors were open or unlocked prior to our arrival.
Was there any apparent first aid rendered to her?
Not that I could observe at that time.
No bandages?
No.
No intravenous?
No.
When you arrived at the O'Brien scene, Constables Coleman and Fahie were standing on the shoulder of Plains Road near their vehicle?
Yes.
Was that a fully marked vehicle?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And they provided oversight for you?
Yes, Overwatch.
Overwatch for you? Okay. And did either of them go down to the car with you and Constable Mahar?
Not that I recall.
And by the time you left the O'Brien scene, had you covered Ms. O'Brien's body with a blanket?
Yes.
Okay, it was you that put the blanket on.
I believe so, and I may have had assistance. I don't recall.
Okay, and that assistance would have come from your partner?
Yes.
Okay. And during your entire time that you were assessing Ms. O'Brien, Constables Fahie and Coleman did not assist you, did they?
No.
Okay. And you testified that you initially called for life flight, that is to put them on alert that you might need them.
Yes.
And you know that subsequent to that, life flight said that it wouldn't be attending the scene.
I was not aware of that. No.
Okay. You were not told that?
No.
You didn't receive that in a communication?
No.
Now, initially you felt, or you thought that you felt a pulse as you testified in your direct examination.
Yes.
And initially you planned to render airway assistance to Ms. O'Brien.
Yes.
Can you explain what the, I have the device's name here that's in your statement. I think it's an iMed
iGel.
iGel airway. Could you explain what that device is?
That is a supraglottic airway. It's a mechanical device which establishes an airway. It does not fully go into the bronchial tubes. It goes to the point where an unconscious person who cannot maintain a position of their tongue to keep it out of the way, that this mechanically keeps their tongue out of the way. What that does is it allows you to establish that airway. It does not breathe for them. It merely maintains an open airway without you physically having to keep their head tilted and in a position to do so. It allows you to know that there is an open airway while you assess other treatments.
Okay. And if you determined that that the patient had no pulse, then you would not administer this airway device?
No, if there is no breathing and no pulse, you would not apply the device.
Okay. In fact, you had the device out and you were starting to administer it, weren't you?
I was prepared to under the assumption that there was a pulse.
Sure. Well, you had the device and you were getting ready to administer it when Constable Mahar told you that you should, the two of you should do another pulse check, correct?
He did not suggest we both do a pulse check. He identified that I should reassess my pulse check.
Okay. So in your statement, this is the MCC statement at page 33, you say, so now I'm starting to go into my airway and I'm thinking, okay, I've got to make sure she has a good airway. And she might have had it impeded while she was slumped over in the vehicle. So then I start to get ready. I get my iGel airway kit out and start to put an iGel into her. And then I notice she's got a bullet hole. And then there's some redactions. And she's, and sorry, and as I'm moving her head, and then more redactions. And then you go on to say, and I'm checking pulse, and I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, Jeff, I think I got a pulse. And so that's where I'll leave that, although I can go on if you like. Well, actually, I will. And I'll paraphrase, but after that.
I hate to interrupt, Mr. Pino, but it's a little too long of a quote for me to follow. So
Okay, sure.
Let's put it up.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McDonald. Page 33. Okay, and I'm starting at the end of the second set of redactions. It starts with a capital A and. So would you like me to read that, Commissioner McDonald, or?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So Corporal Ivany, this is your statement. You say, and I'm checking the pulse and I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, Jeff, I think I got a pulse. And here it's, I think it's my own heart rate, because Jeff goes, no, she can't. My apologies. I started too late, Commissioner, so I'll start again. I'm starting after the first redaction, the word so. So I'm starting to go into my airway and I'm thinking, okay, I've got to make sure she's got a good airway, and she might have had that impeded while she slumped over in the vehicle. So then I start to get ready. I get my iGel airway kit out to start to put an iGel into her. And then I notice that she's got a bullet hole. There's a redaction. And as I'm moving her head, then a longer redaction. And I'm checking pulse and I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, Jeff, I think I got a pulse. And here it's, I think it's my own heart rate, because Jeff goes, no, she can't. And he says, just calm down. Don't worry about the airway. I don't think she's got a pulse. I think it's with you. Sorry, I think it's you. So I'll leave that at that point. But so coming from that statement that you gave before today, you were starting to use the iGel airway on Ms. O'Brien, weren't you?
I was not physically inserting the airway. I was prepping it, as it requires lubrication. So I had extracted it from its case, and I was applying the lubricant to the head of the iGel in preparation for it.
Okay. And then you and Constable Mahar have a conversation about whether or not there's a pulse, whether or not it's your pulse. And then if you go further down in the statement, it goes on to, you would agree to do the proper bilateral pulse check, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and you described that for the commission in your direct testimony, and I won't take you back through that. So then a little further down in your statement, and it's after the redaction where it says, okay, we've got no pulse, and then there's a redaction. And this is your statement. You say, I said protocol is if she doesn't need CPR, she doesn't need anything else. She needs a surgeon, and she needed a surgeon long before we got to her. So that was your opinion at that time, that if anything, a surgeon would be the only thing she would need.
If anyone could have done anything.
Okay.
But that was in a context of description to ability to provide any level of care outside of a hospital.
Sure. Which you'll agree with me, she might have received had Life Flight been able to get her to the hospital. It's a possibility.
No.
It's not a possibility that she would have seen a surgeon if she
If this had
life had been
occurred,
taken
if
her
this
in.
had occurred in an operating room, I do not believe they could have stopped or saved her.
You're not a surgeon though, are you?
No.
No. So that was just pure speculation.
Yes.
After the bilateral pulse check, you did a pupil check. That is, you put a light in her eye to see if there was a pupil response.
Yes.
Okay. Now, either you or Constable Mahar administered a thoracic seal to Heather O'Brien.
I do not recall, but I am aware that one was placed on her, and it may have either been myself or Constable Marr.
Okay. But you don't recall whether you did or not?
No.
Okay. Do you recall seeing one on her?
No.
You'll agree with me that a thoracic seal is used in situations where somebody is bleeding and it's to prolong their life so that they can be attended to.
No.
What's
It
a
has
thoracic
nothing
seal
to do with bleeding.
Okay, what's a thoracic seal for then?
A thoracic seal is a occlusive dressing, which means air will not pass through it. It has a rigid vent on it, which only allows the air to pass one way. So any excessive air that builds up into someone's lung is expelled through that. What it does is if someone who is breathing, if any of those injuries, either through bullet, knife, any type of penetration, actually has air drawing in through those holes from an outside environment into the lungs, that creates a situation where you get the lung being compressed and will not expand. What the vented seal does is it prevents a situation from getting worse in regards to their breathing, not their bleeding.
Okay. So in any event, a thoracic seal is used to preserve somebody so that they can get further treatment.
It is to prevent a tension pneumothorax in order that you can provide interventions to assist in that remedy.
And if that is not administered and that happens, then somebody could die, couldn't they? It's put on there to prevent somebody from getting worse.
Yes.
And that is to prolong their life so that they can receive treatment.
Yes.
Okay. You wouldn't put a thoracic seal on somebody that you know is deceased, would you?
I'm not saying I wouldn't, and I may put it on prior to making that assessment.
Okay.
The only time I would not was if I was in an active gunfire and I wanted to save that piece of equipment for somebody else.
Okay. So just to flip my question around though, you're saying if you knew somebody was deceased, you might still put it on them?
If I knew, until I had ruled out any resuscitation efforts that would have addressed that, then I may.
My question though was far more specific than that. I asked you if you knew they were deceased, if you knew the patient was deceased, you wouldn't put the thoracic seal on them, would you?
If I knew that they were beyond resuscitation and were deceased without any interventions going to proceed after that point, then no, I would not.
Thank you. Are you aware of any other, have you subsequently become aware of any other treatments that you or Constable Mahar might have administered that you didn't recall back at the time?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you'll agree with me that you didn't mention the thoracic seal in your statement to the MCC?
No.
And you didn't mention it in your after action report?
No.
Have you had an opportunity to read Constable Fahie's statement to the Mass Casualty Commission?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that Constable Fahie has testified and has stated in his statement that when you arrived, he was at the Jetta attending to Ms. O'Brien, and you tapped him on the shoulder and told him, "I've got this."
I'm aware of that through the foundational document, not through the statement.
Okay, so you're aware that Constable Fahie has made that statement?
Yes.
Okay, and you disagree with it?
I do not recall tapping him on the shoulder, and I do not recall him being at the vehicle at any time.
Okay, so if he was there, then you can't say for sure that, sorry, you can't say for sure that he wasn't there, can you?
I can say that he was not there while I was, but I don't know if he was there prior to our arrival.
Yes, but my question was, when you arrived, he was at the Jetta attending to Ms. O'Brien, and you tapped him on the shoulder and told him that you told him, "I've got this."
No, that did not happen.
And in both of their statement, or sorry, in Constable Fahie's statement, he says that he accessed and attended to Heather O'Brien while she was still in the Jetta. You're aware of that?
I am aware of that.
Okay. So in order for the windows to be rolled up and the doors barred when you got there, that had to have happened after Constable Fahie completed his treatment of Ms. O'Brien.
I'm confused about the question in your timeline, sorry.
Sure. So Constable Fahie testified that he provided treatment to, well, both him and Constable Coleman checked for a pulse of Heather O'Brien prior to you getting there. Are you
I'm aware of that, yes.
Yes. And in order for that to have happened, they had to have had access to the Jetta.
Yes.
Yes. But by the time you got there, the windows were up, rolled up, I think you said, and the doors were closed and you couldn't open them.
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
Isn't it true, Corporal Ivany, that when you arrived at the scene, you felt a pulse from Heather O'Brien?
No.
Isn't it true that you removed her from the Jetta and placed a thoracic seal on her?
No, I don't recall removing her from the vehicle, and I do not recall placing the thoracic seal.
Isn't it true that you thought she was still viable, and that's why you attempted to, or got ready to use the iGel airway?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that after it became known that life flight would not get there, you gave up?
No.
And you covered her with a blanket?
I did cover her with a blanket.
And you left?
Yes.
And in Constable Ivany's words,
I am Corporal Ivany.
sorry, Fahie, Constable Fahie, in his words, they covered her up and they let her die.
No, she was deceased when she was covered up.
Okay. So in your after action report, and I will bring that up. Could I have the after action report, please? That's COM 0054284.
That's not yet marked an exhibit.
Okay. Could I have it marked in exhibit, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exhibit 2149.
Thank you. And I'm looking at page 9.
I don't have the document to bring up on the screen because it's not an exhibit or it hasn't been in advance.
Oh, I see.
It's just
Okay.
in relativity, I can see it.
Okay. I intended to read some of Corporal Ivany's words to him. So if I could do that and
Well, if you do it slowly and
sure, Commissioner McDonald, is that there's 2 redactions in it. So of course that,
All right.
that cuts into the.
Well, in the interest of time.
Sure. Okay. So partway through number 4 of your, under your heading, debriefing, what went well and what could have been done better, you make the following statement. EMRT members were conflicted as to whether they were making a decision not to initiate resuscitation efforts based on clinical considerations for traumatic cardiac arrest, and that the fatal gunshots, and then there's a redaction, or were triaging victims as black cards, and that's in quotations, based on their lack of vital signs and were tactically required to move on to the next victim or victims and or support ERT members as they continued on their mission to hunt for the suspect, mobile active shooter scenario. So I'll ask some questions. I'll ask a few questions to see if I can clarify what was being said there. So Corporal Ivany, in that statement, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I take from this is that EMRT members were conflicted as to whether or not they were to be rendering assistance or rendering resuscitation or triaging victims as deceased so that they could move on to the next scene.
No.
That's not what you meant by those words?
No.
Okay, what did you mean?
It is, the end result is the same with 2 varying labels based on protocols. In a triage situation, you may assess somebody where you would categorize them as a black card. There's a number of different protocols used around the world. Referencing a black card, it would be green, meaning walking wounded, they can walk and go get a Band-Aid, meaning yellow, they may have some injury that may require medical treatment in the near future, but not urgently. A red card indicating that without immediate aid, they will die. And a black card indicating that any intervention involved on that person will prevent you from providing anybody else any intervention. So basically in a mass casualty situation or in combat, it would be an indication that I'm not going to start CPR on somebody who's not breathing, because once I render that CPR, you're not going to be able to go help anybody else. So my reference in that context is in reference to making a clinical decision as to whether someone is deceased versus labeling them as a black card was a reference to future training. In this context, what I'm indicating is that in a normal procedure where I've identified a patient has been deceased, I would then go into a documentation phase. I would make record, I would draw pictures, I would do a graph of where the injuries were sustained on the person, and I would note times and I would submit that. That would be part of my clinical submission. In this case, because we had an active shooter still in an unknown area, another potential victim within visual sight of our position, my concern was, what do I call this? Do I call it triaging and going to the next possible person I can help? Or do I call it a declaration of death? And my recommendation in that report was merely that it's something that be described in future training in the event that anything like this happens again.
Okay. So, but what you said was that EMRT members were conflicted. So what was the conflict then?
The conflict is what I call it. Do I call it a 4-door car or do I call it a 4-door sedan? Do I call it she was triaged as deceased, or do I call it that she was clinically determined as deceased? The end result was that this person was deceased. And in our training and our medical directives, I am merely referencing a context of termination, terminology that we use, and which terminology we should have used in that context.
Okay. So when you say that you were conflicted, sorry, they were conflicted as to whether making a decision to initiate resuscitation or black carding somebody. Can you explain what the conflict between those two things are?
There was no conflict. There was no actions that could have been taken. It was merely my terminology in that report.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. So on Plains Road, After you left the O'Brien scene, you headed over to the Beaton scene,
Yes.
and you did not triage Kristen Beaton.
No.
You took the word of the other members who had seen her that she was deceased.
Yes.
And before leaving the DeBert area, you had a conversation with the civilian paramedics.
Yes.
Yeah, and you told them that the perpetrator was driving a fully marked police vehicle.
Suspected to be, yes.
Okay. And you cautioned them not to approach a single RCMP vehicle.
If they were flagged down, yes.
And do you know if the lack of notice to other professional groups that day went beyond the EHS paramedics?
I have no knowledge whatsoever of the communication that was ongoing that I was not part of.
Okay. So you just know about the EHS?
Yes, as I spoke to them and they confirmed they had not been relayed.
And that was after 10 a.m. on the 19th when you spoke to the EHS members?
I believe so.
So earlier, that is earlier on the 19th, you and Mahar transported Lisa Banfield from Portapic to Great Village?
Yes.
Okay. And that was approximately, or it was less than a 7-minute drive?
Yes.
And the TAV members brought Lisa Banfield from the house that she was at to you?
Yes.
And she was in the back of the TAV vehicle?
Yes.
And that TAV vehicle stopped approximately 30 feet from your vehicle?
Yes.
And Lisa Banfield was able to walk on her own volition from the TAV vehicle to your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And the TAV members told you she's walking, she's talking, she's breathing, and no signs of bleeding?
No.
That's not what they told you?
Nope. I believe you're referring to my reference in a quote that because she was walking from the TAV to myself, my assessment of her was that she's walking, she's talking, she's breathing, which means that she has blood circulating, she has an open airway, and she's breathing.
Okay, so that was your assessment of her then?
Yes.
Okay. And you had an opportunity to assess her?
Briefly, yes.
And you did that brief assessment in the back of the Jeep Cherokee?
Yes.
And you did that while Mahar was driving to Great Village?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the light on in the back when you were assessing her?
I don't recall.
Okay. You also stated that she has no obvious injuries, pain from being kicked, hypothermic/shivering, and that was in your handwritten notes?
Yes.
Lisa Banfield told you she was handcuffed by the perpetrator?
Yes.
She told you she got out of those handcuffs?
Yes.
Did you assess her wrists to see if there were any cuts or bruises as a result of the handcuffs?
No.
Did you ask her how she got out of the handcuffs?
No.
Did you look at her hands at all?
No.
Okay. And you stated in your direct testimony you didn't remove her clothing?
No.
For the assessment? Didn't remove her, she was wearing a top?
Yes.
A long sleeve light t-shirt or
Long sleeve shirt.
Yes. She was wearing yoga pants?
Yes.
She was not wearing shoes?
Not that I recall.
Okay. You've subsequently learned that she wasn't wearing shoes?
Yes.
Did you look at her feet to see if there were any injuries on her feet?
No.
You understood that she had spent a portion of the night in the woods?
Yes.
But you didn't know how long she was in the woods?
No idea whatsoever.
You formed an opinion that Ms. Banfield was suffering from moderate hypothermia?
May have been moderate and was displaying now signs more typical of milder hypothermia, but I believe she was.
Nowhere in your statement to the MCC did you say that her teeth were chattering and you had difficulty understanding her communications?
I don't recall whether I said they were chattering or not, but I indicated she was shivering, and part of shivering is chattering teeth.
Yes, but you didn't say that though in your statement, did you?
I don't know. I know my statement was 99 pages, and I can't recall everything I said in those.
Okay. And in your after action report, some 11 weeks after the incident, you didn't mention that she was chattering to the point where she couldn't communicate. You know, you had difficulty understanding her communications.
No, and the after action report is not written in a context to be that specific, as whether her teeth are chattering or not in an after action report will not affect or assess policy direction or an overall assessment of what transpired over those hours.
Sure, but my point is, you didn't say it 89 months later, and you didn't say it 11 months later. You didn't talk about the communication difficulty.
No.
And likewise, in your after action report, you didn't talk about blueness in her lips, did you?
I don't recall.
You didn't take Ms. Banfield's temperature?
No.
You didn't report that her movements were slow and labored?
No.
You didn't report that she was confused in her thoughts?
I don't recall in any of my documents indicating that.
Okay. And she wasn't confused in her thoughts, was she?
I don't believe she was confused. I believe her conversation was erratic with me.
And you made in your report, or sorry, in your statement and in your report, you didn't talk about her ears, fingers, or toes being blue.
No.
Are you aware that the Government of Canada has a bulletin called Extreme Cold Canada, where it talks about the 3 levels of hypothermia?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Well, stage 2, which is the moderate stage, says that the body temperature has dropped 2 to 4 degrees Celsius. Is that your understanding of moderate hypothermia?
Yes.
Okay. Muscles are uncoordinated and movements are slow and labored. Is that your understanding of moderate hypothermia?
Yes.
Mild confusion. The patient can become pale. Lips, ears, fingers, and toes may turn blue. Do you understand that those are symptoms of moderate hypothermia?
Yes.
And on the website, it gives a very simple test that the public can follow to see if you have moderate hypothermia, and that is simply if you can close your hands and touch your finger to your thumb to your pinky finger. Did you assess whether or not she could do that?
No.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to subsequently review the ambulance report? That is the ambulance that took her from Great Village to the Colchester Hospital?
No.
Okay. When you handed Ms. Banfield off to the paramedics, you asked them to check on her, and you told them that she had been kicked and that she's suffering hypothermia. Do you recall
Yes.
that? Yes. Okay. And are you aware, well, I guess you're not good because you didn't read it, but did anybody subsequently make you aware that the ambulance report does not mention hypothermia?
No.
Okay. Do you know who the ambulance drivers were?
No.
Okay. One of them was a person with the last name Ernst. Had you ever worked with an Ernst before in your?
I don't recall.
Wood?
Don't recall.
Pinio, like my last name?
Don't recall.
Okay. You learned from Lisa Banfield during her transport that the perp had a fully marked police cruiser,
Yes.
and that was the first time you heard that the perpetrator had a fully marked police cruiser.
Yes.
And do you recall musing at the time that the perpetrator could have driven right by you at the end of Portapique Beach Road that night, and you wouldn't have known it because you wouldn't have known that it wasn't an RCMP officer?
Yes.
And that's because you weren't looking for, you were looking for one of those decommissioned RCMP cars that you spoke of earlier in your cross-examination.
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
You, Mr. Burrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. On behalf of the Commission, I have no questions to redirect, but I do understand that one of my colleagues may have a question and redirect that they wish to pose to this witness.
Okay.
Hi, Corporal Ivany. Just have one question for you. My friend, Mr. Pinio, asked you a number of questions about a document called an after action report. Could you explain, for the benefit of everyone who's heard about that report, what the purpose of that report is and what the typical contents of that report would be?
The after action report is an internal report, basically giving a summary of an event that occurred over a period of time. You address what went well, what may not, what didn't go well. And then after you give a summary of what occurred, you will make, you'll indicate areas within that operation that you identified either lacks or shortcomings. And then you indicate whether it is something that was merely observed at the time, or you indicate whether it's something that should be looked further down the road in making remedy to that in a manner. I then offer any remedies that I can regarding that as to what the remedy could be, and I forward those recommendations to our management to review and consider.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitch.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. Corporal Ivany, I only have a couple of brief questions. It's getting long in the day. When you arrived, I understand that you went around to check the car doors. In your recollection, were they jammed shut or were they locked?
My recollection was that they were closed and the door handles did not work. My reference to jammed indicated that the doors would not open either due to the fact that they were locked manually or mechanically, or possibly due to the impact, any kind of variation or impact or force on a vehicle where it misaligns the body of the vehicle and can sometimes cause enough friction for the door not to open even though it may be unlocked. So without having done a mechanical observation of the vehicle afterwards, I can only say that it was jammed, either due to the mechanical function of the locks or due to impact of the vehicle with the tree line.
So suffice to say, you couldn't get in through the doors?
No,
and the
they
windows
wouldn't
were-
open.
Okay. You may or may not be aware of comments made by Constable Fahie, who said that he had heard soft noises and that he attributed that to gases or air. Did you hear any such noise from Mrs. O'Brien?
No,
No noise at all?
I do not recall hearing anything.
And if you could, just in terms of, for those of us that don't have medical training to the degree that you do, just in common first aid terms, the use of the thoracic seal, would it be used for a sucking chest wound?
Yes,
That's what you would,
yes.
yeah. And from your experience, would a sucking chest wound make soft noises of air escaping from the lungs?
It could. There could be a buildup of air that is escaping through those holes. A lot of times what occurs is, depending on the initial positioning of a person's body when the bullet rounds impact them, those layers of tissue don't stay in that alignment. They shift. So if I'm running and I get hit, when I go back, those layers have not lined up. So a lot of times what can occur is that air can escape from the lung in between those layers. And basically you may hear air escaping from those layers. It is possibly that it could come from those wounds or the outside of the seal.
And just to clarify, you have no recollection of applying the thoracic seal, nor do you recall one being applied by your partner, Constable Mahar?
I don't specifically recall. In conversation with him after learning that one was identified, we do believe that it could have been one of us, if not Constable Mahar. It is a automatic response. It's one of the first items that as soon as you open your kit, you have immediately access. And by applying that sooner than later, you are preventing problems that you have to deal with later. So prior to assessing whether the person requires any other interventions, applying that seal prevents you from having to keep a gloved hand over that hole the entire time. So basically, putting it on earlier than later gives you a third set of hands.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Corporal Ivany, for appearing today and for assisting us with our work. We appreciate it. Thank you. And you're no need for you to stay, Corporal. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thanks to all the witnesses we heard from today, Constables Brown, Melanson, and Fahie, and Corporal Ivany, who've all helped us build our understanding of what happened. And thanks to participants and participant counsel and commission counsel for helping us hear from these witnesses. It's certainly been difficult subject matter today, and we do acknowledge that. This concludes public proceedings for this week. Next week, during proceedings, we anticipate sharing more foundational documents, hearing from some additional witnesses, and another roundtable with a focus on issues related to public alerting. Together, we continue to address the issues that are in the Commission's mandate. This week, the Commission did share another foundational document and related source materials, continuing to build our understanding of what happened. There are now 15 foundational documents and over 1,000 source materials available for you to read and review, and more to come. We've heard from many witnesses, and with more to come in the weeks ahead, including senior RCMP officers. We've shared an initial 8 commissioned reports, which have been prepared by independent writers and researchers to analyze issues relevant to our mandate, looking at laws, policies, academic research, and lessons learned from other mass casualties. We've also heard the first of what will be a number of roundtables and small group sessions, allowing people with relevant or related experience and perspectives the time and space to talk about key issues in a non-adversarial setting. A reminder that you can read more about the steps to come in the Commission's interim report, which is available on our website. Given our work is ongoing, the interim report does not include findings and recommendations. You can read the foundational documents, source materials, commissioned reports, interim report, and access the proceedings webcast archive on the website. As we continue to investigate what happened and explore how and why it happened, we want to make sure we've gathered input from all possible sources, including members of the public who have experience on the related issues on which we're focusing. This week on our website, we've published information about our public submissions process, which is an invitation for you to share perspectives and help inform the recommendations that we will make in our final report. The Commission looks forward to reading your written submissions and any additional information you'd like to include, such as supporting research articles. Public submissions will be accepted through the summer. As you think about your submissions, we encourage you to review the Commission's mandate, the list of commissioned reports, and continue to engage in public proceedings to inform your submissions. A reminder, there's more to come, including hearing from more witnesses, more foundational documents, learning from commissioned reports, roundtables, and small group sessions. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you again when public proceedings resume next Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until May the 10th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Wow. Gets thicker. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, lots of, I may have to go back to cutting little clips. I may have to coordinate here with Julie. Keep it very permanent. Day after day. Even though you sped through it, it'll be permanent. Brown envelopes. Mm-hmm. Send my times to you. Oh, yes. My email address, or, well, it's just our email address, but it will come across. I'll do it correctly. Long day, and please, pray for the families. Pray for people who are extremely lost, have very big problems, and probably are going to have a lot more as this unearths. And obviously, take good care of yourselves. Very important, because it's a battle with ourselves, which is sad for the truth. Did the email address go through there? People having buffering problems. Lips blue. Fingers and toes. 7 years of ski patrol training. Doesn't check fingers and toes. Doesn't see handcuff injuries. Doesn't see feet. selective eyesight. No record of debriefs. Gmail, O drives, personal cell phones. Got it. Okay, good. Anyways, been extremely long day for everybody, most of all for the families. Please keep them in your thoughts and prayers, or however you said, well wishes, and make sure that you're also taking care of one another too. God bless you. We'll do a lot more here soon. God bless the 23.